a comet flying across the cosmos or an ant crawling across the ground, they all feel like they're the center of the universe.
Well, I don't think a comment can feel things, right? There would have to
How
be
do you
some
know?
type
Have
of.
you ever asked it?
I don't need
I
to
know that
ask
for
something to know
us,
that it doesn't. Does a rock? Have you ever asked a rock whether or not it feels things?
yes, I do every time. In fact, yesterday I was in Sweat Lodge and we bring grandfathers in. That's what we call them, the old ones, the stone people. They're the oldest things around. They have the most stories to tell.
Okay, so do you ask like I don't know, like the grass?
Do I ask it what?
Yeah, like
Like
if
if
it's
I can
having an
walk on it?
experience of feeling things. Yeah.
I mean, if you eat enough mushrooms, you can ask anything, anything. But the reality of it is, like,
Yeah, but the
it's all
reality is that
created
you're
the
having
same.
a psychedelic experience. Yeah.
Well, you can. It's a little bit, if you look at it from just purely a psychedelic experience, or you can look at it from like how neurologists are looking at it. And they're looking at the way that those particular plant medicines interact with our neurology and open our eyes to things that are actually there, not just a psychedelic trip, but actually seeing different layers of life.
Like what?
Like knowing that grass doesn't need to be sentient to be alive and have feelings.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about a subjective experience of these feelings, like being able to engage
But
with
I mean,
them.
unless you become grass, you can engage in the sense of like, look at the mass world and how they're talking about, ooh, grounding, like it, like walking barefoot's a fucking thing. But if you're out and you're sitting in the grass, you can communicate with it. You can feel the energy because it's energy. That's all it is.
How do you
You, the
communicate with the
grass.
grass?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to understand. Are you trying to figure out what it needs in order to thrive better? Like maybe it's not growing as well. Maybe you need to understand and see it from its perspective. Is it getting enough nitrogen in the soil? Is it in the wrong place?
No, I'm asking how do you communicate with it though?
The same way you communicate with anything else. You discover the language and you start speaking it.
How do you discover their language?
The plants' languages?
Uh-huh.
By listening, by watching. They move. Have you ever seen a plant on fast speed listening to music? Like they enjoy music. And if science can figure out they enjoy music, why can't they enjoy everything else?
So
Like good
so would you
food
be able
and
to
sunlight.
so would you be able to be a translator to the grass?
Mm, I mean, I don't think anyone can translate, but I think through observation we could make good assumptions or good assessments.
Uh,
I don't think it's a in a manner of what you're trying to put it linguistically into language, English language, something simple enough for our brains to understand. But I think the communication goes on a lot deeper of a level once you realize that humans and English are not like the center of the end all be all of things, but that you have a connection to everything and you can, in fact, find a mutual language between you and everything else that you have a relationship with, and that's everything in the universe,
yeah,
which makes you simultaneously God at the same time that God is God.
yeah, okay. So I mean I don't think that I would be considered a god, right? Because when we're talking about a god, we're talking about something that has created all things, right? Clearly speaking, I haven't created all
Well, if
things.
that's what you have every time you open your eyes, because it doesn't, quantum physics argues it doesn't exist until you and I look at it and create it together.
Wait, what do you, I don't think quantum. When does quantum mechanics say that? Right? No, that quantum superposition is just saying that you don't know what probabilistic outcome it is going to be until you observe it.
Exactly.
Whether it's going to be a
Apply it
particle or
to
a wave.
anything.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't not either.
What?
It doesn't mean that it doesn't not exist either. It doesn't. If something can or cannot, how do you know unless we both observe it that way? And if you're going through life experiencing it as a human, and I'm going through life, let's just say for sake of whatever, a grass, we're not going to be able to think like what you're experiencing exists the way that you do because it's different for you. So your perspective on it. But if we can see it together, we can see that it's all energy, all mass, all meaning, and that you are just as much God as God, the creator, that we've all like wrapped up into this idea that, the Christendom really has wrapped it up into an idea that God, and it really limits God by being that way, because it's bigger than that. But we can't even begin to see it and agree on it if we're not capable of actually like saying, this is what we're looking at. This is really what we're both talking about. We're both talking about the same things, not, it's like I tell my kids all the time. You can try and see it from someone else's perspective, but you're always going to be looking through their particular prescription. And you're not always going to see everything. Some things are going to come through looking fuzzy. Sometimes you're going to be able to read up close better. But if you're not really looking at it and you're just trying, because most people, when I hear them talk about God or creation, they're really putting it into a very small and narrow lens of what God is actually capable of being. And by doing that,
because you have to
no, I don't
clarify
think
the
that those
characteristics
standards
of some type of
exist.
entity. So like that would be like the reason. But like I'm gonna be real. Like, what properties within rocks allow for it to communicate?
What properties in it?
Yeah.
The same properties in it that are in you. What properties in you make you able to communicate?
My
Do you
sentience,
need
like my
your mouth?
mind, my brain.
Is that who you are, your mind and your brain? Or when your
Clearly,
mind and
yeah,
your brain die, are you no longer in existence?
yeah.
What happens to the mass and the energy that is you? The part that
Well,
even
there's my
science touched
body,
on, there's
right?
a weight
But
to.
like my
Right. But are
consciousness would
you your
cease to
body?
exist. Well, I'm my
How would your
mind and
consciousness
my
cease to
body. That's what
exist?
I am.
You don't think they're separate things?
I'm not quite sure. Thank you. I appreciate the golden. Thank you so much.
Say what?
Well, I'm not quite sure. I think the mind is a part of the body.
Oh, I think it's all like a part of each other, but I don't think that they're one and the same.
Well,
Like
sure, they're different
Christianity
parts
talks
of the
about it as
body.
the Trinity.
Sure, they're different parts of the
Christianity
body.
talks about there are, but like Christianity looks at it in the sense of the Trinity, right? Mind, body, spirit, but they're looking kind of different, but I'm going to use it like that. Mind, body, and spirit. You have like the terrestrial self, that's your organic body, right? And then you have the celestial self. And because arguably even science says we all come from the stars, and if everything that ever existed and ever will already does, that means parts of you that are organic are going to go back to the ground, and then the parts of you that are extraterrestrial, celestial, whatever you want to fucking call it, is going to go way back to the stars where you came
So
from,
wait,
because
so
it's a
not
vacuum.
everything already existed because there was a point in which I began to exist, right? There was an
Yeah,
expression
but
of
what
matter that was
made
different or
you already
changed from its prior
existed, did it
state.
not?
What's up?
What made you already existed in some form or another in this vacuum we call space, right? It's a container as far as we know it.
Right. It could be necessarily anything. It doesn't have to be a god. It doesn't have to be a mind. Thank you for the cowboy hat. Appreciate it. Thank
It
you
could
so
be
much. It could be
molecules.
yeah. So
It
I
could
mean,
be just simply
then
the
your view is
atoms.
compatible with atheism. And I don't necessarily see a reason to why we would call it God then.
Why would it be atheism if I know that only some
If
of it
there
is
are
within my
particles,
control?
fundamental particles, in which are prior to our existence and which explain us, those are natural.
Mhm.
Those are naturalistic particles, right? So you
Right.
cannot believe in a god or a theistic version of God within that notion, and
How can you
that's
not?
atheism.
How is
Well,
that
in that
atheism? Atheism believes that you don't believe that there is a
they're not
God,
all knowing.
not that.
Yeah, because there's not a God with a mind with intentions that created the
So
universe,
you're
in which again it has
asking then
desires.
specifically if I believe in the Christian idea of God.
That's not only a Christian idea, right?
But if
There's
you look at it,
theism,
the
right? There's deism.
monotheistic beliefs is the basis in which you're, from what it sounds like, is the basis in which you're, forming this opinion is from a monotheistic belief of God and this idea of what a monotheistic belief of God is or what God is from the monotheistic perspective.
Yeah, generally, also like in terms of responding, based upon like deism and stuff like that. Right. So I'm just talking about like a personal being in which has a mind and desires and wanted to create the universe.
Is that, but I mean, even if I were to just take it back to the, molecular itty bitty tiny parts, doesn't that intention need to come from somewhere? That energy, that initial thought of, wow, maybe if I just explode, because like Kabbalah says, God did not separate himself from us, but in fact exploded into a million pieces. I don't know, sounds like the Big Bang to me. And all of us came into being. So you scattered the mass of the universe everywhere and it came back together like this. So there was intention there, even with just looking at something like the universe banging itself into existence. What
That's
made
not
it
how it
do
works,
that?
right?
But what made it do
You
that?
can't make yourself begin to exist, because you would have to exist in order to begin that,
But
right?
how
To
did the
engage in that
universe
action.
begin to exist, then, is the question I would ask. If the
It would
universe,
be this eternal
what
state
created
of
that?
like particles in which interacted, right? You can explain
And
it that way. I don't think there's
like,
any
but
sufficient explanation, right? But I think that's a better explanation than what theists are providing or what other spiritual individuals are providing.
well, I definitely think I'm in line with a lot of the theist ways of looking at it, but I think for me and the community that I was brought up in and how we were taught to look is that we're all connected, and that really, on a scientific basis, is really just saying that you are made up of the same stuff that I am, that the tables and the chairs and everything. We're all literally, it's all connected. To what?
Wait. Just because we have similar properties doesn't mean that we're connected. I think those are two separate things.
I think that when it comes down to it, though, everything is just atoms, isn't it?
Yeah, but just because we have similar properties doesn't mean that we're connected. There's a difference between connection and between having similar properties. Because
What
we would have
makes
so we have similar properties to like a god under a theist view. That doesn't mean that we're the same as God, right? Or that we
no,
are God. I think I appreciate the
but we
contract. Appreciate
are,
it.
by the sense that we are products of that. Just like I am my mother and I am my father because I am made up of them, socially, emotionally, all the things. So we have, and but it begs the question:
No,
what
you have
makes it?
similarities, but that doesn't mean that you are the same, because there are
No, we're
differences.
not. That's why I'm not omnipotent and I'm not all them things that I believe that creation has the ability to be.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by omnipotent then, because like, if you're just saying that you can do anything that's logically possible, well, I can do anything that's logically possible, given like my nature.
Right. But therein lies the difference between you and the actual creator, and you just being a product of and part of the creation.
What's that?
In
Sorry,
order
I'm
for
confused.
in order for you to have come from your parents had to have come from somewhere. So if creation, us, all of us random friggin' particles that we are, we had to have come, where did it come from? And so, I mean, logically, the only thing I can think of is, I mean, that must be what people are talking about when they're referring to God.
No, it doesn't have to be that, right? So the idea that it has to be a god or it has to be a mind with desires is not true at all, right? You can explain it again, given this exact same thing I brought up earlier in terms of like fundamental particles, in which have like the necessary properties to explain this reality, the same way God has the necessary desires to bring about this reality rather than another, right?
But
And
you
you can
don't
explain
know
that
for
with less
sure whether or not,
assumptions.
because you've never asked whether or not they have a desire to be this way. You
What do you
can't.
mean? Ask a god?
You can't ask
Yeah,
creation
so
itself
thank you for the
and
hand
say,
mustache. I
hey,
appreciate it.
how
Thank
do
you so
you
much.
feel about this?
Yeah,
You
clearly. So,
know?
like, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make an inference given comparing the different explanations, right? So
Hmm.
we don't have a sufficient explanation, I think, right? But we can say that some explanations are not as good as others because they require a greater number of assumptions
Hmm.
to explain the exact same data set.
And at what point do we question, and I say this having been like not a very faith-based person for the majority of my life, but like, and so that, I always argue the questions in my family. So they're always telling me, blind faith, because for us, faith, love, charity, and hope, those are the four things that we're taught about, like the four basic principles of what it means to be for me an Assiniboine woman. And having those things requires a certain amount of it that I don't need to know the answers to, because I mean, it's above my pay grade for one, but when I do get around asking the questions, I'm just like, who really has the answers? Because who am I to know whether or not whatever is out there making this world and universe spin around the way that it does and not just run into each other like a bunch of chaotic,
Yeah, if
you
we don't
know,
know, then why do we make a judgment?
is it a judgment or is it a
Yeah. I
question?
mean, when we're saying that a God exists, we're making a judgment. We're saying that I believe this particular thing, right? Even though I don't know. Right. And I think
Right,
that
but
in
isn't it
order to
safer
say
to
that,
say I would rather believe it and say that than to go, no, I can't see it, so I just don't believe it.
I'm not, yeah. So I'm saying we don't have good evidence to indicate anything. Therefore, we ought to refrain from judgment.
On either side?
Well, I mean, I believe that I can bring up contradictions when it relates to particular explanations, but when it
How
relates
do
to some logically possible explanations, yeah.
how would you explain the explanations for things like trying to think of an unexplainable one I can actually share?
Well, I mean, I
If
would say that
you
there are some things I can't explain, by the way. But
well, I know, but when you get into these situations where the only answer is there being a designer to this big
I
freaking
don't. Can you give me a
simulation we all live
circumstance in
in.
which that's the case?
So you don't think that there is anything just so miraculous that you're just like, there's literally nothing I can do to explain that.
Well, you not being able to explain it doesn't mean that it's a god, right? That's the
But it
same
doesn't.
thing that our
But my
ancestors
only
did. Hold up,
argument is that it
hold up,
doesn't
that
mean
hold
that
up,
it's
hold up,
not
hold up, hold
either.
up, hold up. Well, clearly, but it doesn't mean that it is, right? So,
Right.
yeah. So this is the same thing that our ancestors did with severe weather, right? They attributed it to the
Hmm.
Greek gods.
Are you Greek?
No, I'm not Greek.
Oh, my ancestors didn't do that. We attribute ours to the Luckion.
Yeah,
Like that's
I'm
the
giving
thunder beings up there.
I'm giving one specific, right?
Right. I'm not
I
familiar
can
with
give
that
you
one.
others, right? There are other types of superstitious intuitions that people have had throughout history.
Yeah. And how many of them have proven to be logical or true or ended up having some kind of weight to it?
I don't think any have proven that they have weight to it, right? But they're logical, necessarily speaking, if we don't come up with a contradiction.
What would be the contradiction in believing that there was something behind this greater design? Well, I mean,
Well, it
like, what
depends
would
on the
be the
characteristics of that
contradiction in me saying,
entity.
like maybe there is actually something and not that there isn't just
I'm not saying
nothing?
there's not a maybe. There's a logical possibility that there's something supernatural that explains everything, right? But I'm
Mm.
saying that it's not probable given these circumstances. When it relates to particular theist
What I'm
gods,
trying to
I would
understand is
say
what
hold up. When it
makes it not
relates to
probable.
yeah, because of some simplicity, right? The theoretical virtue of simplicity. You're requiring less assumptions to explain the exact same thing within reality, like why we exist. We're
But
asking a question, why do we exist, right? And we're saying that one explanation requires less assumptions than another, yet still explains the exact same question.
I think it's also, you have to be careful that you're framing it right, because again, that goes to perspective, because your experience and my experience, not the same exact things. I mean, just simply knowing the Greek gods, had superstitious wind issues. I don't know anything about that. But I do know that for me, the thunder beings are the ones that are up there clacking around making all that noise. Perspective is everything. So if you frame it in such a narrow view, of course, it's going to be easier for you to say one side makes more logical sense, but that to me is skewed because I think your reality is weird. Like it's not a mutual hallucination, so it can't even possibly be something that you could wrap your head around, because I think there's and I'm not saying that you're
Okay, I'm
rigid, and
sorry.
this
Is this
could
an
just be
argument
for
against me? Like I just can't wrap my head around it, and it's like
no,
weird.
no,
Like
no. And if you would have
I'm
waited, I
sorry.
would have
That's
finished
a
what
bit
I was saying.
ridiculous.
If you would have just waited, I was finishing what I was saying. Not to say that this is anything about your rigid particular way of saying, but I'm just using these words that when people get a perspective, their lens is real narrow. Like you don't, and you don't even know because it's yours. It's your own person. We're all just wandering around here having our own individual experiences, and everyone is taking it in their own way. So whether or not you or I or Tom, Dick, and Harry can wrap their head around it is really the question. Like, can you explain the same thing to a 12-year-old that you can a 21-year-old? And the 12-year-olds, I would say, is more inclined because of where they are cognitively, where their mental development is, how the prefrontal cortex is so open to things still while it's developing. You're going to be more inclined to get that child to pick up new and useful information to them than you are someone who's already going full throttle through puberty, because the lens narrows, and it narrows so much that it doesn't even come back on in a neurological manner until you're 25 and finished going through puberty, and then it starts to widen a bit. And I only know this because here I am at 43 feeling like I just went through puberty the second freaking time. And my entire perspective on all of it has changed, and I'm questioning all the things I thought I knew. And then I was like, oh, maybe that's just because of the way I was looking at it. So if
Y-
we're just constantly looking at things through this narrow view of, and like I said, or was about to say, it could be just because of the platform and I like watching what you do because I think it's good to get a conversation going and people need to know that arguing and debating are not the same thing, but that I don't know you personally, so I only know you know, the topic that we're talking about, and nothing I ever say is ever an attack on an individual because I don't know you guys. But I'm always just curious, like, what gives you such a rigid perspective of this is what reality is versus this is what not reality is? Because your reality versus any two people you're standing next to are going to be completely different. So
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
I was
understand what
actually giving
gives.
you the process and I was actually explaining it, but all you did in response to me actually explaining it was simply just say that I can't wrap my head around it, that it was necessarily considered weird. Thank you for the hand, I appreciate it, without actually addressing any of the points that I brought up. All you said that I was narrow-minded, right? That's not actually responding again to any of the argumentation that I laid out, any of the processes that I laid out for you in which you can confirm or disconfirm particular claims given to you.
No, that's not actually. What I did was say that even given all those things that you laid out, it's a matter of perspective. So, in order to change someone's mind, you have to be able to widen their view. And when you have such a tight grip on your lens, sometimes that makes it difficult. So, you can't be ready to hear things that other people say, which is why for you, there were a few little triggering words that you nailed back when you just, made your response to me right there that shows you weren't really listening to anything I was trying to say, but that you were more focused on the words that I used and how
What do
they
you mean?
made
What
you
do you mean? What
feel.
indicated that I didn't listen to what you said? Thank you for the little crown. I
Because
appreciate it.
you're making a point to say that I didn't cover any of these. I didn't need to cover any of those points when they were all covered in a matter of how can you say your opinion is based where it's based from, and that these are reasonable
That's what I'm doing right
assumptions that
now.
you're
By the
making
theoretical comparison, I'm
based
taking both
on
explanations.
reality.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's what I'm
whose
doing.
reality? Whose is
Yeah,
the mass general reality, the consensus that you're basing it off of? What is what I was asking you.
yeah, and I explained that to you, and you didn't listen to it at all, right? I was giving you a
Well,
comparison
maybe
of
I did listen, but maybe I
So
didn't
can I finish?
hear what you meant.
Yeah, so I was giving you a comparison of explanations, right?
Hmm.
One being an explanation which says that this God has like these particular set of desires, has a mind, has consciousness, awareness, wants to create the universe this particular way. Those types of qualities comparative to a prior state in which had fundamental particles with the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one, right? So there's two base operating assumptions that are true under both models. And then one is
Hmm.
also adding other ones like a mind, a desires, right? Like awareness, things that are
I think you're trying to
unnecessary.
humanize it.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
things that
When
are
we put it like that, we have to humanize it, and we can't humanize it because I think in humanizing it by giving it the either or that you
hey,
just did
hey. So
was
so
that.
so so yeah, like let me get to the point. Okay,
Hmm.
so they're adding unnecessary assumptions to explain the data, right? That's why it's less likely to be true because you require more propositions to be true to explain the exact same question. Right. But I literally already told you this process and you didn't engage with it. And then you were trying to say that I was like I wasn't listening. I was only focusing on trigger words. But at the end of the day,
Hmm.
you didn't actually listen to the process that I laid out for you and already explained to you. And then you still then explained the exact same question that I just answered.
Hmm. No, I think we're both missing it, and because I'm hearing what you're saying, but I'm also hearing you saying that I'm not hearing what you're saying, but I am. And I think the point is I was looking at it from a different perspective. You're laying out these points, and I'm saying, but if that's the basis that we have to go off of, like, this is whose framework is it that these are the qualifications? Why does God have to have these human attributes? Why does God have to have a thinking mind? And, why does God have to be that simple that we have to put it in a box like that for it to be able to make
That's what you were
sense?
bringing up. That was the comparison that you were trying to get me to make. How can I rule out these explanations?
Right, which is why I asked where your basis for what is reality versus what is not comes from. Where, because your perspective and where you grew up, how you environment, nature versus nurture, how all that impacted you and your perspective. I don't know you. I've only seen your thing like 3 times. Like I'm curious where we develop these ideas from of what qualifies as God and what doesn't qualify as God. It's these
The different
very
people's
human,
positions.
it's these very human characteristics that we're giving them, these thinking minds, these feeling hearts. You're explaining humans, not creator.
Yeah, so we're thinking of explanations that could be the case, and then we're saying, given this explanation, what would we expect to see in reality? What would this particular explanation predict? Right? And if it matches, if our predictions for the model match up with reality, that can give us reason to believe this particular explanation is true. Does it make sense? This is what we do in
Hold on.
science as well. We have like different
Right,
hypotheses, right? And then we can test these hypotheses. We can see what's predicted given these hypotheses.
right. And in that way, we look at the question, the problem, the whatever in a particular manner. We look at through the lens of science and what it means to,
Yeah,
to narrow it down and come
that's
up
what
with
I'm
the most
doing here too.
reasonable wrong answer.
Yep, that's what we're
you
doing
know?
here too when we're using the theoretical virtue of simplicity, right? In
Right.
terms of
And for me,
comparing
I'm
this.
wondering on a spiritual plane, if you will, science, if science and spirits are going to dance like this, where does that frame of reference come from? Whose basis is it? Like where are we getting the in science, we know that we can put it all down to biology. We can look at it from, there's numbers. It's very clear a lot of times, especially for me. Medicine is my thing, and having a good understanding of A and B equals C, you know that a body is going to do what a body does. But if you're looking and you don't know what God does and you don't know what creation is, how are we able to really have a basis and an understanding for is it or isn't it if we don't even know what we're really looking at?
If we don't
That's
know what
why I
we're
was
looking
asking
at, then
about
we wouldn't talk
perspective and
about that
being able to
model,
wrap our head around it.
right? If we
Well, I
didn't
mean,
know
I'm
about it, we
saying the
wouldn't talk about
models
that
are fine,
model.
but can you use that model to answer this particular kind of question? I think is what I'm
No,
getting
if
at.
you don't know what the model is, then obviously you can't use that model to explain something because you don't know what the model is.
So then how do you know you're working within reality?
With what? I don't know what you're
You
applying
said
this to.
when you're deciding whether or not there is or isn't a God, being however God appears to you in your head when you think about that.
Yeah, there would be
You
a
say it
particular
is or it
model, and then
isn't
we apply that
because
model. If there's not a model, then we can't apply that model.
right, and so I'm asking you, what is the model you're using for your basis to say whether or not there is? I don't know one way or the other. I believe I've heard you
Yeah,
pretty much
we have
say no,
theistic
there
versions
isn't.
of
But
God that I was referencing. We have like the God with a mind, desires, right? Is eternal, right? Awareness,
gotcha.
things like that I referenced. Right? There are a few
So
different notions of God that I gave out and I already referenced.
right. And I just wanted to, because for me, it's not the same. That is a particular type of God you're asking whether or not exists, I think.
Hmm.
And so for me, I'm just trying to understand how can I possibly convince you or change your mind if I don't even know the space in which your question is being developed? Like, what is the model that you're looking at? Like, how are you making, what is your frame of reference? Not that it's too
Did I just,
narrow, not that
ma'am?
you
Didn't I just
can't,
tell you? I just told
you,
you.
you did. But like I said, I was trying to get to that point because that's where I felt like the whole thing got off track was when I brought up narrow views and whether they were mine or yours is irrelevant, but that the views, the place in which we're making these hypotheses from, the place in which we're deriving any of our basis for what reality is all within this narrow scope of, theisms, and it doesn't align with what I come to know and believe in my short 43 years here is, more questions than answers, but I know that the theisms don't fit. It doesn't when you have a science-based mind, and it doesn't when you have a spiritually based mind. And it doesn't when you're like me, and I know for a fact I've seen things that nothing that we know about science or spirituality can even begin to explain. So I think that there is a God. I don't think there is probably one in the context of the theisms. I think it's too narrow. I think that it limits the idea of the creator that I've been able to formulate in my little tiny brain. I don't think that the question that is being asked is exactly what you think it is, though, in the way that it says, prove to me that God exists. I can in a million and one ways, but not in the scientific manner that you're asking us to, because you're asking us to prove whether or not this theistic God exists.
So that was like a rational argument, and again, I made a distinction between deism and theism, but it doesn't sound like you necessarily disagree with what I'm having a conversation about. So I do appreciate you coming on, but I'm gonna look for the next person. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, send a guest request if you disagree. Only send a guest request if you believe in God and you disagree. Y'all, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, Matt, I appreciate the travel with you. I appreciate it, man. W Matt in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you driving? Hello?
Hold on. All right, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yo, what's up? Are you driving?
No.
Okay, just making sure. How old are you?
28.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Why so?
Just personal experiences, but you know, saying prove to me that God exists is impossible, and you know that as well as I do. Do you believe?
So if you can't prove that something you believe in exists, why do you believe in it?
Well, I can prove to you. I can't prove to you that it exists, but I think even you believe he exists because you spend most of your time trying to get people to prove to you that he doesn't. So that tells me deep down you must believe that he does also.
No, it doesn't. It just means that I acknowledge that people in the society that I live in believe in this, right? And I think that there should be a process in which we, debate people who hold these particular types of beliefs, as that can affect legislation, policy, the critical thinking within society. So it's weird to say that I believe in something just because I debate it. As for example, if we were to talk about like whether or not Naruto is like stronger, a greater superhero than Mario or something, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that we believe that they are in reality.
Do you want to believe? Are you even open to believing is the question.
Yeah, I am, absolutely. Right, but it would have to be something that I would have good reason to believe. I can't just believe something because I have a preference, because I prefer to live.
And what happened was when
there was no formal agreement about NATO expansion. There was
reality.
Yeah, but even if you don't subscribe to Christian ideology, which is what I subscribe to, when you die, pretty much all the major religions, when you die, you're going to hell if you don't believe in God. So there is a dire. If I'm wrong, so be it. I'll go be a Pokemon master. If you're wrong, you'll go to hell.
Yeah. So, do you care about Islam? Right? They say that if you don't believe in Islam, you're going to go to hell. If you don't submit your will to their God, right, you're going to go to hell. Are you scared about that?
So at that point, I'm not saying I don't respect you, but I can respect their position a lot more because at least they believe in something.
Wait, no, I'm asking, are you scared?
Am I scared of what?
Of their hell.
No, I'm scared of...
No, wait, if you're not scared of their hell, then why would I be scared of your hell?
I mean, I see the point you're bringing up, but like I said, they at least believe in something.
Okay, but that's separate to the question, right? They are saying the same thing. If you don't believe in this, right, if you don't submit your will to this God, you're going to go to hell, right? In the same way that you are saying the exact same thing. If you're not scared about them, why should I be scared about you?
Well, when you start talking about Islam and Judaism and Christianity, they're very closely related, and you would have to really dive deep into each of them and see and pick and choose, look at historical facts to back up each one, and
so evidence, right? So we appeal to the evidence. It's now not just based upon faith. So if we appeal to the evidence, it seems like we're not going to be accepting any of these religions.
I would argue against that because
Okay, let's go through the evidence then. What's the argument then?
Well, if you look at history, the Bible is very historically accurate. A lot of people.
What do you mean by historically accurate?
A lot of people that don't believe in God, for example, they believe in evolution. Why do you believe in evolution? Because of faith. You have faith in evolution, not because of science.
No, we have evidence. We have evidence of evolution.
No,
clear
we do
evidence. Not. Yeah, we do. We have lots of evidence. What are you talking about?
We have evidence of God then.
We have fossil records. We literally have fossil records that you can go and you can look at, that you can engage with, that you can date, that you can do all these different tests to that we've already done. You can't do that same thing for God.
That's not evolution.
What are you talking about? That's not evolution.
Evolution.
We see evolutionary patterns through the fossil record. What are you talking about?
You can see patterns, but that does not mean it's true. Evolution is just a theory. Any real scientist will tell you evolution is a theory.
Theories are proven. Theories are proven.
Evolution has not been proven. Just like you're saying.
Yes, it has. Evolution is a fact and a theory. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it.
Evolution is not a fact. You cannot.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's proven. It's a fact.
Any real scientist will tell you it's not a fact.
Yeah, they will tell you it's a fact. They're going to say it's a fact and a theory.
They will not.
Yes, they will.
Real scientist.
Yes, they will. What is a fact?
Something that is provable and
proven to be true. Yes, evolution is proven.
Okay, go repeat evolution for me right now.
What are you talking about? We observe it in nature. Right? We observe it not only in nature, but we've observed it in the lab. We've seen speciation. We've seen mutations, adaptations. Right? Currently, right now, my eye colors is technically a mutation. Right?
Adaptations are not evolution.
They clearly are.
No, they're not. They are
what
adaptation.
Do you mean?
They're totally different. If you go back to first grade science, you'll learn evolution and adaptation are not the same.
Yeah, adaptation is a part of evolution.
Okay. All right, we can agree there. If evolution is real, then adaptation is a part. But we still have not had provable, repeatable, observable.
Yes, we have.
Evolution.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about? I related to, we've seen speciation amongst like fruit flies, amongst many different types of species within labs. We've seen speciation even amongst finches. We've seen adaptations. We've seen mutations, right? We've seen clear evidence of micro, right? And then macroevolution, as macro is just micro plus time. That's it.
I mean, what are you describing as speciation? Are you saying like when a Rottweiler and a pit bull mix together, they create a Pitweiler, and you're calling that evolution?
There's going to be a point in which the species diverge into like a separate one in which cannot reproduce with the other.
And when does that happen?
Right, it depends on the circumstance.
You look at something like a mule. A mule can't reproduce. It's half horse, half donkey.
A mule can't reproduce. I'm confused what your point is.
Like, are you calling that speciation?
Yeah. When they have so many different types of characteristics and genes comparative to the prior, since there are so many different changes, we then say that there would be a distinction between the two, right? In terms of the species that it is. That's what speciation is.
That's still not something that you can repeat and observe.
It literally is. It literally is. Right. I have stuff listed in my Discord. I can show you stuff, right, clearly of them actually doing this within labs, with doing experiments, right, stuff like that, especially for these particular types of things. So clearly, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Well, like I said, I mean, it's still not. Either way, that's completely off topic. Anyway, I'm just saying, a lot of people believe in that. You still have faith that that's a real thing.
No, we have evidence.
But do we not have evidence of God?
I don't think you have good evidence. I don't think you have proof. We have proof of evolution. You don't have proof of God. Actually, we have contradictions that we can bring up for the particular religion you believe in. Do you want to go through some of them?
So in court, let me go this way. We'll just do this. This will be my last point. In court, would your evidence for evolution stack up against my eyewitness accounts for Christianity? If we're just going to take a separate subject. If somebody's on trial, and I have eyewitness accounts, multiple eyewitness accounts, and archaeological dates to back it up. You know, I know this is the modern age, so we consider it something different, like video or something like that. And then you had all your evidence that you have for evolution. Who would win in the court if you were defending that person?
Us.
No. The eyewitness
is literally the lowest form of evidence. You understand that, right? We would absolutely win. It's not even close, right? The fact that you even think it's close is actually like extraordinarily sad. Like, I'm actually serious. I really, like, dude, when it relates to the court system, right? Reasonable doubt is what we go off of. You think that we don't have reasonable doubt that a God exists?
Reasonable doubt that a God doesn't exist?
I mean, no, that a God exists. Reasonable doubt that a God does not exist. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it was mixing me up.
Reasonable doubt in a God's existence. That's what I was meaning to say.
I don't see how you could have reasonable doubt. for God's existence.
What do you talk? Okay, so here, do you think God is perfect?
Yeah.
Okay.
He would have to.
Given a perfect creator, do you think that you would expect to see a perfect creation?
Well, if you look at the Bible and read the Bible, then you would understand why it's not perfect anymore.
Well, no,
So
I'm just asking you the question, right? I'm just trying to see what your beliefs are, what your commitments are, right? Given the fact that there is
in the beginning, yes,
there's a perfect free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Do you expect a perfect amount of free throws made?
If there was,
Yeah.
yeah.
If there was a perfect test taker, would you expect perfect test results?
Oh yeah. If they were perfect.
If someone was a quote unquote perfect test taker and they got 98% on a test, are they a perfect test taker?
Not anymore.
No, they weren't ever, because if they were a perfect test taker, then they would have got 100%, right?
Where would you compare that with God? Like, where did he mess up?
We'll show you, right? Do you think human beings are sinful?
By what the Bible says, yes, they are.
Do you think sin is a flaw?
Yes.
Do you think humans are created by God?
Yes.
So if humans are flawed and they're created by God, that means that there's a creation which is flawed, right? Given that there's a creation which is flawed, right? That tells us that we don't have a perfect creator, because if there was a perfect creator, we would expect to see a creation in which is flawless or perfect.
Not necessarily, because I mean, you can be a great painter and then paint some shitty art, but
yeah, then you're not a great painter, right? Or a perfect painter, right? If you are a quote unquote perfect painter and then you paint something imperfect, that means that you were never a perfect painter, because if you were a perfect painter, then in no circumstance would you have ever created an imperfect painting.
That's different. Whether the person is flawless and perfect and what they create is flawless and perfect, it's two different things, especially when you add in free will, which is what humans are given. You know, we have free will. Just like, you know, animals and everything else. You know, you go around, they do what they do, we do what we do.
Yeah, but so does God. God has free will, and God always does the right thing. God never succumbs to the temptation of the devil, right? So if human beings were perfect, they would never succumb to the temptations of the devil and still could have free will, in the same notion that God does, because God is all-knowing and all-powerful, which means God knows how to create the reality in which human beings have free will and never do evil, right? And God can actualize that reality as well, because God has the capacity to do the set of all things.
Well, that goes into why we don't have the capacity to understand why he chooses not to have everybody perfect, no sickness, no health. I mean, no sickness, no disease. That's not, if literally, like, we can't even comprehend creating a universe and all that. Like, how are we supposed to comprehend what God thinks? That's not like we can't be on that level.
See, we don't have to comprehend what a God thinks. What I'm saying is that given a God being a perfect creator, what we would expect to see given a perfect creator is perfect things created, right? Or perfect creations. Okay. If we don't see perfect creations, then how could we say that there is a perfect creator? Because the expectation we have for a perfect creator is that we would be perfect. That's my point.
Okay. I mean, I see your point. I just, like I said, it will never, I will never be able to prove to you that God exists through through anything that I say to you, because you're not basing the same beliefs as I am.
Well, why don't I have the same beliefs? I don't have the same beliefs because this is literally a contradiction, right? With our commitments, right? Our commitments are that perfect creators create perfect things, right? We see that there are not perfect things created or in reality. Therefore, there would not be a perfect creator. It's just a contradiction given our commitments, our beliefs.
Yeah. What would it take to prove God existed to you?
A rational argument. Right? There's no rational argument here because there's a contradiction.
A rational argument. Okay. So, what do you think happened? You think just everything magically got here? You think that's more likely?
Magically? Well, I mean, you're the one that believes that God magically created the world. I don't believe anything magically created us. What I say is that I don't have a sufficient explanation for why we exist, right? But I could provide a better explanation comparative to, say, what religious people would give, or spiritual people would give, in terms of, right, like the theoretical virtue of simplicity. But I don't think there's a sufficient explanation.
Would you accept simulation theory?
No.
You don't like that one either.
No, you rely upon so many more so many more assumptions that don't necessarily explain the data set or explain why we exist, right? It just adds another layer to explain, right? Because if there's a simulation in which we exist in, well, that doesn't necessarily explain where the simulation came from, right? As what we would expect given a simulation is that there is a simulation creator, right? Because our experiences with simulations are that they have to be put into place. I'm not convinced this reality is a simulation. Therefore, it wouldn't give me any type of an inference that we would have to have some sort of creator with a mind or something like that. Does that make sense? It's all given our prior experiences there.
Where technology is now, with the ability to do all these computer programs, artificial intelligence, we're at a point where we can create like worlds within, software where people and, characters or avatars, they can interact with each other without outside influence. It's in the code. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not like they're sentient, right? So when it relates to like simulations, yeah, sure, at some point we're going to develop a simulation in which has these particular characteristics. But when I'm talking about analyzing it from the situation we are in, we would have to posit more assumptions to be able to say that this was a simulation, because when we say that there's a simulation, it then still begs the question of why we exist. It doesn't explain the question that we exist. So it's an unnecessary assumption in terms of explaining or giving a sufficient explanation as to why we exist.
Yeah. Reason I brought that up is just because, we don't necessarily have to know how God did it, but the more technology advances, we see ways in which a God makes even more sense, because we don't know where we're going to be at 200 years from now. Right now, it seems completely out of the stretch of our imagination that someone could create a whole world and do all this and do all that. 200, 300 years from now, we probably will be able to do the exact same things.
Maybe the paper crane, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so like I'm confused what your point is, right? I don't think that there's good reason to believe in simulation theory, as again it would assume things that are unnecessary in terms of providing a sufficient explanation.
What I'm saying is a lot
Stephanie,
of people
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
A lot of people have trouble believing in God just because they can't see all the science and the blah blah blah, the how, and it's hard for them to just trust it. Like every time
the evidence, right? Like, well, yeah, because we require evidence to believe things in almost any other circumstance. If someone
I don't have
claims
to have evidence to eat a cheeseburger. I'm like, okay.
Well, yeah, you do, because the evidence that you have with cheeseburgers in the past is that they are not going to kill you. If you had experience in the past that said that it could be likely that this particular thing could kill you, you probably wouldn't eat it, right? But because you have experiences in which indicate that it's not going to kill you, because the statistical probability is low that it was going to kill you, you feel okay with eating it.
I guess, but like I said, some people have that. Most people that cannot believe in God, that's their problem. They get too scientific based, and they blind themselves.
No. What you're doing in the circumstances, you're special pleading. You're saying that in every other circumstance, we require evidence for the beliefs that we have, right? But in this particular circumstance, we don't require evidence for the beliefs that we have.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I don't hate science. I've seen somebody in the comments say that.
I'll ask you this question. If I said the earth is flat to you, are you going to accept that? You just got to trust that the earth is flat?
To be honest with you, and I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of people say it's round, a lot of people say it's flat. I don't see how it really matters at the end of the day. But I have not seen the whole damn earth, so I don't know. So no, I'm not just going to accept it. If you say the earth is flat, I'm not just going to believe you. But if you say it's round, I'm not going to believe it either.
We have evidence to indicate that it's round. Like very, very clear evidence to indicate that it's round.
I mean, we have a lot of, that don't mean it is, if I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
If we have really good, okay, do you have to go to the moon that it's a star? I mean, not the moon. Do you have to go to the sun to know that it's a star?
No, but like...
No? Wait, why?
Before I believed the earth...
Why don't you have to go to the sun to know that it's a star? Do you know the sun exists? Have you been to the sun?
I mean, it might. I don't know.
Have you taken a scoop out of the sun to make sure the sun exists?
I don't know. I just trust it. I have faith that it's the sun.
It's only faith, right? You have no evidence?
I just know it's there. So, I mean, it's hard not to have faith in that.
You know it's there because we have evidence, right? Very clear evidence, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can look up and see it right now, but
yeah, and you can go outside and you can see the sun get blocked by the horizon, right? If it was flat, right, the perspective would make it so that it gets smaller, right? It doesn't get smaller; it gets blocked by the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that can't be explained under a flat Earth model.
So you think the Earth is round?
Clearly, yeah. Yeah, I can't believe we're having this conversation in 2023. Like, I don't believe it. I really don't.
I mean, can we not just, I mean, maybe it's a little bit curved or something. Maybe it's not completely flat.
Yeah, so it's going to be like this.
Yeah. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
It's like going to be like a domed up.
Like a triangle. Yeah.
A triangle?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this? Yeah. Okay, so there's going to be one point at the top in which can see down both sides with no perspective error. Where's that at?
Oh yeah, the bottom. Yeah. It depends where you live.
For real, so real.
That's why it's hot.
This is Switzerland, right? And that's why they're never in any war, because they're right here at the peak of the world.
That's the equator.
Equator? Wait, so the sun does it? What? How do you explain like the different temperatures around the world?
You just I blame evolution.
I'm saying, how do you explain the different temperatures?
Bro, I'm totally messing with you at this point. No, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I think.
Okay, we're gonna go to the next person. Everyone, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 150,000 likes, everyone.
Oh, he
accepted. What's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
25.
What's your birth year?
97. I mean, 26. I'm 26. You hear me?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know. You said 25 and then 26, so.
No, I'm 26. January 21st, 1997. I'm 26.
Okay. All right. So, do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
I mean, would you believe me if I told you? Well, show me one thing in the world that doesn't have a creator.
Show you one thing in the world that doesn't have a creator?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what would have a creator and what doesn't.
Did your headphones make themselves?
No, my headphones were created by something, but that's because I have experiences with my headphones being created with things, right? By human beings. I don't have experience with things creating universes. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to make an inference about something creating the universe.
What's more complicated, you or those headphones?
Probably complicated. I don't know how to judge that. It depends on what you're looking at. Probably my body.
Is the human body more complicated than your headphones?
Sure, right? But just because something is complicated doesn't mean that it requires a creator. Because God is more complicated than humans, right?
So hold on, where do you think we came from as human beings?
Well, evolutionary processes.
Evolution. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So evolution is essentially just change in allele frequency over time. So there's going to be a specific change in the number of like characteristics within your genes, right, over time, so that you develop different characteristics over an extended period of time.
So you just think we just made ourselves? Boom.
We didn't make ourselves, right? Life came about through processes, you can explain by like abiogenesis, other things like that, given the particular conditions that exist on the earth, right? And clearly speaking, through the changes that we see within, like through adaptation and through mutations and stuff like that, we can see that clearly speaking, right, complexity came about through the adaptation of these different types of characteristics.
So what are we going to be next?
I don't know what we're going to look like next. Thank you for the handout. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It depends on the environment that we exist in. Depends what we need to live in accordance with. It depends who decides to reproduce.
So you think all of this stuff right here is by coincidence? Like the human body, we on this ball that has stuff that grows from the ground that benefits us, like fruits, vegetables. There's water here for us. We're not too far, not too close from the sun. You think all of this is just boom? It just happened?
Yeah, if the conditions weren't particular that way to like sustain our existence, well, then we wouldn't be able to observe that we didn't exist because we didn't
Okay,
exist to observe that, right? So clearly speaking, the only place in which we would be able to observe whether or not we exist is if we exist in the first place. That's why it's an observational bias.
so you just believe that some organisms came together and it just made us.
I believe that there was a complexity that came about over time due to evolutionary processes. Yeah.
But then why didn't we turn into nothing else? It's been over 200,000 years and we've still been the same species.
Well, clearly speaking, we have been adopting different types of qualities, right? That's why I have different qualities from many other humans on the planet, right? I have hazel eyes, in which are, unlikely to exist. Right? It's about 2% of the population. So
I mean,
clearly speaking, I think that we see many different types of characteristics. And Blitz, thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it, Blitz. Thank you very much, man.
I don't think the color of your eyes matter, bro. Whether it's blue, red, green, as long as you can see, that's what matters.
Oh no! I agree, right? But I'm just saying that these types of characteristics have been adopted over time.
So why don't you believe God exists?
Well, it depends on the type of God that you believe in, right? We can provide internal contradictions with many different types of beliefs. We can provide probability-based arguments that relate to the amount of assumptions a particular explanation might have, different things like that.
Yeah, I don't believe God is a human being. I don't believe Jesus is God.
What do you believe is God?
There's an entity, that divine being that we don't know what it look like. We never seen it. But it's a higher source. It's a higher power.
How do you know that there's a higher source if you don't know any of the qualities that it would have?
Because for me, bro, if I was to say I brought you somewhere and it was a room, right? And then I open the door, it's a shoe in there, and I told you the shoe just made itself. Over 5 years, whatever in the room came together, boom, boom, and the shoe made itself. Would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't believe you, right? Because the shoes don't have properties in which could bring about this particular reality, right? But in terms of the explanations that I provided to you, you can provide a particular reality that would exist without a God, and which would have properties in which can bring about the types of affairs that we see in reality today.
But bro, there's nothing just creates. Everything has to have a creator. Logically, if you was to start a business or create anything, you would have to either be the boss.
Wait. If everything has to have a creator, right, then does God have to have a creator?
That's like me asking, why can't a boy give birth? Some things are just is. That's
maybe the universe just is then.
What you mean the universe just is?
Yeah. In the same way that you're saying that God just is, can't you say the universe just is, and then you don't have to assume a God outside of that?
And then you would have to prove all this stuff is just by chance. That there's water here for us. Out of all the planets we're on, this one that has water. That the fruits and vegetables that grow out the ground are good for us. That we're not too far, not too close from the sun. You would have to prove all of that to be by chance, and the odds of that, bro, is slim to none, bro. Like there's no way all of this is a coincidence. You when your mother had you in her stomach, she didn't even know what you were, whether you was gonna be a boy or girl.
She actually did at a point, right? But when it relates to this,
I promise you, she probably had to have she had
they
went
to the hospital, and even though I was still in the womb, she knew, right? But here, my point would be that this is also true under the theist model, right? God's desires being this particular way to bring about a reality with human beings in which we have water, in which we have all the amenities we need, rather than a reality with Nickelodeon slime, or rather than a reality with just marbles, or rather than a reality from Rick and Morty, right? It could have been any of those other realities, but God randomly had the particular desires to bring about this reality rather than another one. So the same issue also exists under the model in which you say that God created the universe.
Hold on, run that. Say that again. I didn't get what you.
Yeah, God's desires are random insofar to bring about this reality, like a reality in which we have water, we have the sun, we have amenities that we need to survive in the perfect conditions, whatever you would consider that way. Rather than a reality where there's Nickelodeon slime everywhere, or marbles everywhere, or shoes, or pizzas walking around, or floating pigs, right? Any other possible reality that there could have been. There's an infinite set of possible desires that God could have had to create things that are separate from the reality in which we exist in.
But a creation has no right to ask the creator how to make. Imagine if an iPhone was to tell.
No. You were asking the question of, you have to explain how this random process could happen, and I'm saying you also have to explain how this random process happened when it relates to God's desires. You see how we both have to assume that God had the necessary desires to bring about this reality rather than another one, and the state of fundamental particles prior to the universe had the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one. It's the same assumption on both sides.
Bro, the odds of some random stuff just coming together and creating this perfect human body, like, bro, why isn't our butthole on our forehead? Why isn't our ear?
Yeah, same thing with God. Same thing with God, right? God could have desired to put that on our forehead. God could have desired to put our eyes on the bottom of our feet. God could have desired to put our eyes on our ears, right? But God decided to put it on the front of our face, right? With our nose, with our mouth. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. Randomly, rather than another wand.
So all these little things that came together, who made them?
Yeah, who made God's desires to be this particular way?
I'm saying, like you said, these things that came together in this evolution, before us, whatever came together to make us, who made it?
Who made God's desires this particular way? You see how it's a base assumption that this particular property is necessary and that they have this, the same way that you say it's necessary and they have it under the God?
A creation can't ask a creator why. That's like, imagine if you got hired, you can't ask a creator. That's like, say if we get hired at Amazon, then we want to go talk to Jeff Bezos and ask him why he did this, why he did that. You can't. So your creation can't ask its creator why you did this, why you did that.
Then don't ask the fundamental particles.
What do you say? I'm confused.
Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. The fundamental particles is the comparison, the explanation that I'm comparing to the explanation you're providing. So if you're saying you can't question what caused the universe, well then don't question the fundamental particle view.
I'm really confused.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. You said don't question the creator of the universe. Well, if this set of fundamental particles created the universe or led to its existence, well, then clearly you can't question that explanation either.
What would you question the creator and say?
I could question many things. Why do children die of cancer?
Bro, there's many reasons people die from cancer.
Yeah, why do people die in earthquakes and tornadoes? Why are people enslaved? Why do children get raped? Why is there child sex trafficking? Why are there illnesses particularly targeted to unalive old people who are younger people? Why do people get dementia and die? Right? I mean, we can go through a million different things that negatively impact people, right? And you can have no explanation for any of them.
But all of this stuff it comes from man-made stuff. People dying. We made guns.
So genetically based diseases, right, and illnesses, those are well, for example, if we want to relate to leukemia in some circumstances, it's genetic, right? That's not determined by us, right? That's genes. Who created our genes?
If you make two categories and separate everything in the world that man made and stuff that man can't claim, like,
can you explain to me how human beings created the hurricanes?
No, I don't know what you mean. Human being cannot create no hurricane.
Yeah, they can't, right? So who created hurricanes?
Bro, it's a natural thing.
And who created nature?
It's like rain.
Who created nature?
God.
Well, okay, so God created hurricanes that kill people.
Bro, we all have to die at some point, bro.
Okay, that doesn't mean that God should be able to kill us. That doesn't mean that I should be able to go onto Fifth Avenue and just use a Glock or something, right? Like, that's unbelievable.
Well, then that determines your faith. Like, I'm a Muslim. We believe in heaven and hell. We believe this world is just a test. After this, it's either heaven or hell.
Yeah, so you believe that if I don't know if a God exists and I don't decide to believe in that particular God, I deserve eternal conscious torment.
No, you don't. No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe in eternal conscious torment?
No. Wait, no, it depends on if the person is knowing. Like, say you don't have a faith. So in my faith, God would only judge you on what you know.
So okay, so what is God judging me on then?
Whatever the knowledge you have.
Well, I mean, I've heard about the different religions. I don't have knowledge that they're true. So do I not get judged on that?
I mean, did you really go do your research in depth and read? And
let's say I did all the research I can. I don't know whether or not it's true. I don't think it's true. Stuff like that, right? Do I go to hell?
Do you believe in right and wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, for there to be right and wrong, there has to be one truth. There can't be wrong if there's no truth.
Well, I believe in subjective morality, right? So the truth of morality is determined by my stance.
Bro, no. 1 + 1 is 2 all around the world. I don't care what you could think is 3, 4. I don't care what your stance is. 1 + 1 is 2 all around the world. That's a fact.
Okay, right. I'm not disputing that. I'm talking about morality. Morality is preference based. If my preference is that 1 + 1 = 3, it doesn't make 1 + 1 = 3. If my preference is that I think that grape is immoral, well, then grape is immoral under my view.
Bro, it don't matter. It's certain things you can say you view like, but it's not reality, bro. There's one truth in this world, there's a billion lies. Like, everybody in the world can agree that they don't like to get stuff stolen from them.
Yeah, if God didn't exist, would there be a truth about morality?
If God didn't exist, no, there would be no truth.
So the truth of morality is dependent upon God. Okay, so it's subjective?
Because he's the creator. He gets to make the rules.
So it's subjective? So it's just God's preference?
Bro, he's the creator. He knows every creator knows what's best for his creation.
Yeah, but in the same way that I believe that morality is my preference, you believe that morality is God's preference. You know? I appreciate the marvelous confetti. Thank you so much. You just believe that God has a bigger stick, right? And we should listen to God.
Bro, he made us. Bro, he created us.
That mustache. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's got a bigger stick. That's about it, right? You think you like his preference better?
Bro, if anything in this world breaks, say your iPhone, your car, the best way to fix it is to go back to who created it and who designed it. They know what's best for it.
Yeah, sure, but we don't have reason to believe that a God created the universe.
Bro, if you think all of this is by coincidence, that is.
And actually, wait, yo, if I create a simulation of sentient beings and then put them in a place in a simulation where they just, burn alive for hundreds of years, right? And I say that that's what's best for them. Is that truly what's best for them?
No.
Okay, you're right. So just because I created them and just because I set that reality in place doesn't mean that they can't question me.
Right, but who told you that's the reality God made? You probably have a wrong
I never said God created that reality. What I said is that no, you can't say any rule is permissible. Because then I can say that that's permissible.
Bro, I'm just trying to understand. If you can't believe a shoe can make itself,
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
If you can't believe your phone made itself, your computer, your headphones, why would you believe your human body just made itself?
I don't believe that we made ourselves, because that would imply that we existed before we exist, which is a contradiction.
So what would make you believe God exists?
A rational argument.
As in, like...
a cosmological argument, contingency argument. You can provide fine-tuning arguments. You can provide... you kind of did a little bit. I didn't see it to be convincing. Arguments from prophecy, historical-based evidence. If you think that any of those are convincing,
we can go into that, but we would have to really sit down. I really had to show you.
I'll just ask you this question, right? If police are seeing a P3DO grape a child, do you think that the police should step in and remove that P3DO's free will?
If the police see what?
Yeah, if the police see a P3DO graping a child, should they?
P3DO?
Yeah.
What is that?
I can't say that. You know what I'm talking about. I can't say that on live because it's TikTok TOS. But yeah, they see a P3DO graping a child, right? Should they take away the free will of that P3DO and stop that from happening?
Man, no, they should stop. You can't take nobody's free will away. People gonna do what they want to do. But
what do you mean? Wait, we can. If we stop them, we're taking their free will away. We put them in prison, right? That takes their free will away.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah. So do you think that we should take their free will away and stop them from, graping that child?
Yeah, it's certain things like, I feel like.
Yeah. Do you think it would be wrong if the police sat there, could stop that from happening, let it finish, and then after they let it finish, put him in prison?
Nah, they should stop before it gets too,
Yeah, they should stop it while it's happening. Okay, so God knows that this is happening, that P3DOs are graping children. God can stop it, and God chooses not to stop it.
No, bro, God gave us, he told us his word is a test. He gave everybody free will. He said, these are the laws. You can either take this path or this path. I believe in life after death. I believe in judgment day. I believe in the day where we all gonna get held accountable. That's why everything makes sense to me. There's a day in my faith, once we die, and everything ceases to exist, God's going to bring us back up and hold everybody accountable for everything they did. So that's why in this world, he's letting you do what you want, because there will be a day where you get held accountable for it. And there's a reward and there's a punishment for everything you've done.
Yeah, that's the same thing as saying that in the situation with the police saying, oh, they're going to be in prison someday, right? They're going to get their judgment, right? So we're going to let them finish the situation, right? And then they can get their judgment.
Bruh. But God's punishment is way different. That's a forever punishment, bro. You can't compare it to this earthly punishment.
Thank you for the head mustache. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. So again, but the idea is pretty clear. It's that clearly speaking, it's rules for thee, but not rules for me, right? The rules for thee are that if you watch that happen and you don't stop it, right, then you're doing something wrong. But the rules for the God, right, is that if he watches it and doesn't stop it, that's completely fine. That's exactly how it should be.
You're gonna get punished regardless. He tells you there's a day.
Yeah, and that's what the police would say in the circumstance in which they didn't step in.
No, the police cannot. No, the police have. You can't compare the police to God, my nigga.
You can't. By the way, you can't say that on the live. It's TikTok TOS, but yeah, like we can in this circumstance because we're talking about whether or not judgment is permissible or whether or not you should step in and take away their free will.
Say it again.
We're talking about whether or not we should step in, take away their free will, right? Stuff like that. That's why it's relevant.
Okay, look, it's like this. When you're in school, right? Throughout the year, the teacher could have an analysis and know which student is gonna fail and which one is not gonna fail. Would it be fair that she just jumps in the middle of the year and says, "Hey, Parker, you talk too much in class, you joke around too much, I'm just gonna fail you"?
So that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to fail, right? But here, this is a better analogy. Right? If I'm in a relationship and I know 100% that my partner is cheating on me, right? Do I need to test them to see if they're cheating on me? Or is there any reason to do that?
Bro, that's a difference between God is all knowing. He knows the future.
Yeah, God knows exactly what you're going to do, right? So in this scenario, I know exactly that they did cheat on me. Is there a reason for me to test them to see if they're cheating on me?
What?
Yeah, I know for 100% fact that they did cheat on me, right? Do I need to test them again, right, to see if they cheated on me?
No.
There's no reason, right?
Right.
Because I already know that they cheated on me. So if God knows exactly what we're going to do, then there's no reason for God to test us.
Bro, it's so later on we can't say, well, God can, I ain't gonna, he can stop everything before it happens. But then later on when we get held accountable, that won't be fair to us.
It would be, because God can give us this knowledge without the experience, right? Does God have knowledge without experience?
What?
Did God always have knowledge?
God has knowledge of everything.
So God has always had knowledge of everything.
The future, the past, the present.
Yeah, so God didn't have to experience something to gain that knowledge. So it's possible to have knowledge without experience. So God can give us the knowledge that we would have engaged in this action without us having that experience.
Bro, I don't know what you're trying to get at, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying that there's no reason for the test. If God already knows, there's no reason. Thank you. I appreciate the mirror bloom. Thank you very much. I appreciate Teishi.
Bro, just because God knows, bro, you can't compare God to, how can I say this? Just because God is all knowing, but that don't mean that we don't have to go through the test. He's letting us go through it, so we could build our own receipts up.
Okay, so should I test my partner in that circumstance that I already know cheated on me? Well, no, I know it doesn't matter, right? That's special pleading, right? Because that's just on the basis of him being God, not on the basis of the circumstance.
Bro, if you already seen her cheat, why are you still around? What are you testing her for?
Yeah, if you already know that, if God already knows whether or not you accept him or not, then what are you testing him for? Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You answered your own question.
Bro, you're a human. You cannot compare yourself to God.
Why not in this circumstance? Give me a relevant distinction.
Bro, no creation can compare itself to its creator.
Give me a relevant distinction in this circumstance that means that I cannot compare the two.
You're not all-knowing, and you're not perfect.
In this scenario, I was knowing about this particular proposition, right? I knew that they did cheat on me, right? So that was the only proposition that was relevant to the scenario, right? The same thing would have been seen in God knows the true proposition that whether or not you accepted him.
Bro, just because God has knowledge of the future, bro, that don't mean that what he doing is wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that there isn't reason for him to test us. The same reason there isn't reason for us to test like a partner that we already know cheated on us.
You can't tell him what he wants to do. If he wants to test us,
I'm not saying what God wants to do. I'm saying what there's no reason for, right? In the same way that there's not a reason for me to test my partner I already know that cheated on me, there's not a reason for God to test us if he knows exactly whether or not we accept him.
But there's a punishment, there's a reward. So there has to be a test.
Okay, so I could say the same thing. Well, can you say the same thing about your relationship? right? You test them again to then say, oh, if they do it again, well, then I'm gonna punish them or reward them.
No, you
if they
can't
don't.
punish another human being, bro.
What?
You cannot. What are you gonna punish?
Sean,
like,
I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you very much.
I don't understand the analogy you're trying to make.
Yeah,
If you in a relationship, that's like I don't.
Yeah, isn't it the same thing as God having a relationship with us?
Right, but you're not intimate with God like how you're intimate with your girl.
Well, what do you mean by intimate?
You and your girl are like y'all like this, but you're intimate. Y'all came together for a certain thing. You're not
well, it depends on what you mean by intimate, right? Like, I don't believe in God, so I don't have some type of intimate relation with God, right? But I've heard many Christians talk about their intimate relations with God.
I'm not Christian, bro.
Okay, well, I mean, clearly, I'm just acknowledging like some people who believe in God. All right, you're saying that you have no relationship with your God.
You do.
You do. You do have a relationship, so you don't have an intimate relationship. What does it mean to have an intimate relationship?
Bro, to me, intimate is freakiness.
Oh, you're saying like sexual?
Yeah, it's a sexual type of relationship.
Okay, yeah. Well, do you believe God is within you?
Like, define what you mean within me.
No, I'm just trolling. I was just trolling. So like, okay, yeah. So okay, clearly you don't have like any type of sexual intercourse with God, right? I don't think that's happening. So. Right. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Clearly, by that definition, yeah, you are not intimate with God in terms of your relations.
My relationship with God is I try to follow what He tells me to do. I don't eat pork, don't steal, don't lie, don't cheat.
Thank you for the butterfly.
That's the type of relationship I have with God.
Okay. Well, then that's good within that respect for you, man. But like I think that you can not do those things even without believing in a God. Appreciate the cat. Thank you,
bro. We're human beings by nature. We're followers. You follow something by nature. Everything you got, your ideology, you got it from somewhere, somebody, something.
Wait, but that doesn't mean I follow someone. That means that I decide what I agree with.
Yes, that means you're following it. You have to agree with something to follow it, bro.
What do you mean by follow?
Your ideology of this evolution theory and how we just made ourselves. You got it from somewhere. You read it somewhere. You heard it from.
Yeah, there's evidence of this, right? And then I follow the evidence.
What's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
We see clear evidence within the fossil record of many changes. What's up?
What fossil records?
What do you mean, the evolutionary fossil records?
We've been.
Like, do you want me to give you like a specific species?
There's no proof that we came from another microorganism or whatever. There's no proof of that.
Yeah, actually, there is clear evidence of that. We have common DNA with almost everything on the planet that is living. Yeah, that's a clear evidence.
Yeah, just because we have common DNA don't mean we were exactly that thing. Yes, we're made out of 70% water, so are fruits and vegetables and animals.
Yeah, we can see more common DNA amongst different types of species on the planet comparative to us to show how long ago actually our ancestors diverged from their ancestors.
Where can I find this proof at? Because I've never seen it.
Yeah, so thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You can look up evidence for evolution, or I can send you resources on this, or you can look in my Discord, which is in the link tree in my bio.
I need to go somewhere where it's actual fossils that they have. I don't want to hear no article or what he said.
You want to go in person somewhere?
I want to go in person and see where they found and stuff at.
Yeah, so I mean, are you even willing to actually go to somewhere in person? Because I can send you places,
I want to go in person,
like museums and stuff like that.
I don't believe articles and he said and she said.
Okay. Right, so
human beings can lie.
You can go to the Natural Museum of Science, right? You can go to any science museum that you'd like,
and they have an actual human skeleton.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have. Well, I mean, I don't know if they have them on display. They have remakes of them, right? But they do have actual ones, and you could probably talk to them to see if you can actually see the real ones.
Have you seen it with your own eyes?
I've seen pictures. I'm pretty sure I have seen some fossils though. What if the picture's fake?
Yeah,
I think it's unlikely, right? Because of the international interactions and stuff like that.
What you mean it's unlikely? How they just human beings? They can lie too.
Yeah, they have supercomputers in their pockets, right? Literally all this information, if it was fake, it would likely, where's
the organism that was here before us? Where they at? That made us.
Organism that here, our parents?
No, whatever you said came together and made us. Where is that at?
So like a species prior to human beings?
Yeah,
like Homo sapiens?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, they don't necessarily exist anymore, right? The same sort of way that like my great grandparents don't exist.
Huh?
Yeah, they don't exist in the same sort of way that my great grandparents don't exist anymore.
So them things is candy got made a new species and they all just died off.
Well, yeah, different types of adaptations are adopted over time, right?
So over time, we about to all us.
So we
human beings
can look at Homo erectus, Neanderthalis, Denisovians, right? They make up modern DNA along with Homo sapiens. We can also see like Australopithecus, right? There are different types of hominin species in which led to the particular species we exist as today.
So we all about to die off in the future. And another whole new species about to
Yeah,
just come
new
about.
species will exist in the future from our offspring.
And damn, and what like how is that change gonna happen? Like what
Over time. Over time.
You know, we've been around for 100,000 years, right? You don't think that's long enough?
250,000 years for Homo sapiens. And yeah, we have actually seen characteristics being adopted. That's why we see like humans with different types of eye colors, different types of hair colors, many different characteristics across the board.
So
some humans have wisdom teeth, some don't.
Like, what are we gonna do to change into something? Like, what are we gonna do?
We adopt different characteristics, right? Some human beings have wisdom teeth, some don't. Wisdom teeth being not existing or fading becoming more prevalent for those not to be there. Those are types of adaptations in which make the situations better for humans and whatnot.
You really think that's realistic, bro?
What's realistic?
Just because we have different eye colors and different hairs.
Yeah, that's adaptations. Yeah, and mutations.
Thing?
Yeah, adaptations and mutations are pretty clear within the evidence.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, that's hard to believe, bro.
You know that believing in evolution is compatible with believing in Christianity or believing in Islam or believing in any of these other religions?
No, not in Islam.
It literally is, right? There are many people that try to claim that the Quran is is a book of science.
It is.
I mean, I don't believe it. It is now, of course it is. It's not, right? But many people do claim that.
What you mean? I mean, I could show you about 100 scientific facts that back up science today.
Oh, really? So, I mean, when the Quran makes a claim that you result from a spurting fluid between the backbone and the rib, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah. So sperm does not come from testes. Sperm comes from between the backbone and the rib.
It comes from the chest area. Look it up. If you think I'm bluffing, look it up right now.
No, it does not. It does not.
Look it up.
No, it doesn't. I have looked it up, right? I've talked about this before.
Phone,
sperm does not come from your heart, dude.
It didn't say how it comes from the backbone and the chest area.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. Let me see your phone, bro. Go to Safari.
Dude, I can't, man.
Hold on.
Yeah, look it up, right? And you know you're gonna see that it does not come from between the backbone and the rib. That is wild, bro. I can't believe it, dude. Apparently sperm is coming from my chest area. That's wild, dude. I didn't know that before. That's crazy. Don't worry, that's not as bad as yesterday. Yesterday, someone claimed that praying mantises are smarter than human beings. So, yeah, it's pretty wild out here. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you like this content, follow me if you haven't already. What? Really? Yeah. No, I'm serious. I'm serious, chat.
Oh, fine for you.
I need to record. I did record it. I can actually post it, so I will. Dang, I missed that. Yeah, chat. It was wild yesterday. Yeah, that was.
Phone, yo?
Was it shark? Was that shark? There's no praying mantis emoji. There needs to be one, huh? Yeah, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. We'll give him a second to find this real quick. Sharky? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Did you find what you're looking for, bro?
Yeah, 1 second.
All right, for sure. Make a TikTok for that praying mantis comment. I will. I'll have to find it and stuff like that. Hopefully I can make some time outside of the context of doing homework and school and stuff. But yeah, give it a second, everyone. Yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Again, let's try to get to 250,000 likes, y'all. I heard though. Yeah, no, it was bad. It was bad. Make a praying mantis emoji. I'll think about it. The female top G. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I posted that. I think so, at least. Pretty sure. Yeah. Again, everyone. If you like the content, follow me. You already know the deal. Wait, yo, Matt, are you serious? The hazel eyes are the rarest of the common eye colors? That is wild.
No, hold on, it's loading.
For sure. You found the evidence?
Hold on. Sperm produced. Hold on. Sperm.
Oh, green. Oh, that's what it is, Matt. Oh, sorry.
Sperm is produced in the testicles, and the sperm plays a role in the reproductive process by transmitting signals.
Oh, so it does come from the testes. Okay, so
maintaining good spinal health is important for overall well-being, but it is. Yeah.
So it doesn't come from between. No, it doesn't come from the chest area.
Bro, yes, it does.
Show me.
Bro, why you shitting out? I'm trying to get it to load.
No fucking way you saw that on the site, dude. No, what's the title?
Neo Medical.
Here, let me see. Show me. I just made it so people can see.
Hold on. Damn, why you just hold on. The camera. How you flip this camera? Flip the camera. How you flip the camera? Flip the camera. Okay, there you go.
I just see your profile picture now.
Still low.
Yeah, give it a second, everyone. Tap that screen, y'all. In the meantime, let's try to get to 250,000 likes, everyone. We're gonna be on for a long time today. We've only been on for an hour and a half, y'all.
What you said?
Okay, I'm so confused, chat. I'm so confused. All right, bro. Like, seriously, you could if you literally just look up where does sperm come from, it's not going to tell you between the backbone and the rib. It's going to say comes from the testes, my guy. Is it you learn this in what?
Bro, I swear to goodness, bro. I just
in like fourth grade biology, right?
Hold on. You know? Wait 1 second. I just seen this like 2-3 months ago.
2-3 months ago, yeah. I wonder where. So this actually originates from a Greek understanding, like the ancient Greek understanding of the body, and this is what they thought, and they were wrong. Yeah, and this is why we need sex education, chat.
Bro,
that is wild. Did you find it yet? Do you want me to pull it up for you? I got you if you want.
No, 1 second.
If you just look up on Google, where does sperm come from? First thing that comes up. Oh, wait, the testes.
Hold on, where is it?
The first thing that comes up, Healthline. So yeah, I don't see where you're talking about the between the backbone and the rib that the spurting fluid comes from. Wait, what particular place in your body produces this fluid? Like what organ or something, you know?
What'd you say?
What organ in your body produces this?
What?
This fluid. What organ in your body produces this fluid?
What, semen?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. Hold on 1 second.
Because if we think about what's between our backbone and our rib, we've got our intestines, we got our kidneys, we got our stomach, right? We got our heart, stuff like that. So like, which one?
Hold on a bit, bro. I'm reading this.
For sure, bro. Thank you for the cowboy hat. I appreciate it, Mama Jean. Thank you very much. Yeah, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. But give it a second, everyone. We're going to let him find it. We'll let him read. If you have any questions, put in the comment section right now, and I'll respond to it while he does find this. Just give it a second, everyone. You want an emote? I got you, Parker. I have 15 already maxed out, so I literally I don't know what ones I would get rid of.
Where is it?
Seth, no, that's not happening. Parker, your parents Christian? Yes, they are.
Oh, shit. That's simple.
Yes, they still are. They still are. Can we do flat Earth topic before someday? Yes, I have done it before. It's hard to get people on, to be honest.
Nah, bro, I just seen it the other day.
Yeah. Yeah. I promise you're not gonna find it, unless it's like a religious site. Unless it's a religious site claiming it.
The breastbones from a gushing liquid. From a water gushing forth.
Yeah. So I don't think you're gonna find it, Dooley. I really don't think you're gonna find it. It's literally just true that it comes from the testes.
Oh, it's not sperm. It's gush. It's water gush. It's not sperm. It's water.
It's spurting fluid, right? Used
No,
to
it said water
produce
gushing
human
forth.
beings, which is relating to sperm.
It said he's created from a gushing liquid. Gushing liquid.
Gushing fluid, yeah.
Bro, I just seen it. I just
Spurting
looked it up.
fluid that is meant to produce human life. What is that? What does that sound like? I think there's only really one thing that I can think of. I think you know exactly what it is. It's a little bit of Riz, you know? Stop, everyone. Stop, bro. So real, so real. Okay, bro. The spurting fluid. Whoa, are we gonna...
Bro, hold on. I gotta find this article I read the other day, bro.
You found it? Like, here.
DM me your number after this.
I don't know if I'll give you my number, but you can just DM me, yeah.
I mean, damn, you that important in the world?
No, I don't think it's smart to give away my number to people that I just met, right?
Yeah, I got a DM. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna DM you about this.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. All right, my DMs are open, bro. I'll see you then, man. Appreciate you coming on. Okay, on to the next, everyone. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I do.
Why so?
The Bible, signs, lots of things. I was kind of curious if you've heard, I imagine because you deal with a lot of different people, a lot of Christians, and the things that are going around in the world. I'm sure a lot of them told you that many of us Christians believe we're living in the end times. Have you been hearing that narrative?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just curious, the Bible's pretty clear that there's signs in the sun and the moon and the stars from Genesis 6 all the way through the Bible. And it's even for, obviously, for the Jewish people, that the aspect of it is for also signs for solar eclipses and those kind of things. And as being raised as a Baptist, I was never much into those kind of things. I didn't know much about it. But now, just in this end times, I believe that literally the Holy Spirit is pulling all Christians together, the ones that are truly serving Him. And I was going to have you check out Hourly Watch. Has anybody told you to check out Hourly Watch on YouTube?
No, I have not heard that.
So just look
have
it up
I
on
talked
your
to
little.
you before, by the way?
We've talked many times in the past. We've had.
Okay,
some
I was getting messages that we have talked before. I always can't quite remember. It did sound a little familiar, but I wasn't quite sure. But
we've had some really good battles and great feedback on both ways. We end up usually getting to the 10 perfect God with the free throws at the end, which the last time I think I got you on, believe it or not, from everybody that text me, they said I finally put Parker somewhere that you'd never been. But we could revisit that and see what they think.
With what claim?
Okay, so this is the claim that nobody ever gave to you, which we ended on because you had to go kind of too. When you present your argument about God being a perfect God and making 10 out of 10 free throws by sin entering into the world, that He's no longer a perfect God, making the 10 that He would only made 9 or messed up, correct?
Well, He would have created something in which is flawed, right?
Okay.
So that would indicate that, yeah, He did like 9 out of 10 free throws or something.
Yeah. So basically, this is what we got, and where you kind of slipped up, and I asked, because God being perfect made Adam a perfect being. So Adam had the choice to maintain his perfectness, and God is perfect. God is perfect. Just because he made another perfect being, God is still perfect. Adam, with his choice, given free will by the perfect being that made him, then it goes on Adam. Adam chose to sin, so that does not take away God's perfectness. And as a matter of fact, God made it more perfect. This is where everybody always tells you he made it more perfect, because he wanted right relationship with his creation, but he wanted to give them free will, so they got to choose to serve him of their own volition and not to be forced to do it. But Adam, in his perfectness, made by a perfect God, broke that. And that's where sin entered into the world. And then all of his children, the curse of death was presented on all that came after him. So God, in his wisdom and his mercy from a Christian perspective, paid that penalty that Adam broke so that he could restore right relationship with himself. For him to maintain his holiness and to still be, say, a God of justice, then the penalty of sin that was broken by the perfect being he made through his own free will, he restored. And that's why Christians, when they accept that free gift, their sins that they, no choice of their own, were born into, they accept that and they see how merciful that was, that no longer are they condemned to be absent from God. And hell's just the absence of God. And he's absent from you because he's so holy he can't take apart his sin. So he paid that penalty himself with his own son to make that relationship right. And that's where so many people misunderstand. And that's where your question about him being perfect, he still is perfect. And he brought around his perfectness again. And many would ask, why even do it at all then if he knew they were going to fail? And the reason why that he did do that is because he did it for us, so that we knew that, and when we're judged ourselves, our mind will remember, when we're outside of time, when you're at the judgment seat of Christ, your mind will remember every feeling, every thought, every breath you had in an instant. You will see your whole life. And if you, review or look at any study, any near-death experiences, many of them will tell them about a whole life review, that they remember everything, feel everything, see everything. And that's just a little glimpse I think he gives us for many of us to see, but it's going to be on a much bigger level. Also, with those near left, there's better colors. You smell more. It's more vibrant colors. Everything about the other world is more real. We're only here for a very short time, and God's really clear about that in his word. Our life is nothing but a vapor, and then it's gone. I mean, at best, we're going to live 80 years, most people. I mean, and that would still only be probably 60 or 70% of people in the world we live in today. But it's a worldwide, and the whole thing, it's very short. So what we do is so much more important than what we realize, that this life isn't the real thing. Eternity is the real thing. And God's made that clear through his word. He gave us a whole manual, an owner's manual, just like our car has, that tells you why he put us here, how we got here, what we're supposed to do, why we're here, and what happens after we pass. And then he gave you a roadmap of how he paid the whole redemption of sin through his power, but also for ourselves. Why do it? It's so that we remember the little bit of time that we have, whatever days or minutes he gives us, we will reflect on what decisions we made. And we get choice. People say free will, and it's that. The only depiction I do say where the people say, well, you didn't get chose to be born. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're contradicting yourself here. You're saying Adam is flawed and flawless simultaneously, right? Because you're saying that God created Adam perfect, but then Adam sinned, which is a flaw. So you can't be flawed and flawless simultaneously. So I don't know why any Christians would have thought that you got me there when you're just contradicting yourself. That doesn't really make any sense to me.
Just to point that because Adam sinned, if God's perfect and he made Adam perfect, is God still perfect?
Say that again, sorry.
Okay. If God is perfect and he made Adam perfect, is God still perfect?
Yeah, if Adam is perfect, right? But the idea is that if Adam is perfect, then it would have never been the case that Adam would not be perfect.
Now, God being perfect made a perfect being, but gave him autonomy and free will. That perfect being, he gave free will.
Yeah, and
And
even though they have autonomy, they're still going to do the perfect thing as they're perfect.
but that's your opinion. That there's no
No,
rule
that's logically
that says
entailed
that.
given their characteristics. If they are perfect and they have free will, they're going to do what's perfect.
Why is that logically entailed?
Okay, so
By
then why
what
does
force?
God always do what's perfect? He has free will.
Because he chose to maintain his perfectness where Adam didn't.
Okay, but why does he choose that? Because he's perfect.
Because he has the ability to do it, he maintained his perfectness, just like Adam could have.
No, because he's perfect, right? So again, the idea is that if they are not perfect, then they can have a flaw. If they are perfect, then they cannot have a flaw. Okay? So if they do exhibit a flaw, they were not perfect in that state.
But that's just man, once again, with their free will, making a decision to put that label on God. You're saying that. Go ahead.
No, but
I know what
the decision could never be imperfect, right? Because they are perfect. The same way that when God is all good, the decision could never be bad because God is all good.
So when God makes the relationship perfect, once again, though Adam chose of his own free will to make it unperfect, God restores it to his perfectness. How is he not perfect?
Because it was imperfect, right? At some point, Adam had a flaw, exhibited a flaw. If again Adam was perfect, Adam would have never exhibited a flaw.
But that would be man's opinion to say that God's not perfect, and he's the creator.
No. This is what happened. Okay, these are logical entailments.
So if you're arguing with God, and God says, "Parker, I'm perfect in the way exactly I did this," but you disagree with me. What basis
No,
are you
it's
gonna
not. It's
stand
not
on?
me disagreeing. It's literally a sin is a flaw under God's view. Okay, so this is an internal contradiction. It's not just me saying, "Oh, I disagree with you." It's saying that you're saying that Adam is flawed and flawless simultaneously, which is a contradiction in terms.
No, but what I'm saying is you're labeling God as not perfect since Adam sinned. That's your decision to do that. It
Yeah,
doesn't
because
entail
it's because God sees sin as a flaw.
it's a separation from him. You're
Does
calling
God
it a flaw.
see sin as a flaw?
I believe it separates him from his creation.
Does God see sin as a flaw?
Definition of flaw, it would be a negative thing, yes. Negative connotation.
So a sin is a flaw.
Yes. Sin,
Okay,
Adam
so they
shows a
would.
flaw. Yes.
So if they were flawless, then they would never sin.
If Adam was flawless?
Yeah, then he would never sin.
I don't know. I think decisions, but that's what I'm saying. We still got to get to the root point that you're saying that when you're standing there, you're gonna try to tell God with a loophole argument that you're not perfect. You're gonna try to tell God you're not perfect.
I'm not going to say anything to it because it doesn't exist, right? And we know it doesn't exist. Thank you for the handout. I appreciate this perfect God because we are imperfect given its own definition, right? Because again, we have sins which are considered imperfect, right? Are considered flaws. Okay, so you can't say that Adam was created perfect and then engaged in a flaw, right? Or had a flaw. That is a contradiction in basic terms. That is the most basic contradiction you could ever get right in front of you.
And then this is exactly it. You know how we become back into perfect relationship? By his righteousness, that he paid the sin on the cross.
It doesn't matter
us.
that we would come back. The expectation would be that we were perfect originally. Okay, so you're then saying that a perfect creator does not entail a perfect creation.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I'm saying that I still say God's perfect and you say he's not. So when it comes down to it, the argument that you're trying to hold on to still does not, God trumps that since he's the creator of all. He's the creator of logic. He's the creator of our thoughts. Just like, okay, this exact argument. I know you don't like this, but
No, it's the God created logic point, because then that implies that there was not logic prior to creation.
that's correct because there has to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So God could exist and not exist simultaneously.
God always existed. But what I'm saying is God.
Yeah,
can't
but God
change.
could always exist and not always exist at the same time, right? Because again, there was no logic prior to creation.
Well, I'm not saying there wasn't. I believe that God is a creator of logic.
Yeah, so that implies that there was a point where logic didn't exist.
Doesn't have to imply that because God's a logical
If God
God.
created it, that implies that there's a beginning.
Within our time frame, yes, but because he created, there was a beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Yes, there was a beginning within our.
Is there a
dimension.
beginning to logic?
Yes, I believe.
So if there's a beginning to logic, that means that there's a point prior to its existence.
Well, there's a beginning to logic within our constraints of time. Correct. Once he made Adam and earth, and in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. He doesn't hide that. So that's the beginning. That our universe that he made is created logically and with certain parameters that must be followed. And that is the way he created us and made us. Just like, and they always say, can God do this or can God do that? He can't go against the creation of the logic he did. Just like God can't make 2 + 2 = 5 because in
I'm
the
saying
dynamic.
prior. Wait, Thomas, I'm saying prior to the notion in which it exists, God could exist and not exist simultaneously.
That argument, if he existed, why could he not exist? We would know because we weren't created yet.
No. Again, if logic doesn't exist, there's nothing stopping from that from happening. God existing and not existing simultaneously.
So my preference is he did exist. So he could not have not existed. Correct?
Oh, okay, because of logic. Because of logic.
Because of our logic?
No, because of logic. Logic had to always exist, because if logic did not always exist, then you could not negate the idea that God could exist and not exist simultaneously.
Yes, we could not negate it because we can't even think or contemplate it until we're created, correct?
So again, logic always existed, and logic is always applicable.
Within our realm. No, who knows?
No, to God even. To God even.
To God even? I believe he did. Yes, I believe he's a logical God. That's why he explains everything to us.
But God did not create logic, as that would imply that there was a point in which logic did not exist.
I don't quite understand how you flip those words. You're saying that logic could not exist unless God... So you're saying there's a point...
No, you're saying that logic was created. I'm saying that cannot be the case, because then there was a point where, again, logic did not apply. And it was the God alone. Okay, so God can exist and not exist simultaneously if logic doesn't apply then. So you have to say that logic is always applicable, even to God, and that God did not create logic, because then there wouldn't be a point where God would exist where logic wouldn't. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So your point being, what's your point with saying...
My point being that God didn't create logic, like I just said.
So you think logic is just inherent?
Logic always existed, yeah. Yet logic is a necessary property of all existence.
Okay. I don't disagree with that. I believe that we have a logical God. So how does that disprove God?
I never said it disproved God, right? What I'm saying is that logic is applicable to God. If logic is applicable to God, clearly speaking, right, you can't use that as a reason to deny what I'm telling you. There was a contradiction, right? Very clearly there was a contradiction.
I believe, well, this is where the whole point is. So are you saying that God shouldn't have made man? Or you're saying he can't exist because...
I'm saying that since we are not perfect, right, given God's own definition, that entails that God, or the creator of the universe, whatever you believe that is, could not be perfect, as if it was perfect, that would mean that there was a perfect creation. So that would mean that we are perfect.
So where's the definition, God's definition of his own self, saying he's perfect in that way? That he could not allow a creation with a choice.
Wait, sorry, say that one time?
So where are you saying that God being perfect, that it takes away his perfectness by making a being with free will that chose...
Thomas, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, Thomas. I've literally clarified this to you probably 50 times, Thomas. I've said the exact same thing to you a million times. I don't know why you don't get it at this point. I've literally said it very nicely many times, and you just ask the same question over and over again. It is going to be the case that if they are perfect, they will freely always do the good thing, as that is what's perfect. It's in accordance with what's perfect, the same way that God has free will and always does things that are in accordance with what's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you. And freely as well.
So this will be man's gets to make that decision. If you want to say he's not perfect, then that is your free will to decide that.
No, that's not my choice. That is literally given his own definition. Okay? Given the own definition that you go off of within your Christian belief, right, it is the case that there would not be your own God, as there is an internal contradiction with your commitments within reality. Again, a perfect creator logically entails that they create perfect things.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's say he's, under your definition, he's not perfect and he messed up. Let's say this being that I believe is perfect in his ways. But let's say that I'll say, well, he's not perfect. And our world isn't perfect, and there's all kinds of things, obviously, that aren't perfect. And this God who says he's perfect because he wants to say he's perfect, but he isn't. Let's say he messed up. And even there's points in the Bible where he said he regretted making man before the flood. So let's say that. But the dynamic is he's still in charge. He is the creator. And if we don't follow what he gave us in his mercy, let's say he's a big, mean ogre, but he's real and right.
So you believe God is not perfect now. So you disagree with the Bible.
No, I don't. I'm going along with you, just saying let's go along with your program. What option?
Well, then you're just going to reject your belief anyway because it disagrees with the Bible, right? And then you have no basis for describing any of God's characteristics. You have to back off of the religion, right? This dismantles the entire belief. I don't think you realize that.
I don't think so, because I believe that the definition for me is that's where you go to the preeminence of God, is literally that we believe that he's merciful God, he's a righteous God, and that he made things perfect. Out of bad, he made things good for his ultimate glory. And it says that. So, I mean, but let's say you're trying to dismantle the whole argument, but I'd like to get on a couple other things. If we can give each other a couple points here, all I'm saying is I still believe he's in charge, no matter how we get in the sticky point of you saying perfect and using that same argument that I believe he made a perfect man with free will, and with that free will, that man chose sin, but that doesn't take away from God's perfectness. And I'm saying that it made him more
That's
perfect.
incoherent gibberish.
Well, that's your belief.
No, it's not my belief. That's logic. That's logic. Right?
But that's all a Christian. That's all a Christianity.
No, it's logic. It's logic. Tell me what premise you disputed in my argument.
I'm disputing that you believe he's imperfect, and I believe he is perfect.
Yeah, that's a conclusion. That's not a premise.
But it's a belief. But
right?
let's continue on.
No, I don't believe that it's imperfect because, again, I don't believe in its existence. Right? Because we're talking about a perfect being, so it can't be perfect and imperfect simultaneously.
So by this, so anything that is structured or worked, if we take, so everything you believe would be random and nothing is perfect or nothing is designed.
God's desires are random.
So you believe if there is a God that his desires are random, so it wouldn't be a perfect God?
If you're comparing the different explanations, the same issue of random properties to bring about this existence rather than another exists under every model that you would bring up, unless you assume that it has the necessary conditions to bring about this reality.
Well, the only big places where we would disagree is we would say that he paid for it to maintain its perfectness. But you're saying that he could never have created it to make it perfect, so it's just a difference in time. We believe at the right time it'll be perfect.
No. Okay, so because it wouldn't make sense for it to go perfect, imperfect to perfect again, right? Because then a perfect being would have just stayed at perfect. Again, they wouldn't have created an imperfect thing, as again they're a perfect creator.
Well, but there again, if it's perfect at the end, wouldn't it maintain that it would have been? If it does go from perfect back to perfect, then wouldn't it have always been perfect?
No, because then you wouldn't be going back to something if you didn't leave it.
I don't believe that.
Maybe
in the aspect that if the perfect creator deemed it perfect, then who are we to say it's not perfect? That's your opinion.
It's not deemed perfect by the creator. That's what you're not understanding, Thomas. Again, given the creator's own definition, sin is not perfect. Sin is a flaw. By the own definition of the creator, you literally are not perfect. Okay? Creation is not perfect. By the own definition.
But it is back to perfect relationship once that sin is paid for.
No, perfect creation, right? There would be no sin if you were perfect. Again, by God's own definition. This isn't my opinion. This is an internal contradiction with your own view.
Well, and I would like to study where God thinks that that's complete perfectness, other than that's where the free will dismantles your argument, because then he would have just made robots.
Thomas, can you actually respond to my argument then? Because I've told you a million times when it relates to free will that, again, you can freely do the perfect thing in every scenario the same way that God does so. If you're saying that it's not possible for them to have free will and do the perfect thing in every circumstance, then you're saying that God can't possibly have that characteristic.
But so then we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, given your belief, we wouldn't be in this reality.
Well, there again, is like I said, we may not like the reality, or we'd like it to be a different way, but that's what God says. So I'm back to my other thing. You're saying it dismantles my argument, but I am choosing for the things that I can't explain or I don't know. I'm going to choose his perfectness in the way he set up. But you're saying that can't be possible. Suppose like a 2 + 2 = 4, then it has to mean God doesn't exist, or it has to mean that if there is a creator.
Yeah. Is sin perfect, Thomas? Is sin perfect?
No, it's not perfect.
Clearly, right? So then if sin exists, then it's not perfect. Therefore, right, we live in an existence that is imperfect, or we're a creation that is imperfect. Therefore, we don't have a perfect creator, right? Because a perfect creator entails a perfect creation, or to create perfect things.
A loving, perfect creator would fix the problem and make it perfect again. That's what I'm saying. You're saying it can't go back and forth, but if it's perfect at the end, that's where I'm saying he paid the penalty for the imperfectness. And I guess we just disagree about that. I understand your point of view, but what I'm saying, you're saying it can't for whatever reason, you're saying he can't go from perfect to a time period of not perfectness or sin entering in and then back to perfect. Where that, again, is just an opinion that we can decide at the very end of it. God says it is perfect. When he comes back, reigns for 1,000
No,
years.
Thomas, that's so wrong. Right? It is not perfect under God's view. That's what you're not understanding, right? Like again, it is very clear that God does not prefer sin, that God has a preference against sin being that way, that God sees sin as a flaw, right? This is very clear within your religion, very clear. This is not something that's disputed by any person who's Christian.
Okay, but so when God makes a perfect heaven and a perfect earth, and all things are good at the end, after Revelations, when the streets are gold and the tree of life is there for all to eat, does
But
God
not everything
use
is
that?
perfect. Humans were not perfect, right?
At
That's
that-
the idea. The idea is that everything that was created by that perfect being would be perfect.
But wait, at that point now, do we agree that Christians believe and the Bible believes, and God says at that point it is perfect?
No, at that point it is not perfect. As again, sin exists, and sin is not perfect. Sin is imperfect.
It would no longer exist. God would be absent from sin when he makes.
You're
the new
saying
heaven
that
and
there
new
was a
earth.
diversion. There would never be a diversion if it was perfect, because the diversion, or even the diversion happening, is evidence that there is a flaw.
Well, so what I'm saying though, where in the Bible are you saying the definition of perfect for God is that sin is not allowed in the world?
Is that there's flawless? No, flawless. Well, because sins are flaws. So do you want me to give you where it says that perfection is flawless?
within the Bible? Yes.
Yeah. I got you. Psalms 18:30. As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all those who take refuge in him.
Yes, his ways and his word.
Yeah, he's
I believe
perfect.
that.
Flawless.
Yep.
Yeah, so flawless. There we go. So is sin a flaw?
Yes, we've agreed that sin is a flaw from man's own choice.
Thank you for that.
But
Peter, I appreciate it.
in God's choice, does he sin? Do you believe God sins?
Well, by creating the universe, you technically could consider it a sin, but right, God itself would not sin, right? The idea is that God created something that was flawed, right? I don't know why you don't understand this, Thomas. I feel like you just have a bias against it, and you don't want to acknowledge the argument. This is a very clear, cut and dry, simple argument.
You said it perfect, actually. Thank you. You brought up the point. God himself is perfect and does not sin and has not sinned. But he made a creation that was given free will that sinned. That does not take away from God's perfectness.
God, oh my God, dude! I literally have
that's-
acknowledged this a million times, Thomas. Like I don't know how many more times I can acknowledge the same thing, right? Again, free will does not entail that they're not going to be perfect. Okay, God has free will and is perfect.
Okay, there's a bunch of subjects that we can go on with proving God, but this one, no matter how you do it, then you would never be able to debate any Christian or talk about any other proofs that are out there, because you would always say, if sin's here, there's no God. I mean, you wouldn't even have to do any lives, because all you would do is argue with everybody that comes down with the righteousness of God and all the other things, prophecy, the Bible, things that are happening right now in the stars.
Yeah, I can provide this
Virgo.
contradiction. Yeah. I can do that in every single argument I do. I run different arguments to spice it up, right? Because there are many different arguments you can run against it. But this is a very clear, simple argument. This is like an extremely easy argument to understand. A lot of people that don't try to engage with this, it seems to be that it's like based in bias, right? I haven't heard a good response to this ever.
Well, this is it. This is what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's really not. I told you that you're contradicting yourself, right? I gave you the contradiction. You're applying the exact same reason after, and I'm pretty sure we did this the exact same time. You came on last time. We literally just went over the exact same point for like 40 minutes to an hour, right? This isn't a difficult argument. This isn't something that posits this. I've heard no legitimate
It is
response.
a point. This is where we ended, Bo. The point being was that God, being a perfect being, makes a perfect being with free will. And if that perfect being with free will chose not to sin, then God is perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's still perfect. But because that being that he created that has free will chose to sin does not take away
That means
from
that they're
God's
imperfect.
perfectness.
That means that they're imperfect. Yeah. If they chose
But
to sin, they're
that's where
imperfect.
you're wrong. That's where
No,
you're
I'm
wrong.
not. No. That's where I'm right. You already agreed that
We disagree.
sin. No, you agree that sin is imperfect. You already agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you just conceded. You just conceded because you just made the
God-
point that sin was perfect there.
No, God
That's
is
literally what you
perfect,
just said.
not the sin. God is perfect.
No. You said that it was perfect for them to have sinned, right? That was not a flaw. But clearly speaking, you consider sin to be a flaw. So if they engaged in a sin, clearly speaking, they were flawed.
Okay. I can see, because we've had this argument so many times, we will.
Well, then I don't know what you're not understanding at this
because
point.
I want to continue on. What I'm understanding is that I'm disagreeing with you. I'm going to say God's perfect, and I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm saying in His perfectness, He is perfect, and that Adam, being a perfect being, brought sin himself and did it. Is what I'm saying. So, and you're saying
that's a contradiction, right? You're contradicting yourself. You're wrong.
You're believing that's a contradiction, and
no, I'm not believing that. It is a contradiction.
Okay, but here once again, what I'm telling you is there are so many more things that we can go into proving that this God is real. Whether you want to call Him imperfect, that's fine.
No. This God does not exist. It's wrong. You're literally wrong here, right? Like
this. So let's go on to the next one. That's what I'm
this
saying.
God doesn't exist.
According to you, but so this God that you're saying is
given this argument, right? You accepted the argument. You just disagreed with the conclusion.
What I'm saying is I'm willing to step over the next spot and say that we'll both say that your contradiction here, the way you lay it out, saying factually that this God doesn't exist. But what I'm telling you is with the Bible and everything that's going on in the world right now, and what's going on in the stellarium right now, God gives us signs. He's so merciful that He's literally doing miraculous signs in the stars and in the moon and in the sun and in stellarium that He designed and put together just for the naysayers, is what they call them, the mockers. Because then every mouth will be shut. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And the problem is at the end of it, no matter whether you disagreed with this person or not, or thought you had this logical argument to say He wasn't real, and then you're sitting there and He is real, that's what the whole debate would truly be about at the end. And that's where I'm coming to. But I would really love for you just to at least put in their hourly watch, Pastor Patrick on YouTube, and just check it out, because the thing is, this is happening every day, and you're not going to have a long time to wait. We can debate here again in a couple weeks, but the way the signs are going and the Feast of Trumpets coming up, we're just on a couple weeks. So if we're all wacko and nothing's going on, and World War III is
Thomas, the QAnoners say the same thing. Thank you for the Mr. Orange. I appreciate it. They say in 2 months, the entire world's going to collapse, right? The entire internet's collapsing, everything, right? I hear this stuff from people all the time. Thank you for the Mr. Orange. I appreciate it. How do you know that you're separate from the QAnoners here?
So this is why, because there's signs in the heavens, and there were signs in the heavens all along. There was a star when Jesus was born. In Amos, when they said that He was going to be born in Bethlehem, He was. All the different signs, and then the wise men from the east followed the star to Bethlehem. But what I'm saying is He's always used these signs, and right now, scientifically, we can use the knowledge we're talking and discussing about right now and take a look at them. You know what I mean? So you can take a look at what's factually available for you and then analyze it and just see what you think, because it is so overwhelming that it's mind-boggling. He has every star up there from basically the whole Bible story and the child in the womb in Virgo right now, and the timing in 9 months, Yeshua come in there. The whole thing is mapped out and showed for anybody who wants to look at it. And God did this and told this Bible that's written over thousands of years, 40 authors, 66 books, over 1,500 years of writings that didn't know each other, all telling this exact same redemption story from the Revelation 12 sign that is in our heavens right now. And it's indisputable. And so we can haggle back and forth about how perfect God is or isn't and say He's not real.
This God doesn't exist, and these particular claims have happened for the past few thousands of years. Every single year, the same thing is claimed. Every single moment, the same thing is claimed. There's no reason to accept this assertion, right, that doesn't apply to any other point in history in which this would have occurred.
Well, like I said, we got a really short time now, so if nothing happens by September 23rd, well, we can argue again and go, oh, here we go, it's just another QAnon, another thing. But all I'm saying...
No, Thomas, after 23, if nothing happens, are you still going to believe that He's coming soon? Yeah, you're still going to believe it. You're going to believe the exact same thing regardless. Well, right? That's exactly what every other QAnoner does. They're like, oh my gosh, it's going to happen like in 2 weeks. It's going to happen in 2 months. Right? It comes by. They just forget about it. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've been hearing the same thing for years. Right? We've been hearing the same thing for generations.
And the Bible even says that. They'll say, where is His coming? You know, they've been saying that forever. And at some point, no matter how we do it, it's going to happen. And it just happens to be 2,000 years
Wait,
from
no,
when
you
Jesus-
believe that it's going to happen, right? But you believe it's going to happen in despite of your view yielding a contradiction.
Well, the amazing thing about it is the Bible never pulls any punches about that. When Jesus came in, the Sadducees and the Pharisees were literally sitting there condemning him, and he rebuked them and even said, "You're going to be blinded because you should have known the seasons and times. You know your scriptures. You should have known when I was here." He fulfilled literally the Feast of Passovers exactly on the day it was developed in the book of Leviticus, hundreds and hundreds of years before. He fulfilled the first 4 feasts on the exact day with his death, then his burial, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, his rising from the dead. The
I don't
Feast of
accept
First
the burial or the rising of the dead.
Fruits. And that's your free will to do that because you got
No,
choice and
this
free
is
will.
the evidence indicates it's most likely that they were decomposed on the cross.
You think their bodies were decomposed
Jesus.
on the cross?
Thank you for the hand to our appreciation. Yeah, most times when people were crucified, right, they were left on the cross to decompose.
Well, there's all kinds of writings that we can go into and discuss that whole thing. But there again, God did go through great lengths, as you can tell, to do this also with signs in front of us, but by faith, so that this whole thing, I view it as a big simulation because within it, really even science can't explain our eyeball, how it all completely works and it brains and feeds our brain and we understand things and how we touch, feel, taste. And all the dynamics of what we say, or you would say, come out of just randomness. And it all works so perfect and everything relies on each other. And then we live into this constraints, but yet we war within ourselves. With even an atheist or an agnostic would admit that you have thinking of right and wrong and what you should do and not do. And we all wrestle within ourselves. And that's a God-given literal conscience.
No, that's literally what you believe. That empathy and rationality can explain the exact same thing. So again, what we're doing here is we're not acknowledging the contradiction, right? And we're still just wanting to accept the same belief without questioning, right? And this is ultimately speaking what I think degrades society, Thomas. I actually really do. This is the reason why I do these lives, is because this is straight up confirmation bias. This is, you're going to accept your belief regardless of any evidence, regardless of any argument that's provided to you, right? And you're going to think that the other side is not accepting or not trying to engage, right? But realistically speaking, we've already provided the contradiction. We've given the proof by contradiction. You're even still holding to the view.
Well, but the thing is that I think we contradict ourselves, like you to say, or anybody that you want proof of God, but also to think that it just goes black. Within our hearts and in our mindset, anybody who examines themselves,
I don't know what happens.
State,
Wait, Thomas, I have no clue what's going to happen.
Okay, well, I appreciate that side of it, but so we can at least agree on that part that there is something within you. So my question would be, and if you also want proof of a God, some kind of clouds open up, say, "Hey, Parker, I'm here, man." And the Bible's completely
like
right.
a rational argument. Like honestly, if Jesus came to the earth, Jesus could have just wrote the Bible himself on a paper that never degraded, glows, literally levitates, right? So we all know that Jesus is God, right? That could have happened. Right? That's clear.
Okay.
That would be very clear. Wouldn't that be clear? No other paper exists like that. Nothing else, right?
Okay.
That would be overwhelmingly clear.
Okay, I agree with you. And guess what? He did that with the Jewish people. Do you realize that when they were in the desert for 40 years, that they had a pillar of fire by night and a big cloud by day that moved and told them when to go? And what did they do? They bitched, they moaned, they complained, and they still went and had big orgies when Moses is gone for 40 days. And literally, they saw God's presence right there. He gave them manna right in front of them. He fed them in the morning, and they'd hit a rock and water would come out of it, just like we're talking about. God knew the sinfulness of man.
Thomas, or it's a story.
Or it's a story that's true, and that's why he designed it this way, because he knows how we are.
Or it's a story, right? Like, we've heard stories all the time, right? I don't necessarily think that we'd have reason to believe that this is something that happened any different than some of the stories that we see in Marvel movies.
Okay, but so logically, let's go with your way. So you don't know what happens. You're saying, so you don't think it goes black at this point? I mean,
yeah, I don't have a belief when it relates to that.
Okay, you don't have a belief, but if you're just to weigh it out in your mind, in your heart, in your soul, just being honest. I mean, obviously, agnostic means that you're looking for a proof of God. If we go down that trail, what do you more lean to? There's something when you finally do go black. Do you think there's something when you die, or do you think it's more likely it just goes black? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I can't make a likely assertion because I don't think there's evidence.
So are you 50-50, or is the I don't know?
I don't know. I don't. Probability is not. I'm not sure of here.
Okay, probability. So probability is I don't know would be it is possible that there's some kind of afterlife. Is that what you're saying?
It's it's logically possible that there's some type of afterlife.
Okay, and
It's
I
also
would say
logically
that's,
possible that the afterlife is the Pokemon Master World.
well, that definitely could be. It might be fun, but so let's examine and take that next step. If it's possible there's an afterlife, how is that possible within the constraints that we're in? Because for that to take place and say that there's an afterlife, what would have to have created that afterlife that obviously from our reality and within the constraints of knowledge that we're in, how could that take place within our understanding? Wouldn't it have to be that it goes black and there's nothing else?
No, it wouldn't have to be that, right? You can posit that, say, some fundamental particles lead to this particular afterlife.
So you would say there again, the randomness would continue on from, say, the Big Bang went out for 13.5 billion years out in existence, but that once these particles that we are, this body frame as we know it, passes away, starts rotting, whatever, that there is some kind of essence within us wrapped around the same initial spark of creation or life. Is that what I'm understanding?
Wait, I'm confused what you're trying to say there. Think of it as
Okay.
superpower. I appreciate it. I didn't follow. My bad.
Okay, no problem. No, it's hard to follow because what I'm trying to do is get to our basic logic. Is there's only one way. Either it's all BS and it's random and nothing means anything, and we just out of the cosmos, this perfect world and the way everything works and the magnetic
Wait,
field.
hold up. You saying it's meaningless is that's I don't know why theists always do this. What is meaning? Meaning is going to relate to minds, right? It is not meaningless in the sense that we have minds and we apply meaning and value to reality. We apply purposes. Okay, that it's a straw man to say that there's no meaning in an atheist worldview.
Well, we apply purposes on the basis of why would we get out of bed if there wasn't a purpose? So our structure of life, even from an atheist point of view, is there is a purpose. And maybe that purpose is only to fulfill our own lustful desires or to make ourselves feel good within the constraints of whatever randomness that we get out of this life. But there's still a purpose to go to work, for you to be on here and be able to debate. And also, like you said, what's your purpose? You kind of said your purpose is because you see it's a flawed worldview to believe in a perfect God. And so you want to free people
because of
from
my
that
desires, right?
constraint.
So I have desires that our society should function a particular way. This particular thing, right? This way of thought process hurts that process. Therefore, yeah, clearly speaking, I'm gonna be against that within that point.
Okay, so you're saying that the beliefs of Christianity hurt the society, you believe? The
Yeah.
beliefs? In what way?
The fact that you just accept a belief without having good reason. The fact that there's contradictions that can be outlined and yet you still hold the belief. The fact that it supports things like confirmation bias. I can go through a million things.
But so that belief, from my perspective, if you take any blood-bought Christian, their perspective would be that without Christ and the penalty paid for our sin and the newness of life, that we would be degraded human beings living for ourselves. Each one of us, if you examine, that's why a lot of people, when they give you proof for God, they say it's personal belief or personal relationship or personal experience that they experienced with this God, which I've known when people ask you that, they say, well, I had a personal relationship with him, or I had a personal experience, and then you would say, well, that's personal and you can believe, do these things. But even with scientific method, it is a repeatable process, doing something or an experiment or an action that you can repeat over and over and get the same results. And then with peer review, you have to have at least two scientists within the body of that belief to review it and decide whether there's enough evidence to accept the writing or to discount it, or they will add to it or take away and give their thoughts because they're the head of that particular department. Well, within life itself, and for a Christian, we can go over the peer review of Christian after Christian for time as far back as we can go, and with our secular writings and Christian writings and the Bible, all peer reviewed, that many of us, millions and millions of us, have had the exact same experience, repeatable, and peer reviewed by others, many others in the same field of belief, that lives have been changed, our hearts have been changed, our desires have been changed, and that we struggle with sin, doing right and wrong, and that of ourselves we know that we would choose the wrong thing, the thing that would fulfill our lust and our flesh, that we know it's only wrong because of the basis that the Bible's laid out for us, that there's a God and a creator who says that's wrong, and that you'll have a better life to love him with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. Inherently, we don't want to do that. We want to love ourselves. So peer-reviewed by other people and Christians with each other, we have writings upon writings and more information than any other documented thing scientific-wide. Everything is peer-reviewed. Go ahead.
People who agree with you aren't the only ones who do peer review. When atheists go over the Bible, do you think they form the same conclusions? Do you think that they can reproduce the same results? Or do you think that this is something that's going to be specific, hyper specific to the people that already hold these particular religious beliefs?
Well, that's where I would say the amount of people, and that's where documentation comes in, just as even the Bible as we take it today, still the #1 best-selling book on the planet, most given away, most available. And that golden tablet you talked about, if the Bible, Jesus, why didn't you do the floating golden tablet?
Before the Bible existed, and it was just like, say, Hindu scriptures that were out. That was like the biggest book or something, right? Does that mean that it was true?
Well, there wasn't. You're saying older manuscripts?
Prior to the Bible, there was another book that was the most sold book, or most sold book.
I studied this. I think you brought this up before. And the only thing you're discounting is that you think there's an older manuscript, which there weren't very many of in this one Hindu writing of the book of it. Very
Hindu
few.
scriptures thousands of years prior. So the point is that there was a point where there was a separate book that was the most purchased book and the most sold book out of any other book that was not the Bible. So in that situation, was that book right?
So this is what I'm saying. It dwarfs in comparison. Not even it's a 1% compared to 100% with the writings you're talking about. But this is why. The reason why that we didn't have older manuscripts is because the Bible was getting read daily and it was getting taught.
What was my question? My question is, like, most people have bought this book, or a lot of people got this book. This is the most of the time, right? Therefore, it's true, right? So that at that time, it would be the case that that particular book is true. Do you agree or no?
No, because there's only a few thousand people that read those Hindu scriptures that you're talking about in that older book. And there's billions. I don't
think there were a few thousand, right? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying there's billions that have read the Bible.
There are billions that have read Hindu scriptures. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. There's a billion Hindus that exist today.
Yes, but so you're saying that you believe that Hindu scripture is more widely known than the Christian Bible throughout all time?
No, that's not what I'm saying right now. But different books in the future will be more widely known than the Bible.
They won't.
There will be more people that will exist in the future. Right. Clearly speaking, there are going to be more people that have interacted with other books and bought and sold other books comparative to the Bible in the future.
My point being that the Bible is that golden floating thing. If you actually research the history,
it's really not. It really isn't, dude.
It really is.
No, it isn't. You're lying to yourself. You really are, right? Like, that's ridiculous. Come on. It's not. It's seriously. It's not glowing. It's not floating. It's not eternal. It's been changed. It's been translated through many different types of religions. Jesus spoke Aramaic, right? We clearly don't see that within the context of the Bible. It's clearly speaking a different language. I don't know why you're acting like it is the same. That's ridiculous. Come on.
Because if you study it, believe it, it'll transform your life, and that's how we know it's the golden floating tablets, because it's transformed.
People say the same thing about the Quran. People say the same thing about many other types of religious texts.
Yes, and there's always a counterfeit. So if we get back down to the brass tacks of things, if there's good and evil and there is a war that's going on here, Satan is the great counterfeiter. He's the one that's in the garden tempting and doing these things, that he has power within it. Even and the Bible never pulls any punches on that. If it was a fake book, it would hide the sins of its champions, but it never does. Paul was a murderer and a persecutor. David was a murderer and an adulterer. All the top people that are supposed to be worshipped or looked up to, what are they worshipped and looked up to for? It's for their repentance and for their admitting their sinful ways.
Thank you. I appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You know what I mean? And literally embracing the forgiveness of God. And so, and that Satan, they didn't pull the punches of that he was in the garden, that it's a war against good and evil. And that's what's going on. So, I mean, there's always going to try to be a counterfeit to lead the good away and for the righteous to be duped or misled, you know?
There's no way to differentiate between these views, though. And so also, like, again, yeah, you can say that. You can say that there are going to be different views in which are not true, and this view is true, but you have no process to differentiate between which one is true and which one's not true, right? And if you did have a process to do so, you're going to have to appeal to something that's going to end up rejecting all of these.
Well, but on the basis of you still
We are living in dark days, folks.
world. What has the most evidence? What has the most backing? What has the most reality to look at and examine? So when we're examining people's lives, which are all pretty short, like I said, we all live about 80 years at best, and that's if things are going good.
No, clearly not at best. My grandma's older than that right now.
Mine is too.
My grandpa too, right?
My grandma just turned 96, so I just went to her birthday.
Yeah, so clearly it's not the highest is 80, right? If you have a family member that's 96.
I'm saying throughout the world and history, and if you take all the world as a whole.
You say the average is around that at best.
Yeah. I mean, the life expectancy now, I think 72 is literally what's life expectancy is. So I'm just taking an average that if we all
I think it's like
that,
77 or something.
Yeah, it is 77 point something. Higher in Israel. I think it's almost 80 in Israel, 79 or 81 in Israel. But my point being, they go talk to some old people. I just talked to my grandma at 96, her birthday, and she talks how fast life went. She says at moments it seems like it was a long time ago, but then she's talking. She has her mind too. It's amazing.
Thank you for subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you for the cowboy hat. I appreciate it.
Experiences in her life, and when they reflect back on them, no matter how you do it, it's the kindness of all the stuff. And to me, it's the evidence that's presented before each one of us of how we choose to live our lives, like trying to make good and trying to do better. But you examine what everybody else's past lives were. So if we examine that, like I said, peer reviewed, and I know there's people that have been changed, horrible alcoholics, abusers, bar fighters, that they will attest that the Lord came into their lives and changed their hearts and their lives and changed their actions, their outward actions that are observed. And that's a huge thing about Christianity that many want to deny. And why would we do it? I mean, if we're QAnon and just believing this for the excitement of Donald Trump taking back over, or whatever agenda.
Yeah, just because their preference is that Donald Trump is the Lord Savior, is always going to control everything, is currently president right now. That's all their preferences, okay? The same thing as you have preferences for how the world is going to look, right? And there's no distinction in terms of the process that you use to confirm or disconfirm any of the claims. It's simply a gut feeling in both circumstances.
Well, but
thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Although the preference for the life, like, okay, so you're saying a Christian life that they would prefer to live a holy life just so that their life's better, is what you're saying, and not that they struggle with still.
No, not even because their life is better, just because they just want to believe it, right? It doesn't mean your life is better because of it. It just means that you want to believe it.
So you believe they're doing it of their own will because they want to believe it.
Yeah, just because they want to. Yep.
And the benefits are, I guess, that they have a better life. They don't have a hangover if they quit drinking or if they start doing.
Not even. They just feel internally validated in their own belief.
So they get a sense of security or peace out of it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, generally
validated within their beliefs. So
thank you for the duck. I appreciate it.
That would be my point. So if you dismiss that or take that easily examined thing or life that we can look at and see that millions and millions before us that see the transformation in lives, and especially with people, if I don't even know so do you know anybody personally that has become a Christian and changed their life? There was a horrible, awful abuser or anything like that, or have you ever seen that? Out of curiosity, I know you're. No,
I don't know anyone in my life that was even a horrible, awful abuser.
Okay, yeah, you've had the good life for sure. I think it's because you have Christian.
I just don't really have friends.
Join the club, right? No, but for sure. And some of that, what I'm telling you too, is I think, your parents are Christian. And also I believe that God literally puts his hand of protection on Christian parents who raise their children, love them and stuff like that. And they give them somewhat of a sheltered, blessed life. Not in all circumstances, but in a lot of circumstances that I've seen, because he does say that his word will not return void. So, I mean, obviously there's been people that experience hardship and those kind of things, but I guarantee you, your parents if they're Christian, the other thing about being Christian is just because we want to believe it, we pray for others. That's another thing about Christianity and the true belief in Christ and what your parents should do. Your parents are praying for you. When they say their prayers, they're praying for their son Parker. And that God will reveal himself to you in a way that they can, for protection for you, for mercy for you, for love for you, because they love you. And when we do that ourselves, beyond ourselves. We're not just selfish and seeking it for ourselves to validate ourselves because we want to believe it. God gives us a heart for other people.
You want to believe that about other people. Yeah, I want to believe that other people aren't suffering. I want to believe that other people don't have cancer, but that doesn't change the reality in which they do.
Well, exactly. And we know that too. It's not that we don't want to believe it. We know it's a reality. So within that reality, we are asking for God's mercy, for his grace. And it says the prayers of a righteous man will avail us much. So the only way we're righteous is imputed righteousness from what he did and accepting that. Then we have power, and that's where it actually works, is he gives us that desire to pray for others, because I don't believe most of the time on our own, like you're saying, that we just want to establish that within our heart, our own gut, that we want to do this because we want to believe it. Most of us don't even struggle with that. If you see all the Christians nowadays, I'll go down, flip up a few TikToks, and they're all deconstructing. They're all saying, oh, this is bad, and I didn't believe it, because we all still have internal struggles and internal struggles with belief.
No, Thomas, because they're put in a social media platform and in a place where they're communicating with other people's beliefs. And when they communicate with other people's beliefs, they see how they don't have a basis for their own. The same thing happened with me. The reason why I started questioning it is because I started hearing other perspectives. The more you hear other perspectives, the more you question.
So what was the biggest perspective? So you were, I think I've heard you before, at one time you did pray, and I think, have you felt the Holy Spirit, kind of felt that, like, peace?
I felt like warm feelings, stuff like that. I think I appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you so much. Nothing that I would attribute to a god or something. I appreciate the jellyfish. But yeah, like I used to be Christian. I was Christian for most of my life. I believed genuinely.
So the biggest thing that kind of turned you was what, basically the God argument, or I mean, what was the biggest thing? I just can't
make sense of it. I really, like, I want to believe in something like this. Like, I have a preference towards, like, there being like a heaven, or there being some state in which is better than the current state that we live in today, where all the suffering is gone, or something like that, right? But like, I have no way to rationalize it, like, at all. And I can't believe something genuinely that I can't rationalize.
So I guess that would bring us back to, basically, that's what I was curious about. You know, you said you just don't know if something happens afterwards. But to me, I believe that if it's not the good versus evil, wrong versus right, and that there's a creator who made a way to go back to him, that it would have to go black. Because what are the other options to fit into the narrative of knowledge, or not breaking the rules of contradiction for facts? Like, if like we said, you're saying, where does that come from? It would have to still be from the randomness. I don't know how we would explain anything else rationally that could make sense. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like you said, there could be something, a spirit, but for there to be a spirit that comes out of this fleshly body that we can't examine or see scientifically, what would explain that? Because then there again, it'd have to be some kind of creator, some kind of something that would, and then there would have to be something that's governing that realm. I mean, would you agree?
I think you're just like inferring that without good reason.
Well, what would you infer then? I mean, so I know you say you just don't know, but I believe that's what the Bible says, to study to show thyself approved, that we're supposed to try to figure it out and know. And that God even wrote that on our hearts. So what would you, is that just your answer, is you don't know? I mean, that you don't like the Christian perspective and you believe there's
a contradiction in the Christian perspective, right? That doesn't exist. When it relates to an explanation of the universe, I don't have one that's sufficient, right? I don't think there is an explanation that is sufficient. So clearly speaking, I can still reject explanations without necessarily having like a true explanation. Like, I know that the explanation as to why I exist, right, or I mean why we exist, is not the tooth fairy creating us. I can roll that out on the theoretical virtue of simplicity and stuff like that, right? But I still don't have a sufficient explanation.
So then why, from a Christian perspective, can't I say I don't know? That I believe God's perfect, and I don't know why I can't explain what you're seeing as a contradiction.
Well, then you hold unjustified beliefs. You hold an unjustified belief.
Well, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. I'm not to the extent just like you are. So you're holding on to nothing then, you're saying? You're just floating. So you can say you don't know when you get a tough question asked against you. But if there's something a Christian don't know, then we're discounted. That we can't do what Parker can do and say, I don't know, but I'm going to accept it because that's the best evidence I have presented before me.
If you say you don't know, then you shouldn't hold a belief. I don't hold a belief and I say that I don't know. You're believing something even though you don't know. That's like me saying I don't know, and then I accept that Stewie Griffin created us through a temporal loop.
But you're contradicting yourself because you are holding a belief. You're holding a belief that God can't be perfect the way he set it up. And
That's
I'm
not a
saying,
belief about what explains the universe, right? That's a belief that this doesn't explain things. It's separated.
so your belief doesn't explain anything either. You're saying you don't know. That's my point. You're
Yeah,
coming back
what
with
are you
me.
talking about?
I'm saying you're allowed to say you don't know. You have no clue. You're lost. You don't know how we got here. You don't know what happens after we
I think I
pass
appreciate
on
the
and we
galaxy.
die.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you can say that too. Just don't hold the belief.
So that's what I'm saying. But I'm not allowed, according to you. I mean, or
Yeah, you're not allowed to hold a belief because you're special pleading. Yeah, you don't hold that in any other sense, right? That's going to lead you to absurd beliefs.
So that's. But this is where I'm saying. This is where we dissect that battle. Is that I can say, just like Parker can say, I don't know all the answers. I don't know exactly how God maintained his perfectness through this whole thing he created, but I choose, just like Parker, who really doesn't believe in anything, I believe to leave it in his hands, and with the best evidence that's available to me, that being the Bible, other people's writings, my community, relationships, church, seeing lives change miraculously, that I choose it.
And then you say you believe it, right? So again, that's the distinction. You could say this. You could say the same thing as me, but then you can't conclude. Oh, then I believe this.
Yes, but
I
then
appreciate
you
the
say,
art. Thank you.
but then you would say you don't believe it. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, that goes right back to free will and choice.
Yeah. Me saying I don't believe it isn't the same thing as you saying that you do believe it, because you believing something is making a positive claim. Me saying I don't believe it is just saying that I am not making a claim.
So how does that put your claim to preeminence? I mean, or your belief to preeminence? Because
I'm refraining from judgment. I'm not at an unjustified standpoint. You're at an unjustified standpoint.
To who, though? To myself or to others, you're saying?
To anything. To anyone, even yourself. Yourself, to me, anyone, right? Because you have no evidence for your assertion, right? You would say that other beliefs that just hold a belief without evidence is just, unjustified as well. You think it's unjustified for me to say that Stewie Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop with no evidence, right?
But this is where it is. You say I have no evidence. This is back to what I'm saying. With all the evidence you and I do have, which all
We
this evidence
literally don't. We have evidence that indicates that it's not true because of contradictions. So like I'm giving you too much when I'm literally comparing it to Stewie Griffin, right? Thank you for the golden. I appreciate it, because there's not a contradiction with that explanation. There is a contradiction with your explanation, right? It's not going to exist, Thomas. Like I'm serious. Given these commitments, given these beliefs, given what we've already established, this does not exist.
So there again, you're saying that, but I know you always get sticky on this because you've convinced yourself that you can say it, that it cannot exist. So this
Because
is my
there's a
question.
contradiction.
What if it does exist?
Well, it can't, because there's a contradiction.
Well, I don't. I guess that's where we're always going to end on that point of it. But I've got to run. I got a kid who smashed her finger in the hot tub. But we will talk again.
Make sure to deal with that, Thomas. I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, man. You have a good one.
Peace out.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, make sure to follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you believe in God, make sure to send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you believe in God, y'all. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Let me go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Oh, all right, let me get to the next person. Thank you for the gamer cat. I appreciate it, V. Thank you very much. That poor kid. Yeah, I know. I heard that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you believe in God?
I do, but not. I don't know how to turn my camera on. I know that makes me sound so much older.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Just hit the guest, and then you can click the camera right next to your name, and then click save. Guess in the bottom left, you click the camera button on the right side,
right,
and then there you go. You got it.
All right. So I do, but not in the. I believe it is an entity in the sky, holding puppet master ways, but kind of like stemming from a lot of. First of all, I love how you handle these conversations, very emotionally mature. I don't know how you do it sometimes. And that last guy, and so many others that are on here, because they are so deep in that belief system of really believing it's a person and human energy put behind that makes it very real in our world. But also, I do believe God is whatever everyone's interpretation is of that energy of love throughout history, the way that it combines and echoes. I believe it becomes dangerous when it is in a religion and it starts to believe, I mean, you believe that you know what's going to happen next, you know the future. I think that's a psychosis. And then when everything is possible, then when anything goes against that belief system, you have a psychotic break and you're upset. And so that's where the way that people believe in God is so dangerous. But the fact that is that they do believe in God, and it makes it very real because of that. So God very much exists, and the fact that we're even discussing it proves that it exists. But it depends on what people's interpretation of it is, on whether that's like an entity, which to me,
by exist here, you just mean conceptually, the same way Harry Potter exists conceptually, or that the same way Stewie Griffin exists conceptually, or SpongeBob, or Ash Ketchum.
Right. But I do believe it's people's interpretation of, because like Stewie Griffin, he's kind of like the interpretation of the shitty kid that wants to rebel against their parent that's in all of us. The way that creation, the ability to create, is in all of us. And so it is it's an echo of something that is very real.
Okay, so if you just mean conceptually, you're not necessarily disagreeing with the topic, but I definitely do appreciate you coming on.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everyone. Send a guest request if you disagree. If you want to debate, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Let me go on to the next person, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I do. But I would say more in the same way that, like the same way, the relationship that you have to yourselves, if that makes sense.
What do you mean?
So like in the same way, like you are made up of a bunch of things that kind of act on their own, whether it be, cells, molecules, yada, yada, yada. God would be essentially like the most zoomed out creature that you could possibly imagine.
I don't know what you mean by zoomed out creature.
Like if you were to keep like similar, sorry, I'm kind of doing a bad job. I actually didn't think I would get on, but I appreciate you having me. So essentially, like, I think that...
Are you just saying it's like the universe?
If the universe was actually like a living sentient creature.
Okay, so you do believe that it's sentient, it has consciousness, it created this?
Yes, but by accident, rather than on purpose.
Sure.
Willful intent.
So it has intent, but it didn't use that intent to create the universe. Instead, it just randomly created the universe without intention, on accident. Okay. So if it accidentally created the universe without intention, right, the way that I would not accept this particular explanation is by saying that it requires like unnecessary assumptions to explain the data set, right? We can explain why we exist, say, with a prior state of fundamental particles in which have the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one, or we could say it's accidental with these particles, the same assumption, and then we can shave off the mind, we can shave off the having desires, intentions, things like that, and we can still explain the data set. So essentially, right, one just requires like an unnecessary load of assumptions. Therefore, it's less likely to be true.
Okay. So are you saying that, like, I don't know, to go a little, I guess, metaphysical with it, that there's like the kind of multiple realities thing, and then we are like kind of like a sentient accident, or like the way that like one way of a billion different ways things could have possibly gone?
You can either or, right? Because you were talking about an accident, so what I'm doing is I'm going to take the exact same assumption that you did. Right, but what we would want to do is that we'd probably want to say, okay, well, your God has the necessary properties to bring about this reality, and then the particles also
Correct.
have the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one, because there's an infinite set of desires in which could have been the case comparative to this one. There could have been a desire to create a universe where there are floating pigs, or there's Ben 10, or slime from Nickelodeon, right? But God decided to pick this particular reality over the infinite set of other possible desires.
That would be one way of thinking of it. But I guess what I'm saying is that what like the creature that you would call God in this case would be so big that it would be the whole version of all of that, of all of the possibilities that could possibly happen. And I think that there's like a little bit of evidence if you look around in like things like math, right? So if you look at, like, for example, like pi, right, being an infinite non-repeating number, all possibilities can be found in it, right? Like your phone number could be found in it if you trace it indefinitely, right? And so if you were to like attribute it to letters, like 1 being A, 2 being B, etc., you would eventually find every single word, right? Every sentence, every book, anything that could be like that has been written.
Yeah, that's why I say an infinite set of desires. My fingers could have been on the bottom of my feet.
Right, exactly. But I think that whatever God is created that like set of infinity, because you need like that possibility of limitless things to happen in order for there to be like consciousness and life. Because otherwise, it would kind of be like a big game. It literally would be like a big game of Sims,
I'm confused. Your point is what I'm just trying to show is that you have the same base level assumption for each of them, and then I'm just shaving off the idea that God has a mind, has desires, intentions, things like that, and I'm still explaining the data set. So this explanation, although I think it's not sufficient, is more likely to be true than the explanation that you've provided me.
Okay, so what do you mean? Can you explain that a little further?
Yeah. So let's say that I have 5 assumptions with one explanation and 3 assumptions with the other one. If both of these assumptions explain, or if both of these explanations fully explain the question of why we exist, which one is more likely to be true?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so on the whole topic of existence, what would your explanation be of how the universe was created? Are you kind of like more school of thought of Big Bang?
I don't think there's a sufficient explanation. The Big Bang just explains how the universe functions, like something within the universe, not where the universe comes from.
Got you. So would you say that the question would be for everyone, whether you're like atheist, religious, etc., what came before? Or how did that?
I said a prior state of fundamental particles. You could explain it by using a prior state of fundamental particles, but again, I don't think that's a sufficient explanation.
So like, but what about like the origin of that? Like, because when you say prior, you kind of assume that it has always existed to a degree, right? Because if we're talking,
say that one more time.
In theory, if you say like prior collection of particles when referring to the thing that happened before the Big Bang, right? Like the fundamental question there is when and how did that get there? Was it just always there, or did it?
The Big Bang. So the Big Bang wasn't always there. The Big Bang, there's a beginning to that. The same way there's a beginning to my existence. But what we're saying is that there's not a beginning to this prior state of fundamental particles. The same way there's not a beginning to the God that you believe in.
In what you just said, couldn't you say that whether it be God or something like the Big Bang, that it's a similar belief because you have to believe
within that
something
respect
was there.
So it's the same assumption
you didn't know
there.
how it got there.
John, yeah, it's the same assumption there. Okay,
cool. I think we might have the same point, but be on slightly different sides of it. In your last, with your last person, did you mention or talk about like what do you think happens after you like die?
Yeah, I don't know what happens.
Okay. Because that was like you think there's somewhat of a consciousness or just like black screen.
I don't know what happens after.
Okay. Okay. Next question. I know. Sorry. Have you heard of like Flatland ever?
Flatland? What do you mean by that? Like flat Earth?
It's like no. So it's like a book that it's all a hypothetical situation on what would happen if you came across like a two-dimensional universe.
Haven't heard it. No.
So to summarize it, it's basically like if you came across like a whiteboard of like creatures, right? And like a two-dimensional plane that existed in all directions, right? You would be able to see how these creatures like moved, for example, and they wouldn't be able to understand where you are in relation to them because it's like a 2D versus like a 3D parallel, right?
So you're just saying that you can't understand that. So are you just saying that we can't comprehend like a God? Because if we can't comprehend a God, then you have no basis to believe in it. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's more along the lines of like how
seems like you should refrain from judgment then.
I see what you're saying. But I was kind of in a similar position where I was kind of brought up a little bit religiously and kind of veered off toward later in life, and that was one of the reasons, was because I finally like heard an explanation actually from my math teacher of like how a fourth dimensional creature or like a godlike presence could exist with like terms that made sense, that didn't sound like, you know, they were coming from like a religious script or anything like that. And it basically was saying that like the way that we would see like a two-dimensional world on a TV screen is the same that like the way a four-dimensional creature would look at like a three-dimensional world. And essentially it would give it those same characteristics of quote unquote like omnipotence, or the ability to interfere in a way where we would never be able to detect its presence if it like didn't want us to, essentially.
Yeah, so if we can't detect it, then there's no reason to believe in it.
But it
you
could
see how you run back into
exist.
The agnostic point of you don't know? Yeah, I'm not denying the idea that there's a logical possibility with this argument. What I'm denying with this argument is the fact that it's likely.
Okay. So you're saying like along the lines of you want like what concrete proof for the belief for the belief rather than how could it be true?
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm not denying the possibility with this argument. I'm denying the probability.
Okay. So what you think it's like below a 50% chance?
I don't know what the probability is.
That there would be like a creature of origin that we wouldn't be able to, that we couldn't perceive. You could never like.
This is on a qualitative basis, not a quantitative. Quantitative would imply some sort of like number I could attribute to you, quantity, right? Whereas when we're relating to qualitative, right, we're just going to be talking about more or less likely, right? Like a quality. Thank you. I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
Okay. So. Okay. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, yeah, sure. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about then?
No, I think I got the point across. And
appreciate it, man.
Thank you for talking to me, man.
Have a great day, bro.
Appreciate it.
All right, everyone, if you like the content, follow me if you've already. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you like this type of content, again, I go live literally every single day. We've been on for about 3 hours, so we're going to go on for another 3 hours or so for today. By the way, everyone, if you want to go to my recent video I just posted, you can help comment, watch it through, and like the video. It'll help get it out to some presidential candidates. We do have one person that has responded, and it's very likely that something is going to happen there. So make sure to look out for that in the future. If you have any questions you want to do, make sure to set that up, because I'll let y'all know the date in which we might do that. But yeah, let me go to the next person, everyone. Yeah, it is a W. Honestly, it is a W. Not gonna lie. Let's just say that this person has been on TikTok Live before, right? They have been on TikTok Live before, and they've been on, I think, Hassan's platform before, right? So if you know that someone who's a presidential candidate that's done that, maybe that person is going to be on here pretty soon. We got to set up a date or sometime. I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you believe in a God? Thank you. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you very much. That was fucking hilarious, dude. Honestly, that was so cracked, dude. Honestly, I wish I was them. Let's get the next person. Everyone, tap that screen. Everyone, let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Okay, they're not even here. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, mate? I'm 20, just turned 20.
Thank you for that mustache. Appreciate it. Do you think that God exists?
I do, yeah. I do believe that God does exist. There's too many things that, doesn't, if he doesn't exist, I don't believe it. Do you know what I mean?
Huh?
So for example, take a look at, for example, space. There's too many, detailed things for it not to exist. Now, I'm going to take it you're an atheist. So does that mean you believe in, the two, I've forgotten the word, the two things that, collaborated and then, the entire existence, came together. Is that what you believe in?
I don't know what led to the universe coming to be, right? I believe in the Big Bang as an explanation of how the universe functions in terms of how it expands, but I don't think that that's necessarily the beginning of all existence.
Okay, so if you believe,
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you believe that the Big Bang existed,
the Big Bang is still happening.
Joe, you believe it's still happening then, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So basically, if you believe that it happened, what how because there's it's been created, there has to have been a creator. You know what I mean? So how can you define to me how that's possible? Because in order for something to be there has to be something
to create it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. God exists. God is there, right?
Yeah.
So there has to be something that put God there.
No, because God is something that nobody have possibly created God before.
Can you say the same thing about the universe?
Yes, because the universe can be created, but God can't.
Wait, okay, but you could say that the universe cannot be created, right? Because it's eternal.
Listen, I guess you could say the universe can't be created if God doesn't, if he didn't want it to be created, then he would have never
we don't have to
so.
hold to a God, because God would be unnecessary in this point. If you're saying that, right, everything that exists requires a cause, right? God's going to require a cause, so we rejected that. So now we're at a standpoint of whether or not we just accept a God, right? It seems like this accepting the God would be unnecessary because we could just say the same thing about the universe without accepting that God part.
Yeah, no, yeah, I see the point you're trying to make. I do take that into consideration. Because I actually have thought about this, many times, and it never really clicks. So what I'm trying to say is, for the universe to be created, there is absolutely nothing that can possibly create it without some sort of different form that has never been. It can't be possible. Do you know what I mean? God is the only thing that can have possibly create, the detail to the tiniest, forget about even space. We take a look at the,
look at the detail in God, right? Didn't something have to create the detail within God?
God, well, okay, it kind of depends on the religion, obviously, it kind of all blends into the same thing, I'm not
your
really,
own religious belief.
So for my religion, we can't see God. We don't know how he looks. We don't know anything about him. And I'm sure that's the same, obviously, for different religions. Except it can be a bit mixed up. But obviously, there is definitely something, a bigger life form that has created even the tiniest of details. It comes down to the single atom. Everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so God has lots of detail too. So something had to create God's detail.
Well, that's what I said before. Nothing could have possibly
created God. So you could say the same thing about the universe, right?
I guess you could say that. However, the universe. Listen, it always begins with what created the universe. Because without the universe, we wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? Different planets wouldn't be here. So, if, for example, the universe wasn't created, how let's just say you knew. Sorry. Let me rephrase the question. Actually, if the universe was created, however, there was no such thing as religion, how would you go about explaining your point of view on how everything was created? For example,
you agree. You don't have to have one. I can just say I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. So you personally believe in do you believe that there's a higher life form, or do you believe
I do not currently believe that now. Thank you, Rage Beast. I appreciate the gold mine. Thank you very much.
So you just purely believe in the Big Bang theory and whatever that has become to now. Is that what you believe in? So you don't even believe in, not even a religion, just a God in general.
Thank you. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't believe in a God.
Okay, let me make this a bit easy for you. If you were to, let's say, possibly read into a Quran or a Bible, have you ever done something like that? Have you ever went into
I grew up Christian.
And what made you leave? What made you leave the
I couldn't make sense of the belief.
Have you ever thought about many people that are like you? They grew up Christian, and maybe they even grew up atheist, not believing in a God or any even sort of higher life form. They eventually went to the Quran. Seems to be a lot of the ways people have been converting recently, over a number of years actually. So have you never thought about okay, I'm gonna take some information about other religions such as the Quran, and
I accept crucifixion. The Quran denies Jesus crucified on the cross, therefore I reject the Quran because that's historical fact.
I thought you said that he didn't exist.
That Jesus? I made a claim that Jesus is not God, right? I don't believe in resurrection, but I do believe in crucifixion. I do believe that Jesus was a real person.
So you believe, but in Islam, they also believe that Jesus is a real, he is a real person.
Yeah, they believe that he didn't get crucified on the cross, though.
Yeah, well, because that cannot be, fathomably possible. We say Jesus comes down, as a form of human, and then at the same time he's God. It comes down to the Trinity. Do you know what I mean? So Trinity,
I don't think there's necessarily a contradiction with there being three different parts to a whole, right? But I do think that if it's fully God, fully human, you'd kind of run into an issue, right? In terms of saying that they're not different parts, that they're all fully God. That's not, because then you can't say that there's something that's fully God and then another thing that's fully God, and then say that they're not logically identical to each other.
Sorry, so let me just ask you this: if you are not a Christian, then what makes you believe that Jesus? Because I haven't heard this before from anyone, to be fair. If you don't believe in Christianity or a religion, what makes you believe that Jesus is it was a real person? Because surely, if you believe
historical
Jesus
evidence,
and what historical? I mean, don't get me wrong. I believe Jesus was a real person as well. Do you know what I mean? But I just want you to know. I just want you to explain. What makes you? What evidence do you have that he existed?
Yeah, we have extra biblical evidence outside of the context of just say the Bible that indicates that he exists. Thousands of manuscripts in which indicate that he likely could exist. And a claim about someone's existence is way greater in likelihood than a claim about, say, like a miracle or something like that. Secondly, we have, again, Josephus, Tacitus. We got people outside of the context of the Bible that indicate that Jesus existed as an individual. So, like, yeah.
Okay, so you believe he existed, but you just don't believe. Obviously, then you won't believe what he, what he preached or what he said. You just believe that he was a person.
I don't believe that he was God or divine or something.
Yeah.
But
So
I do
you
believe that he was a
so-
person. I do believe that he was crucified. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so would you ever then, just out of, pure, just so you can, believe, I know in your head right now, you are 100% certain that there is no such thing as a God. There's no such thing as,
well, if there's
so
a contradiction, then yeah, but like outside of the context of there being a
yeah, but
contradiction,
that's what
then
I mean
no.
then. Yeah, but that's what I mean then. So why not, move over towards, learning about Islam and the Quran? Many people have said that there's no.
I do. But like, I mean, we don't see good reason there because Jesus' crucifixion.
But, so it goes down
let
to
alone the theological issues.
Okay, so if you were to read the Quran, I'm not going to say that you are. I can't tell you what to believe. I can't tell you anything. But let's just say that you were to read the Quran, and you saw that it made sense. To the millions of people that have converted, it's made sense. So if it made sense to you, if it changed your mind, would you then convert? Is there, what I'm basically trying to ask is there any chance of you converting?
If it's true, would I convert? Yeah.
So why not go into it then? Try and inform yourself about it.
I do.
But you just don't. So have you read the entirety of the Quran from start to finish?
No, I haven't done that with the Bible either.
So, okay, well, that's what I mean. Why not? What's the worst that can happen? I'm not saying that. I'm not obviously saying that.
I'm not saying I'm not willing to read these books. What I'm saying is that I have reasons outside of the context of just reading the book here that indicates that it likely is false.
So so I'm not going to say that you're okay. Obviously, you might read it, you might not read it. I can't tell you what to do, and that's fair. However, I'm saying that if you read it, not just to convert, if you just read it on good faith, do you know what I mean? Read it on good faith, see if it makes sense to you. At the least it could do is maybe just answer all of the questions that you've had. Would you ever, just decide just to pick up the Quran and
read it? Yeah.
And so that's a thing that could happen in the future, possibly.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not a big reader, but yeah, I can pick it up and read it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, mate. I've had to read it.
I prefer lectures. I prefer listening to scholars, stuff like that.
Exactly.
I'm not a big reader, but yeah.
It's the same with me. I don't like read. If there was an Audible, I'd listen to the whole thing.
An Audible book, there probably is.
Yeah. However, okay, so we'll just go back to the point. So if you read it and there's a chance of you converting. Do you believe that there's a chance of you converting?
If it's true?
If it's true.
Well, I believe there's a contradiction, so.
Okay. Yeah, of course. However, you haven't said that you've read the full Bible. You haven't said that you read the full Quran.
I don't need to. So there's a contradiction. Thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Exactly. Then that's going to lead to religious debates. Which religion is the truth? Obviously, I'm going to come in and say that the Quran is the truth for many reasons. However, obviously you haven't read the Bible fully, and the Quran as well, so that can't really be a conversation, and I accept that. That's completely fine. I'm not greatly educated on it as well. However, there's just enough proof. It's there for me. Do you know what I mean? It's there for me. So,
wait, what proof?
Between the, it always comes down between the Quran and the Islam and the Christians, it's always going to come down to the Trinity. Do you know what I mean?
Where does sperm come from?
It comes from males.
No. Like what organ produces it?
I'm not that smart. I wouldn't have the answer. Oh, sorry. You mean the testicle?
I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Well, the Quran disagrees with you. They think the spurting fluid comes from between the backbone and the rib.
No. Then there must have been definitely a different context to it, because from what I've heard, and from what obviously I must have read it, obviously, but I don't memorize the whole book. I'm not on that stage yet. I've only converted recently. It disagree, and then that comes to a whole different point of respecting women, etc., etc. However, I was going to say that it comes down to the Trinity for me. When I was a Christian, and there was always the Trinity that it caught me. Do you know what I mean? It caught me. How can God be above? And then God,
I don't believe the Trinity, so I don't think that's relevant to me.
Yeah, and I know. I'm just saying, that's there was a point that had some context to this. My memory isn't great, but I was saying that's why I converted. That's why it made sense to me. That's why I went from a Christian to a Muslim. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I was saying to you. If it was your truth, if you believed it firmly when you read the Quran, then why, what would you then convert? It could be in 10 years' time, 20 years' time. It could be an hour before you die. But what do you confirm?
Yeah, what do you convert? If it's proven to be true, yeah. But again, I think there's a contradiction, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, so if you believe that you might convert, then surely that backs up the point that you just, don't believe that about your point enough, right? Because there's nothing on earth.
No, if I'm wrong about there being a contradiction, which I'm not, then yeah, I would believe in it.
Contradiction?
Yeah. So do you believe God is perfect?
I believe God can't make mistakes. I believe it just can't.
Okay, do you think human beings are perfect?
No, absolutely not.
Are human beings created by God?
Yes, of course.
Given a perfect creator, do you expect there to be a perfect creation?
Yeah, there can be a perfect creation. However, God made us to not be perfect. He put us on on this earth, to test our faith for Him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's why I believe in
Okay, so given that we are not perfect or not in a perfect creation, there is not a perfect creator. Because again, a perfect creator entails a perfect creation. There is no perfect creation, therefore I would reject the notion that there is a perfect creator.
Okay, so do you believe that let's just say that you are perfect in creating something. If you purposely make a creation that isn't perfect, does that not make you a perfect creator, even though you've purposely done it?
Yeah, so God prefers sin.
I'm saying, so out of all the creations that God has created,
so God prefers flaws.
No, like I said before,
God prefers no flaws, right? So if God prefers no flaws, well then why would there be a flaw? Why would that be God's intention?
Yeah, I'm not saying that God prefers flaws or not. I'm telling you.
No. If God did pick the flaw, then God would be preferring the flaw. If that's God's intention, is to create us with flaws.
No, because no. So let me rephrase it then. It can make a bit more sense maybe. Okay, let's just say that I'm perfect in creating, let's just say paintings. We'll just say that. If I make a painting not perfect, if I make it bad, then does that mean that I am not a good, even though I've done it on purpose? Let's just say I've done it on purpose for a reason. Let's just say I've done it on purpose. Let's just say,
was the reason perfect?
Yeah, the reason could be perfect. Yes.
So,
For
so the
example,
reason was perfect to create an imperfect painting. How could the reason be perfect to create an imperfect painting?
let me. That's that's what I'm going to explain right now. So God has made us not perfect. We are humans. That's how He's made us, not perfect at all. We can't be perfect. You know, we're always going to make mistakes. We're always going to sin, but that's why we repent and so on and so forth. However, the reasoning is perfect. The reasoning is beautiful. We sin. However, we go back and we repent. We show that we are merciful to God. We show that we are trying our best, and that's all He wants from us. This is the test that He set for us. That's the whole reason why we are here. Even the prophets, that's the message that they've spread to the people in the beginning. You know what I mean? It's just He has set that for us. There's a test that needs to be set, and He's set it for us, purposely knowing that we will, we are going to make mistakes. He wants to see how many times we're going to come back to Him, how truly we believe. The best way to explain it is, if you keep failing at something most of the time, most people they will stop straight away. They are not going to continue with it. That's why He wants to see how strong our belief is for Him.
Is God all-knowing?
Yes, yeah. Okay. I believe. Yeah.
I'll ask you this question. Let's say that I know that my partner cheated on me. Do I need to test them to see if they cheated on me? Is there any reason for me to do that?
Sorry, do you mind repeating? Sorry. Do you mind repeating the question, please?
Yeah, Abdel, I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. If I know that my partner cheated on me, is there any reason in which I would test them to see if they cheated on me?
Well, that would just be a case of someone just not being loyal. Obviously, because you are a human, so is she. Why would she worship you? You are both human. What have you done to her for her to worship you? What reasoning does she have to worship you?
What the fuck, dude? That doesn't even relate to my question.
Okay,
I'm asking, is there a reason for me to test them to see if they're cheating on me?
No, there shouldn't be any reasoning to.
Oh, there would be no reason. Okay, so given that God knows how we're going to respond to the test, what reason would there to be for God to test us?
Because He is not like us. There is a reason for Him to test us and for us to accept His test.
What is the reason? I asked what the reason is. Thank you for the husky. I appreciate it.
Okay, the reason. Okay, well, the reasoning is this: take a look around you. Take a look at life around you. You're breathing every single day you wake up. Every single day you wake up, there's another chance for you to go to go to God, to convert. There is always a reason. The test, he said, that's the reason why you accept the test. Look at the reasons all around you. All you have to do is look at yourself, and that's a reason right there. You're breathing every single day you wake up.
Just because I'm breathing doesn't imply that there's a God. That can be explained through other types of mechanisms. I'm confused how that responds to me. Right? The idea is that it doesn't seem like there's a reason for God to have tested us in this circumstance.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I say that. However, you look at not even fine. Do you know what? Going into human will be a whole different thing. You take a look at different things. You take a look at the science behind space, air, fire, anything. There is such detail and complicity. What else could have created that besides a God? What else, I want.
What
to
else
know
could be created the universe? You mean?
Yeah. So
again, it could have been a prior state of fundamental particles in which has the necessary properties to bring about this reality comparative to another one, or it's in the same sort of way that God has the necessary desires to bring about this reality rather than another one.
Okay, so then what? but what creates what creates all of this? What creates
The
all
particles.
the detail? Okay, and where the particles from?
The particles always existed.
How have they always existed?
In the
then?
same way that God always existed.
Okay, but God, like I said, God isn't a particle.
Thank you for that mustache. Appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not God's a particle. We're just talking about whether or not it can always exist.
Okay, listen. For God has always existed, because God is all knowing. Whatever. We all know the definition of God.
In the same way that God always existed, right? That these particles always existed.
Yeah, but then you can't really compare particles to God.
Why not? In this sense, we're just saying that they have the same property of being eternal.
Yeah, but God is infinite. God cannot be compared to. Or God can create a particle. However,
it's compared to in this sense. It's in the sense in which they are eternal. The same way that I can compare me and you by the virtue of us being men, but that doesn't mean that we're both the exact same. We have distinctions between us, but we're both the same in terms of us being men. So we can be compared within the respect that we are men.
So it comes down to just what you can prove. Because obviously, if you can't prove that God exists, you can compare it to anything. You can compare it to particles. You can compare it to anything.
You want to compare it with that within a particular respect.
Yeah, obviously, I know you're not going to compare. Yeah, okay, I understand that. So you are saying that because God can't be proven, I can then,
You're just gonna have an unjustified belief then. You're right.
Okay, yeah. So your belief is all of this. So do you believe? So let me ask you this then. So do you believe two small particles created all of this? What could have been in those particles to create all of this detail around us?
We just assume that it has the necessary properties to create this reality comparative to another one, in the same sort of way that God has the necessary desires to create this reality rather than another one.
But does it not make so does it not make more sense that a God could create all of this, but two particles? If I had to choose between, if a God has created all of this, I'd rather pick a God knowing what he is than two particles that I'm just gonna they've had whatever was in them. I'd rather obviously pick the God. I think a lot of people would.
A lot of people would just pick the God. If you just prefer God, that doesn't mean anything.
So okay, if there were two options,
I prefer Ben 10. I prefer Pokemon. I prefer Super Mario. I prefer I don't know, SpongeBob.
Okay, but then would you really pick them over?
Yeah.
So you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go live with SpongeBob and Patrick.
But then wouldn't that just mean that you are believing of a higher life form then?
No, SpongeBob is an equal life form to me.
Yeah, but then you would have believed that all of this would have been existed for a reason then.
Dude, I'm literally just saying that belief is no distinct from yours. I don't actually fucking believe in SpongeBob, bro.
Yeah, I know, but then surely then that would have been enough reason for you to believe that something would have created all of us.
I don't think that there's good reason to believe that something created us. I'm saying that given your view, you also think that this is acceptable.
Yeah, but then it's just going to go back to the point where you believe that something created all of us, which means you believe in a higher life form. You don't believe that we just all spawned here.
I don't believe a higher life form created us. I don't think there's a sufficient explanation. What I showed you is that there's an explanation that's more likely to be true than another one, given the theoretical virtue of simplicity, requiring less assumptions to explain the same data set, not just easier to understand, right? That just requires the fundamental particles in which it doesn't have a mind, doesn't have intentions, doesn't have desires, right? They just have properties to bring about reality, same way that God has properties within God's mind to create reality.
So it's So then that just believe. So you just firmly believe that the particles have just create everything around us, create the entirety of space, have created everything. Then
yeah, you could posit that. I don't think that's a sufficient explanation, though.
So then you don't even believe firmly that the two particles have done enough for your own belief.
I don't think it's yeah, I don't believe in that, right? I don't know. But I think that this is more likely to be true than yours in terms of a theoretical comparison.
And why would that be? Particles compared to a god.
The theoretical virtue of simplicity, right? Requiring less assumptions to explain the exact same question or the exact same thing within reality.
But then wouldn't you assume a lot less if you believe that a god has created everything? Why would you believe? Okay, if you're going to ask me, I believe that if two particles have created something, there'll be a lot more questions. You know, okay, for example, how did the two particles get in the first place? I know now you're going to say, okay, well, how
Greedy, we just talked about this. We're the same thing that you say with God.
Exactly. However, I could believe that God was always there, even if I'm not religious. I can.
Yeah, I know. That's the same assumption.
Yeah, I know, but I would believe that a God was there for what He is. I can't just believe two particles were there. The particles.
Why not? What's the distinction between them? Both being eternal. Either of them being eternal.
Okay, a God can be. A God has character. He has. He's knowledgeable. Everything like that. Two particles. You can't really say anything about these two particles. You can't say these two particles were anything compared to a God. If you were to say that,
what do you mean? I said that they both have the necessary properties to bring about this reality comparative to another one. That's the same base assumption.
I know you can say that they are both on the same comparison. You know, okay, yeah, we can say that the particles were there the same way God was there. However, you saying about the simplicity of it all. I believe it's way more simple to believe that there was a God there because of all the characteristics that He is compared to just two particles. You can believe that God was there because of all the characteristics. You can't just say that two particles were there for whatever they are. Just
they have characteristics the same way that God has characteristics. I don't know what you're talking about.
And so, what are the characteristics then?
Dude, I've explained it to you multiple times. I don't know what part did you not hear.
So,
they have the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one, in the same way that God has the necessary properties to bring about this reality comparative to another one. They're also eternal. They're also independent,
and that's what you believe.
Which means that they explain themselves and they explain everything else that is dependent.
And that's what you believe.
Same assumptions. I don't, dude. Greedy. It's like I have to say the same thing over and over again because I literally just explained this to you 3 times now. And I'm gonna explain it to you again. Okay.
No.
I don't believe this, right? But I'm saying that this is more likely to be true than what your belief is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But I'm trying to know what you believe in, though. Like, what do you believe in?
Greedy. I literally have said I don't know 1,000,000 times.
So if you don't know, then why don't you inform yourself on different religions? Then, if you don't know, then why don't you?
Oh my God! Right. Even given the religions, I don't know. Right. I think there are contradictions within many of those religions. But even given that circumstance, I don't know because I don't think there's sufficient explanation.
But then that would just be like any other problem. I thought so it would just be like any other problem then, any other human then. So you don't believe in God, you don't believe in religion. Then why don't you educate yourself on religion then?
Dude. What are you talking about, bro?
If you don't know, and you don't believe in any religion, then why don't you educate yourself on it? If you said that you haven't educated yourself on it, then,
dude, right? I think there are contradictions, and I literally said earlier that I will continue to look into them.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't say that there are contradictions when you've turned told me that you haven't read the Bible or the Quran.
Yeah, completely. I've read parts of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you can see the contradictions, right?
Well, you can't say that there's been contradictions if you haven't read the entirety of.
I don't have to read the entirety of it to know that there's a contradiction.
Obviously, you need to. You can't.
No, you don't. No, you don't. If I say that like this rock has 100 properties, and one of those properties would be that they can or they exist and don't exist at the same time, right? Do you need to know the rest of the properties to know that this is contradictory?
How would you have known that there was 100 properties in there?
I appreciate the husky. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, they're unknown right now, but we know that there's 100 different properties.
Yes, but how would you
answer
have
the
known
damn question, bro? Like I don't know why you're not answering the question.
But that's what why I'm answering the question. You've just asked me, okay, 100 unknown properties, whatever. Okay, that's fine. I'm telling you, you obviously need to read the whole of the context, everything. You need to know the
Thank
whole
you for the hand. I
entire
appreciate
thing.
it. Do I need to know more context other than just the fact that they exist and don't exist at the same time? Do I need to know more than that?
Well, obviously you do.
Clearly you fucking don't, dude. Clearly you don't. You know there's a contradiction because they say that they exist and don't exist simultaneously.
Yes, but then that's
a contradiction blatantly. You don't need to know anything else about it. All you need to know is that you have that contradiction.
It's a contradiction between two religions, not between. Yeah,
between the same belief. Under the same it's an internal contradiction. That means the same belief.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you believe that Muslims they are they believe exactly what Christians believe in terms of
No.
God and okay, so if both religions are different, both religions have different takes on their beliefs for God. What makes you think that without reading the entirety, not even just one religion, both, if you don't know the whole book, surely then if you read the entirety of the book, you'd have a better understanding for the confusion that you're in right now.
Maybe for other things, not for this contradiction.
But yeah, exactly. But what makes you say that?
Because there's a contradiction right in front of us. It's blatant.
Exactly. Okay, it can be blatant right now. However, if you read the book,
the boxing gloves, I appreciate it.
However, if you read the book, what makes you think that?
Oh my god, dude!
You'd change your mind.
I'm not going to change my mind because the contradictions are in front of me.
Okay, listen. Do you mind explaining to me what the contradictions are from start to finish?
Yes. Okay. Didn't we already talk about this? We already had the conversation about the perfect thing.
Yeah,
right?
no, yeah, we did. But
so you already heard the contradiction.
No, yeah, we did have the contradiction. Yes.
Okay, however, so then you already agree that we already went over that, dude. Why do you need to hear it again?
No, okay, I'm gonna need you to explain it again.
Of course you needed me because you want me to explain it a million times. Like I think I've already explained it 3 times in this conversation.
Okay, okay.
I can do it again, but like, bro, like, are you actually engaging with what I'm saying? Are you actually listening?
No, I am.
Okay. Given a perfect creator, we expect there to be a perfect creation.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna let you speak. I'm not gonna say whether or not I agree with it. I'm just gonna let you speak.
Then we can't go through the conversation.
No. I'm waiting for you to finish your.
Yeah. If I ask you a question and you don't respond, we can't go through the argument.
Okay. So given a creation. Okay. I mean, I believe, like I said before, I believe that. In order for, God, so yeah, obviously God is a perfect creator, but because we aren't perfect does not mean that whatever he created, because he did it on purpose.
I asked you a specific question. What was the specific question?
Rotating it on zone.
He left himself, dude. I can't do it, dude. Oh my gosh. We're going to go into the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Let me go into the next person, though, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 25. How old are you?
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I want to say yes. I do know I'm a little bit more on the agnostic side, but I have like a hope that there's a creator and there's a God, you know?
Do you believe in a God that is a personal being, has intentions, desires,
Well,
has a
yeah,
mind?
I'd say so. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. What particular religion do you believe in?
Non-denominational.
Christian?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So do you believe that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Does God have free will?
Ooh, I would hope so. Yeah.
Can God do evil?
Yeah, I suppose.
God never does evil, though, right?
I don't believe so. I wouldn't say he does, no.
No, because God's all good.
Yeah, that would make
Yeah.
sense.
So you can freely never do evil. Is that possible?
Wait, me or God?
Just any entity. Is it possible for them to freely always do the good thing?
No, not freely. I suppose that would be like them forced into a way of living.
So God cannot freely always do the good thing.
Well, God could, couldn't he?
So you can.
Yeah.
So it is possible. Can God actualize any possible world?
Well, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure.
God is all powerful, right?
Yeah.
So God can actualize any possible world.
Actualize, so like create any world he wants?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I suppose. Like he's probably created more than just our world, right?
Yeah, God's all knowing too, right? So God knows how to create any logically possible world.
Yeah, I suppose I would say so. I agree with that.
Okay. So God can create a world in which there are human beings that freely do the good thing in all scenarios, the same way that God freely does the good thing in all scenarios.
Oh yeah, I bet he could. Like there'd just be a bunch of AI people that always
They're not
do
AI
everything,
because
right?
in the same way that God is an AI.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. So they could all still have a conscience just like
Yeah,
God.
and they all still have free will. They just always do the good thing in the same way that God's free will also allows for him to always do the good thing. So like the idea is that God had a choice between a reality in which there are humans that have free will and there is sin, and a reality in which there are humans that have free will and there's no sin. Right? So given that we exist in a world in which there is sin, that would be telling us that since God is all good and God would pick the most preferred world, that God would prefer a reality where there is sin over a reality in which there is not sin, which entails a contradiction because sin is something that God has a preference against. So it would be saying this statement that God prefers the reality in which God has a preference against, which is a contradiction.
Yeah. But what if this is just one step to it though? Like he prefers us to be perfected and not sin, but we need to go into a world where we can sin to learn why we wouldn't want to sin. So this is just one step in the cycle.
So spiritual maturation, right? But the reason why I don't think that spiritual maturation is convincing is because God has knowledge without going through experience. So it's possible for there to be knowledge of these particular things without going through any type of experience. So again, clearly speaking, we can have all of this knowledge without the experience.
Oh, so like we could just be given the knowledge without having to go through it.
The same way it was written in our hearts, right? But it was only written into our hearts to a particular degree. I'm saying that God could have written everything in our hearts.
But wouldn't it make more sense and we'd understand it better if we actually go through it rather than just being told what the answer is?
No, not necessarily, right? Because I mean, God understands it better than us, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of like saying if your parents told you not to like have sex out of marriage, but you wouldn't fully understand why unless you were to go through.
Wait, but God fully understands.
Yeah, just like
so God knows how to make us fully understand without there being an experience.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so he could just give us the knowledge and
in the same way he has the knowledge. Yep.
Well, what if though he only has the knowledge because he lived a life and went through it?
So he had experiential knowledge. What produced the experience for him? Because you would have had to have knowledge to create a reality with that experience.
Oh, true. But then what if though someone were like if he went through this earth life before was a god in essence, then we would have gained that experience through his life, right?
What created the earth life?
Maybe there's a god above our god.
Okay, well then
Right.
what created that God, right? It's going to go on
Well,
infinitely.
oh, you're right. Yeah, there's no beginning and there's no end, I suppose. So it would never. There's not an answer, I guess, for that. I would say, but
Yeah, you
oh,
see it. So you see how it doesn't necessarily answer that, and then it does entail the contradiction. That's
hmm
yeah. This is why I can't rationalize the belief, even though I would want to believe in it. There's also contradictions with like the perfection one I brought up. There are issues that we can bring up in like moral arguments and stuff like that that could
hmm
entail contradictions with our commitments and our values. Like for
yeah.
example, right? Like if we see a P3DO raping a child on the street, if I have the ability to stop it and I don't stop it, right, it would be wrong, right, for me to do
hmm
that. I
Yeah.
should stop that and I should take away the free will of that P3DO,
hmm
right? But God sees all these things happening. God can stop it and God doesn't stop it. So the moral fact is for me in the exact same circumstance for God is to do something differently than what God would do. So it's rules for thee, but not for me.
Okay, so then would it mean though that in God's eyes it's not as bad as it might seem to us if He's allowing it?
I mean, I don't know, right? But like the idea is that under what God considers to be bad or considers to be flaws,
hmm
right, we would still result in a contradiction, right? Because this is God's own internal sense of what's wrong. It's not my preference here when it relates to like the argument that I gave earlier with like God prefers the reality with sin over the reality without sin,
hmm
because sin isn't something I care about, right?
Yeah.
If someone lies about there being a cookie jar in a room, I don't care,
Uh-huh. Okay. So
right? But like God would.
So here's my question then. Do you feel like, whether God exists or not, do you think believing in eternal consequences or believing that there is a God, you would live a more fulfilling life, or would your life be more fulfilled not believing in it?
Probably be more fulfilled not believing in it because I acknowledge now that I would be not living genuinely
Okay,
if
so
that
you
was the
could
case.
be more like your true self if you don't believe in it then, right?
I can be less ignorant, yeah.
Okay, so then what about if we take God out of the picture? Would you prefer to believe in a world where there's an afterlife or not an afterlife?
I would prefer there to be a good afterlife, not just any afterlife. There could be an afterlife where I'm suffering all the time. I wouldn't
hmm
want that afterlife.
Oh,
But I
yeah,
would want an
obviously.
afterlife in which, all my family exists forever. We're all happy all the time. That'd be great.
Okay, so just like an afterlife where there's a
I would
heaven
prefer a
but no
heaven.
hell.
Yeah, I would prefer a heaven. Yeah. Right. I would
Okay.
prefer for there to be a
Yeah.
heaven rather than there being no heaven. Right. But that doesn't mean
hmm
that it corresponds with reality. That's my point.
Okay, but if you were God, then you would have the afterlife just be paradise then.
Oh,
In
like
essence.
the entire reality would just be paradise.
So this earth life would be paradise too?
Yeah.
But don't you think you wouldn't appreciate heaven if you didn't go through an earth life that was kind of painful
What
or
makes us
unfulfilled?
appreciate things? It's a biological,
Experience, right?
biochemical response, right?
Oh, so you just have like make
You can
everyone
always
born
produce
with
that
that?
biochemical response. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, and you think you'd still appreciate it as much if you didn't go through it though?
Yeah, because the only thing that
Okay.
creates tolerance is biochemical response. There aren't tolerance, like for example, CBD. There's not a tolerance that you accrue with that, but with THC, there is a tolerance that you accrue with that. So tolerance isn't necessary.
Okay. But what about the fact that it's like there's happiness that you can get from drugs versus from life experiences? Wouldn't you much rather the life experiences happiness rather than like a drug type of happiness?
Yeah, because the drug happiness can fry my brain's ability to continually have that type of experience,
hmm
right? Whereas if we're relating to a god, right, a god can set my brain up so that I can always have that particular biochemical response without it frying anything with my brain.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess if we were just like perfected beings or something like that,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
like God can set all the parameters of our bodies. We don't determine, right, whether or not we're necessarily happy in circumstances or we're necessarily sad,
hmm
right? Like if someone breaks up with me or something and I loved them, clearly speaking, I'm going to have an emotional response to that that's bad and leads to pain, right?
hmm
And that's not my
Okay.
choice. I would prefer for me not to feel that, right? But I do feel that.
Okay. So then would you agree that would the biggest and most important aspects to this life is the relationships you make with people?
Generally, yeah. That's
Okay.
one of the most important aspects, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think I would get behind that as well. I feel like that makes the most sense. But,
Yeah.
sweet, cool.
Yeah, man. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
Well, I follow you, so I'm sure I'll try to hop on again. But this was fun. Thanks for the discussion.
For sure, man. I appreciate you coming on. Have a good day, bro.
Sweet. You too.
All right, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500K likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I talked to you last night, dude. 34.
Oh, did we talk about this topic or a different one?
No, different one. Economics and shit. But
do you believe in God?
I do. Or I mean, I don't have to call him God. I believe there's a creator. I mean, if you create something, there has to be a creator.
Yeah. Like, so what do you mean by a creator?
I mean, like, there's a creator. Like, you don't have to call him God. I mean, like, there's a bunch of religions. They might have different names, but it's the same person. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, what do you think are the properties of this creator? Here, give me 1 second. I need to grab some real quick. Give me like 15 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, I apologize. So what are the properties of this creator?
I have no idea. I don't have the answers, but, and then, did you see the studies at the Hopkins College?
Are you driving?
Have you done? No, I'm actually barbecuing.
Okay.
Have you done DMT?
Nope.
Do it. You'll believe in God, dude. And there's a study.
So it's a psychedelic drug, right? So just because I have an experience with a psychedelic drug doesn't mean it's accurate, right? There are people that have hallucinations when they go on many other types of psychedelic drugs, and we wouldn't say that those would be accurate or correspond with reality.
And scientists literally cannot prove that God does not exist.
Thank you. I appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, using logic, we can disprove particular notions of God.
But they can't, and you can't create life without life.
Is God alive?
Is God alive? I don't know. I just know there's a creator, dude.
Well, you can't create life without life, so
yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I mean,
God has to be alive. So
yeah, and then
God has biology?
I guess.
So what created God's biology?
Dude, we don't know the answers. I'm just saying, if something gets created, there's a creator.
Okay, wait, simple. So if God is alive, right, and life requires life to create it, well, then what life created God's life?
We don't know the answers, dude. I don't know.
Well, okay, well, it seems like it's unnecessary to say that there's a God then, because you could just say, I don't know when it relates to the natural world.
No, there has to be a creator. And then, like, with all these physics,
not in the way that you're referencing it.
So how do you think we're on Earth?
I don't know. I don't think there's a sufficient explanation, but I can provide to you a better explanation than what you provided. I can also show you contradictions with a belief that would say that there's an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God, or that's perfect.
Tell me why you don't believe in God.
What God, the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God?
Sure.
Contradiction.
What do you mean? Like bad shit happening in the world and shit?
No, there's contradiction. So, like, I mean, it could relate to bad things. We can provide a contradiction through that, but yeah. So, like for example, right? Wait, are you Christian? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe God is perfect?
Yeah.
Okay. Given a perfect creator, would you expect there to be perfect things created?
You would think.
You would expect, right?
Yeah.
Are we perfect beings?
Absolutely not.
Therefore, we expect that we don't have a perfect creator.
I mean, we don't know the answers, dude. Like, I mean,
well, you just said that we did. You already accepted the premise.
No, I mean, like, there's bad shit. Like, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be a test. Like, if you get to heaven or hell, or it could be, we don't know. But you have to know that someone created it. Like we get water to grow plants. We get sun. There's all these physics. And you think that just happened out of just a fucking click? Just some molecules?
Yeah, I think it just happened to be the case. Yeah. The same way that God happened to have these particular desires to bring about this reality rather than a reality with Nickelodeon slime only, or a reality with just marbles, or a reality with just shoes, or a reality where there's Pokemon.
To each their own, man.
But set of things that could have happened.
each their own, man. But thanks for letting me in, dude.
Appreciate it. Have a good day, bro.
Cheers.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Y'all, it should up. Send it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. We've been on for almost 4 hours, so we got another 2 hours and 15 minutes left on the live. Again, if you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tomorrow, y'all, I should be live around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's when I should be live, maybe a little bit after that. I do have class tomorrow, so I got to finish that. But yeah, let me go on to the next person, everyone. We still got a while, everyone. Let me go on to the next one. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all, if you just want to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Well, I'm a Christian, non-denominational, and I've actually experienced it myself.
Okay. So other types of spiritual experiences, say from the angel Gabriel with Prophet Muhammad. Oh, did I miss a gift? What gift did I miss, chat? Sorry, hold up. Oh, Crystal, thank you for the "You're Sweet." I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
By the way, I do want to say that don't be surprised if something happens where it just automatically drop off or something gets, because I'm going to answer all your questions. I'm going to prove you wrong.
I can't quite hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, I said, don't be surprised if we drop off or something like that. It's nothing wrong with my internet or anything like that, but weird things tend to happen when truth gets spoken. Real truth gets spoken. I'm going to prove you wrong. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, prove me wrong.
Okay. First and foremost, a perfect creator does not warrant a perfect creation, because you're missing one point: free will. Okay, free will is, if you know the Bible, free will is a gift from God. It's divinity itself. Okay, there's a reason why he said that we are divine over the earth. We are gods over the earth. So therefore, matter of fact, it's not that creation is not perfect, because nature itself is perfect. If you look out and see all the animals, everything has its own ecosystem. Everything is going according to its plan. You know what's wrong with it? Us. The only beings that has free will. Okay, and so the fact is, if only thing we can do is go according to what it was created by. But if we choose not to do it, right? Don't kill, don't steal, don't sleep around, don't, all these things. It says be perfect, but what do people do? People are not perfect. You're supposed to be perfect, but you don't choose. You are not. People choose not to be perfect, and that's the reason why we're not perfect. So once again, it's not that a perfect creator warrants a perfect creation. So you can't. That's a logical fallacy. You can't do that.
What logical fallacy?
That a perfect creator can create a perfect creation.
No, I'm asking you, what logical fallacy?
You're saying that it's a perfect creator can create a perfect creation.
Yeah, and I'm asking you what fallacy that is.
I'm not going to tell you the names of the fallacy. I'm telling you that is a fallacy. That's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, what logical fallacy? Is it a straw man? Is it like a particular?
That's what I'm saying.
Is it a God of the gaps fallacy? Like, which one is it?
That's what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you. I'm not telling you that. I'm not going to tell you the names of the fallacies. I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah, so you don't even. Yeah, because you don't know what a fallacy is, right? A fallacy is going to be historically bad reasoning, right, in which we see absurd conclusions resulting from.
I said it's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. You can't say that a perfect creation can create a perfect creation.
That's not a logical fallacy. Okay, so what you're misunderstanding is a logical fallacy. Secondly, yes, it's what we would expect, given that, say, a perfect free throw shooter, you would expect to see a perfect amount of free throws made. A perfect test taker, you would expect to see perfect test scores, right? This is literally something that we apply in every other sense of the word perfect, but for some reason we don't apply it in this sense. Somehow you're saying that a perfect creator does not entail a perfect creation, right?
Are you saying...
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. Are you saying that a person who is perfect, a perfect free throw shooter, are you saying that they've never missed?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, if it's a perfect creative, well, first and foremost, The only thing that is perfect is God. Okay, so that's first and foremost. So, secondly, the fact you can't say that a perfect creator can create a perfect He can create a perfect creation, but his whole point was to create free will. What messed it up was free will.
Yeah, so if it's messed up, then it wouldn't come from a perfect creator, because a perfect creator does entail a perfect creation. Because what does it mean to be a perfect creator? It means that you create perfect things. Like, tell me what it means to be a perfect creator. Can you tell me?
Yes, what it means to be a perfect creator is to create perfection.
Dude.
Okay.
Wait. So it is logically entailed that given a perfect creator, there is a perfect creation.
Yes, you're right. But what I'm saying is that a perfect creation does not warrant. Like, you can't say, because a creator can create anything that he wants. He can create a non-perfect creation. He can create a perfect creation. So you can't say perfect creator equals perfect creation. It's all under the same tree. It's a tree.
You just did. You just said.
No, I didn't.
You just said the definition of a perfect creator is that they create perfect things, right? You just said that. You already conceded to that.
Yes, I said that they create perfect things. Yes, I do. Yes, they do.
Yeah. So perfect.
But that's not the only thing that they create. It's a creator. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, a perfect creator. So they're going to create perfect things.
Here's the issue, Parker. Here's the issue. The issue here is that you're trying to apply your human logic, or matter of fact, I'm not going to say it like that. I'm sorry. You're trying to apply this logic. It's a very flawed logic, because you're saying like 1 equals 1, when in fact 1 can equal 0.5 plus 0.5.
That is saying 1 equals 1. Bro, what are you saying, dude?
Okay, what I'm saying is it's all parts of the same whole. You don't have all the variables.
What? How is that even responding to what I'm saying?
I just said that a perfect creator can create a perfect creation, but then they can also create an imperfect creation, right?
So God prefers the imperfect creation over the perfect creation? It's not about
preference. It's a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna say it like this. Okay. First and foremost, in order for you to say and make an argument about a perfect creation, like, you would have to say that God, the whole point of God creating things was for him to create a perfect creation, when in fact that wasn't his intent. It wasn't to create perfect creation. It was create a creation for him. Simple fact. It's that simple. If you were a Christian before, right?
Yeah. So let me respond to this. So
okay, go ahead.
So there is a set of all the things that God can do. And what determines what God does is God's preference or God's desire. That is how God determines what God does. So you can't say it's not relevant what God's preference is, because ultimately speaking, what selects the reality that God picks out of the set of all logically possible realities is God's preference. 2, God intends as a perfect creator to create imperfect things.
Okay. No, he never intended to create imperfect things. As a matter of fact, the only imperfect thing that he created was us. That's the only imperfect thing that he created.
So he failed with respect to his intention, i.e. is not perfect.
No, he didn't fail with his intention. His intention was to create people with choice. Choice is chaotic.
His intention was to create them imperfect. Okay, but like the hold up. The point is
okay. You're taking what I'm saying out of context, which is probably what you did with the Bible. Which is, I can tell you that I clearly
didn't. I didn't take it out of context there. I said exactly what you said.
You did. No, I didn't say.
What did I say?
I didn't say he. Because you said, you're saying that I'm saying he created he meant to create things imperfectly. That's what you're trying to put into me. But I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he meant to create something that was imperfect. That wasn't his His goal was to create something for him. So it wasn't. And then, as a matter of fact, in order to tell you the full story. And by the way, you guys, I'm telling you the Bible. I'm not. This is
can
not.
Can I respond to that point, please? So God failed with respect to his intention there, because if God did not intend for us to be imperfect, and we are imperfect, then God failed, right?
Not true.
You're then saying that God is.
Because and not even get to finish what I was saying.
Do you let me just said there first.
Yes, I'm going to respond to what you just said. First and foremost, God's intention was to create perfection, but it was for the thing to be made perfect through itself. That's what choice was about. We were supposed to choose perfection, but oftentimes we don't choose perfection. There's a way that's perfect for us. That's the whole point of choice. And that's the issue. You're not understanding choice. You're not understanding where choice comes from.
Okay, so the point is that if we are perfect, we will always do the perfect thing. So God freely does the perfect thing, as God has free will, and again, always does the good thing. So in the same sense that God freely always does the perfect thing, right? God can create human beings that have free will that always do the perfect thing. Freely do the perfect thing. So there's no contradiction, there's no issue with that. And if God can create that world, clearly speaking, it would have happened given the fact that God is perfect. Okay? So this is why I reject the notion that this particular God exists, is because given that this God exists, this perfect God exists, we would expect there to be a perfect creation. There isn't a perfect creation, therefore we would say that there's not a perfect creator.
That's not true, because in the beginning he did create us to be perfect, but we are the one who chose to be imperfect.
You didn't hear my response to that. I said that can't happen if we were perfect, as if we are perfect, then we can never divulge or go away from that perfection.
That means there will be no choice.
Same way that, no, it doesn't mean that.
That is what that means.
No. So God has free will, right? Jesus has free will.
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he was tempted by the devil, but never succumbed to that temptation. And he never would.
Because he's God.
And he never would. Okay, because he's
God.
Because he's perfect.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay? So if it's because he's perfect, well then human beings, if they are perfect, will have never then succumbed to the temptation of the devil. They would have never sinned.
But Jesus was God, though. That's what you're.
But God does that.
Listen.
God is that way because God is perfect.
Parker, you're making a lot of straw man arguments. Like,
I'm not straw man shit. Don't gaslight me.
You are, man. You are.
You're gaslighting, right? I didn't straw man shit.
You are taking things out of context.
What did I take out of context?
Okay. What you're taking out of context is the fact that you're trying to compare Jesus to humans as if like he succeeded because he was God, or he was just some perfect being. He even said himself that he is not good in his form.
Well, that's not true, right? You believe that God is all. No, you believe that God is all knowing, all powerful, and all good, right?
God is all powerful, all good, and all knowing. Yes.
Okay, so you do believe that God is good then? You just contradicted yourself.
How?
Because you said God is all good, but God's not good. Please.
I didn't say God is not good. I said Jesus.
Jesus is God under your view. Oh my gosh.
He is God.
Yeah, but so God is not good?
His flesh wasn't good.
Okay, but
Jesus, this is what I'm saying.
You're not making any sense, bro, at all.
Okay, let me put it to you like this. I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Where does consciousness come from? Can you quantify that?
It's derivative of our brains.
It's a derivative of our brains. Explain that. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, there's gonna be many different parts of the brain working in tandem together through the process of the thalamocortical connections, the development of the prefrontal cortex and cerebral cortex that allows for the brain to communicate with each other to produce some type of subjective experience.
So it's the communication of our brain. That's the consciousness. Okay. Can you prove that?
Yeah, we see that within beings in which exhibit these particular characteristics, we see that they exhibit characteristics that we would associate with having these particular sets of experiences. And we see when these particular conditions don't exist, we see that people do not exhibit these particular characteristics. Thank you for the box. I appreciate it. Thank you. Therefore,
Okay.
obviously, we'd entail that, like, likely speaking, they have this particular characteristic.
Do you know what brain plasticity is?
Neuroplasticity, yeah.
Yeah, neuroplasticity. I'm just gonna re-explain it. Neuroplasticity is basically how, like, it explains how basically half of your brain can be cut off, and then basically the brain itself would kind of reroute itself into basically being able to operate in a at least functional way. Like that's basically explains the brain plasticity.
So neuroplasticity relates to like the change in the growth and reorganization of neural networks within the brain.
Well, that's what I explained.
It does not sound like what you just said.
That's exactly what I said. If it is rearranging itself, it basically is a rearranging and reorganizing itself so they can operate in a more functional way.
No, in a way that's different than what it originally was. Sure.
So they can operate in the more functional way.
It's not. It's in a different way. Also, is there a way that you can go to a quieter room?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can go downstairs. I'll bet my kids. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so yes, it operates in a different way, but the whole goal is more so the same than anything. That's neither here nor there. The bottom line of what I'm trying to say is that neuroplasticity, the fact that if you're saying that the precortex or I don't know, I'm not a biologist, so I don't know these things or anything like that. But if you're trying to tell me that if you can cut off half of your brain or parts of your brain, you can still function in a way that's normal, right? If you choose to. There's many different studies on this and all these things. Okay, you cannot tell me that it is a communication. Consciousness comes from a communication between the brain.
Yeah, it does. It literally does, right? You can't take apart the parts of the brain in which there are thalamocortical connections and expect in most circumstances for people to have any type of subjective experience. There have been literally 4 cases that I've seen in which an individual has had a subjective experience without having thalamocortical connections. And that's likely due to like the cerebral cortex and the other types of parts of the brain picking up, right, on where essentially where they left off on like other circumstances in terms of like there not being the connections, the thalamocortical connections. So you're not even acknowledging the fact that this is absolutely relevant. You can't give me a circumstance in which someone has none of these characteristics working in tandem in part of the brain and still has a subjective experience. You can't do that.
Well, my question to you is, where does consciousness come from? Because your answer to that, your answer to that is communication with the brain. But what if I was to tell you that consciousness comes from a spiritual realm, and your brain is just simply making those connections to basically show that side of itself?
Yeah, that's your own perspective and belief. That's irrespective of the evidence that we have.
But do you understand how your connections, right? Because there's actually no scientific proof. There's actually no scientific proof of what you're saying.
It's false, completely false. And
that is not false.
No,
that is not false.
It is clear.
That is literally just an observation.
Humble.
Okay,
and that's a part of science. That's the scientific method. That's observation is a part of the scientific method. Right. I can show you multiple different academic papers in which relate to these particular concepts within neuroscience. Right. This isn't something I'm just pulling out of my ass. Right. This is something that there's actually a good amount of research on.
Okay, are you trying to tell me that you could sever a connection in the brain in the person? You can basically control the person?
We don't have the capacities to currently control a person right now, given those characteristics. But yes, we do know that these different parts of the brain work in tandem to produce a particular type of experience.
Parker, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, if you sever the connection, right? Are you trying to tell me that because that part of the brain is not being communicated to, a person will not be able to access that side of themselves?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, if a particular part of the brain isn't working, people won't be able to access that particular ability attributed by that particular brain, part of their brain. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, like you're just disputing people have neurological issues then.
No, what I'm, man, this is the point that I'm trying to make to you is because the whole point is that, like, you can't answer me. You cannot answer me where consciousness comes from. Only thing you're telling me is that it comes from the connections in the brain. But you like basically if a person was
different academic
unconscious,
papers on it. You can have your feelings, but
where conscious comes from,
facts preside over your feelings, my guy. Like, I
It's
appreciate
not
the
about-
handout. Thank you so much. Yeah, facts
I
preside
promise
over
you,
your
it's not about
feelings.
feelings. I promise you, it's not about feelings. I'm telling you, I'm literally telling you, no one has ever proven where consciousness comes from as a fact.
What are you talking about? No, it's not. We have absolutely most likely evidence to indicate that it comes from these particular processes within our brain. Like, again, I can send you on multiple different academic papers in which indicate this to be true.
Okay. In that case, then we can create technology to transfer our consciousness to another, like a computer per se.
We currently don't have the capacities to do that right now.
Why not?
I don't know.
Okay, do you know how long people have been waiting on this? There's actually a movie. There's actually a movie based off of these things, and movies usually come from
there's a TV show too, dude.
research and long exactly. There's been long research and long wants to do this.
There's Star Wars. Yeah, people want to do Star Wars. Like, what's your point?
Okay,
we don't have the ability to make a lightsaber.
Okay, the point that I'm trying to make is that, okay, even Star Trek, okay, the reason why the warp is possible is because they're able to shape the space around them and then basically move that space within, and basically kind of just move faster than light. The issue here in reality is that in order for us to even move space or anything like that, we would have to be able to control gravity in some way. We can't do that. Okay, but there's been papers and there's been long research on people wanting to do this, but the reason why we can't do that is because we can't control gravity. It's that simple. So in the same light, okay, it's the same way that we can literally see the connections going on in the brain, right? And you're telling me that is what consciousness is, right? But I'm telling you that it would have to take some sort of faith in order for you to believe that it is these connections. Like, as a matter of fact, you can explain a lot of things away.
What do you mean
the
by
bottom
faith?
line is, faith is basically you having to go off of a risk or going off of a belief system with no proof.
No, we have proof.
The
We have proof. What are you talking about? I believe there's proof.
You only have an observation. You don't have proof that says that is consciousness.
Wait, observation is a part of the scientific method. What are you talking about?
Okay, you first observe, then you form a hypothesis, then you form a theory, and then you test it, and then it becomes
the theory
fact.
is after it's proven.
Oh, God.
And when it's proven, it becomes a fact. So something can be a fact and a theory simultaneously.
Well, that's what I just said. No, it actually can't. There can't be a fact and a theory at the same time.
Yes, it can. By definition, that's what it is.
The scientific method goes like this. You first observe, then you form a hypothesis. Once you form your hypothesis, you form a theory so that you can test it.
No. Hypothesis is a logically possible explanation. When it relates to like a theory, right? It's going to be a logically possible explanation that is proven to be the case. Proven to be true. You can do a quick Google search. It's like the first thing you find on the internet. It's like wild that I even have to debate this in the modern era, dude. Unbelievable. Yeah, so are you there, bro? Did he just leave chat? I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he tried to leave or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, sorry. I just looked up the scientific method, and I can tell you that I was 100% right. You can literally just. Okay.
Okay. All right. So read to me the definition of a scientific theory.
Okay. Method, Parker, not the scientific theory. You made the point of a scientific.
No.
You made the point that it can be a theory and a fact.
No, yes.
I was refuting what you were saying.
Yeah, and you responded. You said no, it cannot be. Right? That was the whole point of that claim. I then said, look up a scientific theory. You literally, I'm pretty sure he's literally the one who brought it up. Chat, wasn't he literally the one who brought it up? Talking about when a theory came about?
I was talking about a scientific method.
And you brought up a theory within the scientific method, right?
Yes.
So I asked you to define what a theory is. Okay? And you didn't define to me what a theory is.
Let me define to you what a theory is.
All right. Everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Everyone at Shilp, send it out to more people. Everyone follow me if you haven't already. Again, I go live literally every single day, y'all, for like 6 hours. So again, follow me if you do like the content, y'all. Yeah, we'll give it a second, everyone. Make sure it's scientific theory. Yes, very clear. Scientific theory. Actually, wait, no. Should I just read it right now? I'm just like, I don't want to wait. Should I just read it, chat?
Actually, I have one right here. A theory never becomes fact.
A scientific theory. Look up science. I'm just gonna read it, dude. This guy's so annoying. Okay, a scientific theory. If you literally just look it up on the internet, first thing that comes up. Okay, a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment, i.e., proven. Right. So this is unfucking believable, bro.
Sir,
like literally the first thing that comes up.
Sir, you literally read that and got the wrong thing out of it because you're not understanding. It says it's a substantial.
Well substantiated is referencing proven. That's what it means. That's literally what well substantiated means.
Sir, it's an explanation about facts. It's not a fact.
Well substantiated implies that it's
about
proven.
Facts.
Humble.
It's an explanation, sir.
Can you define fact?
Things that's been proven to be true.
Yeah, so it's going to relate to proof. So if it's relating to something that's well substantiated, that means a fact because it's proven.
It's explaining the truth. It's explaining the reason for the truth. It's explaining what's going on with the truth, but it's not the fact. The theory itself is not the fact. It's explaining about the fact.
I have a question. Is gravity a fact?
Gravity is a fact.
Well, it's also a fucking theory, buddy.
No, there is a theory about gravity, but the gravity itself is a fact, sir.
Yeah, it's a theory and a fact. You just answered it yourself. Thank you very much, Humble. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. W's in the chat for Humble, everyone.
Parker, listen. Let's get to the real deal here. Okay, let's get to the real deal here. Okay, you used to be Christian. What happened?
I couldn't make sense of the belief.
Okay, if you used to be a Christian and you couldn't make sense of the belief, okay, I can tell you that most likely it's because you didn't go deep enough.
Sure.
But here's the thing. Even if I was to prove you wrong or do anything like that, would you change if it was so? If it was not the truth? I don't believe so. Because you seem fixed on this theory to explain things because you need to quantify everything. And just like consciousness, not everything can be logically explained.
Okay, so you agree that your belief cannot be logically explained?
My belief is the basis of logic.
No, can your belief be logically explained?
Logic cannot explain the creator. No, it can't.
Oh, well,
because the creator is the creation. The creator created logic.
Humble, I agree with you, bro. I agree. Logic cannot explain your view. I agree.
God. Well, here's the thing.
Dude, that's a concession to me.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, sir. You can prove to yourself that God exists, because that's what you're saying. Prove to me that God exists. Okay? I'm saying I can prove to you that God exists if we pray, and he will show you himself.
I have prayed before, and God has never shown itself to me. I've asked.
And what context have you asked? And what context have you asked?
Praying.
That's the question.
Praying.
No, it's not about praying, sir. There is a way of doing things. Okay, Parker. And I promised I wasn't going to mention the Bible, but he used to be a Christian, and now I'm going to get on your faith. Okay. The issue here is that there's a way unto man that seems right, but the end thereof is death. Okay. Now, what that means is that you went a certain way, and I can guarantee you that he's been trying to reach you in certain ways, but you wouldn't change. So this is the reason why he probably led you into this form that you're in right now, this mental mindset that you're in right now. Like, as a matter of fact, I can even tell you that Luke 9:23-26 literally says that if you do not follow him, it's not enough to just proclaim him or just say, oh, Jesus loves you, or just, oh, this. You have to follow him. If you don't follow him, then therefore you are not going to be experiencing what the Christian faith is all about.
Wait, so let me clarify.
That's
God
what
is
the Bible
deceiving me?
says.
God is deceiving me because God is pushing me to do these types of lives, and which apparently are false. So God is deceiving me?
Who's deceiving you?
God.
How is God deceiving you?
You said God was pushing me into doing this. You agree that this is wrong under your view. Therefore, God is deceiving me because God pushed me into deception.
No, he didn't push you into deception. He let you go.
Okay, so God didn't push me to do anything there.
Yes, no, he didn't push you to do anything. He let you go.
This is what never makes sense to me, given Christians' views, because they'll always attribute everything that happens in their life that's good to be about God. Oh, God helped me with this. God pushed me to do this. But then whenever it relates to all the bad things, God never pushed that. God never is attributed with that. God is never around with that. Think of the campfire picture. That's all you.
Because he didn't.
Right? So it's all you whenever it's the bad, but it's not all you when it's the good.
No, it's not about it being all me God can't be bad. that's the issue. Like, as a matter of fact, if he promised you something, okay, there's a lot of promises in the Bible. There's a lot of promises that you can have in the Bible. You can have an easy life. You can have all of these things, but there's a sacrifice. There's always a sacrifice that needs to be made. You can either sacrifice or you can obey. If you don't obey, then hey, good luck sacrificing. But it's always better to be obedient than to sacrifice.
Oh, okay.
See, that's
okay.
what you see. This is what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, so if someone kidnaps me and like 15 other people, right, and then wants us to obey them, right, would it make sense for me to sacrifice my life to save everyone else there?
If that's what you chose to do, this is all about choice.
No, but would it be justified for me to do that?
There is nothing that's justified. It's not about being justified. You will never be justified. There is nothing that is justified.
Oh, okay.
You
I'll ask you
will
this
never
question.
be justified.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question.
Go ahead. Let's do this.
Yeah, stopping a P3DO from raping a child, is that justified?
No.
What?
It's not.
Okay, next question. Stopping a genocide from occurring, is that justified?
No.
Okay, right. This is wild. Right.
It's not.
Putting a serial unaliver in prison, is that justified?
No. There is nothing that's justified, Parker. Not killing yourself, talking someone off a building, that doesn't make you justified. Doesn't make you a good person.
That's
it's not
wild.
about being a good person.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's actually wild, dude. Dude, what do you think justification means?
Justification means that it gives you merit points, or it gives you some type of like the best way I can explain it is basically it makes you a good person. Like it puts you.
So it doesn't make you a good person to stop a P3DO from raping a child? That doesn't make you a good person?
No, it doesn't.
Dude, what?
It's a good deed. Listen. It's a good, and this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You
so
didn't
wait,
get
if it's a good deed, it's justified. If it's a good deed, it's really justified.
The deed is justified, but you are not. Do you get it?
Wait, you are justified for engaging in the deed. Oh my God.
No, you're not.
Dude, no, you're the one misunderstanding this. I can't
listen to me. Listen to me.
No,
What if?
Yo, your mic is so loud, bro.
My bad.
Yeah, because it's like extraordinary.
No, I'm getting excited because I love this conversation.
Yeah, I know, but like, bro, it is wild, bro. I promise.
Let me ask you. No. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you just a quick question, okay? A rapist for.
You have to say R word or essay. R word or essay. TikTok TOS.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So an R word guy, okay? Been on the run for 30 years, okay? And decided to change his life around. And then basically there's he goes on for 3 years to save people from being the R word and stuff like that. Is he justified?
He's justified for stopping the other people doing it, but he's not justified for the actions that he engaged in.
That's a contradictory statement. That's an oxymoron.
That's not. No. I'm talking about the actions that. No, it's not, because they're talking about two separate actions. You're talking about one, an action stopping a P3DO from raping a child, and then the other one is perpetrating that action. Right?
So you're saying
that action. Wait, stop talking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Stopping that action from happening is absolutely justified. Perpetrating that action is not justified.
Okay, so you're saying justification is a spectrum.
What?
Are you saying justification is a spectrum? Like you can be justified one day and then not be justified another day?
No, not for the exact same act. These are completely different actions. One action is completely different from the other. Therefore, it's not an oxymoron because you're not referencing in the same sense of the terms.
So therefore, you're saying the same thing I'm saying. I said the deed is justified. You are not.
Yes, you engaging in the deed is justified, right? You yourself are not justified for other types of actions just because you're justified with that action.
Okay. If you were to be a pope for all your life, and then one day you make a decision to R-word a little boy, is that pope justified?
No, they're not justified for engaging in that action. What?
Okay, here's what I'm trying to. Here's the thing I'm trying to tell you, sir. People are not justified because we are inherently bad. Like
okay,
people are literally.
You're using the term justification differently than I am. Let me just ask the question differently, right? Do you think it is good to stop a P3DO from getting raped by a child.
Yes, it
or
is
no,
good.
not getting raped. Graping. Sorry.
No, I do not think it's good.
You do not think it's good to stop that?
No, I think it's good to stop that. I do think it is good to stop that. The deed is good, yes.
Oh, okay. Clearly, right? That's what I was asking.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, are you justified? It's not about the deed. The deed is.
I don't even know what you mean by that.
Okay, here's what I mean. Okay, let's say that you stopped it for 30 years, but you're only one person. It could happen all over the world. There's millions and millions of hunger babies dying every day just from hunger and suffering and all these things. And you go over to Africa and you save
and your God permits
one child.
that.
No, my God doesn't permit that.
Yeah, your God lets it happen.
We let it happen.
No, your God lets it happen.
No, we let it happen.
I don't have the ability. Wait, humble.
Parker,
I don't have the ability to stop that. God can.
You do.
God
Within yourself.
God can speak it out of existence. I can't do that. If I could speak it out of existence, I would hold myself accountable for not stopping that.
Okay, Parker, you're missing the point. I think you're not understanding the scale of what God is talking about. God is talking to 7 billion people on the earth. He's talking to this message. Okay, whatever. This message that I'm telling you right now is for every 8 billion per person on this planet. He's asking this same question. Will you stop? Will you not do the things? Will you just honor what I'm telling you to do in the first place? Be perfect. Why can't you be perfect? If you were to be
good
perfect,
reason. Humble. I will do the right thing in every single circumstance if I was given good reason. Every single time. Every single time.
Give me good reason. That's one of the things you're trying to blame God for. That's why.
Dude, what are you talking about, right? I'm talking about, hold up. What I'm talking about is the fact that there literally is children that are dying of cancer. There's children that are dying of natural disaster. There are children that are dying of many types of illnesses in which are genetic, not determined by human beings interacting with each other, right? That is independent of free will. Okay.
There's actually a new study. There's actually a new study that's being. There's actually a new study about cancer not being genetic. Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
Some cancer is not genetic. Other cancers are genetic.
Okay. So therefore, who is to say that cancer is not in their genes or not genetic because of all of the bad that's in the world? All of the bad choices that I'm sorry, not the bad in the world. I'm sorry. All the bad choices that people make.
I'm confused what you're asking, right?
Okay. What I'm saying is that who is to say that the bad things that are in the world are not happening because of the bad choices that people make?
Many things that happen bad in the world are because of choices that people make. I'm saying this happening, right, is not because of a choice that someone made. This is because of genetics, okay? Genetics are true independent of what we want to happen, or independent of our wills.
How far do you can you see genetics? Do you know everything about genetics?
I don't know every single little thing about genetics.
Okay. So therefore, you cannot talk to me in authority telling me that genetics is the reason why you're using faith. Because you don't know everything about genetics. You don't know why it's there, or if there's another variable that's causing that to happen. Okay, you have evidence that it's there in the genetics, but you don't know why it's there.
This is fucking wild, right? This is like saying because someone doesn't know how to do fucking differential equations within fucking mathematics, that for some reason they're not going to be able to do 1 + 1. Right?
No,
that's fucking ridiculous.
I'm saying you're not going to know why 1 + 1 = 2. That's what I'm saying. You don't know why.
What do you mean? I do know.
1 + 1 =
I do.
You don't.
I literally do.
No,
yes,
you literally just observe it and you just can say.
That means that I know, dude. That means that I know, dude. What are you talking about?
Okay. I said. Okay, listen. I didn't say you don't know that 1 + 1 = 2. I said you don't know why. 1 + 1
I do know why. I do know why.
Why does 1 + 1 = 2? What in reality says that 1 + 1 has to equal 2?
The reality we live in, we observe to be the case, okay?
Exactly. We observed it.
Yes, and that is reality. We observe reality, objective reality, okay? It is the case that there are two independent chopsticks here. This and this equals this. That's all it's saying. It's all logic.
That is an observable phenomenon, sir.
It's observable and it's a logical proof.
Okay, that doesn't tell me why that's true.
It does. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like when? Okay.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Hold up. Stop. When I show you this chopstick, right? Do you now know that this exists?
Yes, I do.
You know. Okay. What do you fucking mean? You just observed it. So you know based upon observation. Unbelievable.
I know that it exists, but I don't know why it exists. Just same thing of how the Big Bang.
Wait. Let me ask. What do you mean by you don't know why it exists?
Okay, this is what I'm saying. I can see that it exists, but I don't know why it exists.
What do you mean by that?
Why does it exist? Why does it exist? For what reason are those particles in that way that you were able to hold your hand up? As a matter of fact, why are your hands not slipping through? According to, we are like what? The atoms are like, what, 99% empty space? Why are we able to just not, how are we not able to just slip through?
Because we observe that physical things cannot go through each other within this capacity. That is what we observe.
We observed it. We observed it. But you don't know. You know that it's there, but you don't know why it's there. That's what I'm telling you.
No. If we do know why. We know why because we have the explanation as to why this does not go through this.
What's the explanation?
Physical things cannot go through other physical things.
Okay. Why?
That is what we observe.
Okay. Why can't physical things go through physical things? Why?
We observe that.
So the reason why physical things cannot go through physical things is because we as people observed it?
Yes. We observe that in every circumstance.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, your logic is going in circles. Your logic goes in circles. You actually don't know why, and I'm gonna get you out of the hot seat right now. I'm gonna get you out of the
humble.
You don't have to defend yourself.
Humble. I just explained it to you. I literally just.
You did it. That doesn't make sense. You're telling me that 1 + 1 = 2 because 2 + 1 because 1 + 1 = 2. Like that doesn't make sense. If you're saying,
I'm not saying because 1 + 1 = 2. I'm saying it's because we observe this phenomenon to be true. Right, and then the 1 and the 2, the numbers that we apply to that are a reference, are concepts that we apply on top of what we observe in reality.
So you're trying to tell me
to explain what we observe.
So are you trying to tell me that because we observed it as humans, right? Like let's say if there was a dog or something like that, right? Would 1 + 1 = 2 for that dog as well?
No, 1 + 1 = 2 is going to be true independent of our stances. We observed that, we discovered that, but we did not determine it to be true.
Okay. So a dog cannot pass through a wall, and a dog knows that. That's why a dog is not going to try to go through a wall instinctively.
Some do. Thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Some do because of the confusion. There's confusion of them thinking that they can go through the wall, but once they learn through pain, they now know that they're not able to go through a wall. The question is, why can't they? Why? Is it because we observed it, or is it just simply because?
Yeah,
tell me.
We know why one doesn't go through the other because of observation, because we observe that within reality. That is why.
I'm not talking, by the way, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about walls, people. I'm talking about a phenomenon here that this
Humble,
guy
tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said, Humble.
No. I'm sorry. I was reading the comments. I'm sorry.
So you weren't listening.
Can you repeat what you're saying? I was listening this whole time. Stop. Just repeat what you're saying.
Okay. So we know that is why it is the way it is because we observe that to be the case. The same way that we know that vaccines work because we observe it to be the case.
Do you know why quantum mechanics exists?
What do you mean why?
Do you know why quantum mechanics, why it was invented, why that science was invented? Do you know why?
To explain the world.
Exactly. Do you know what it was trying to explain?
the world. Think of the healthcare.
Okay, it is explaining the questions that I'm asking you right now. Okay, why can't we just teleport over here if we observe that within like an electron can basically just quantum tunnel into like another area, right? Why can't we just simultaneously, or just not simultaneously? Why can't we just teleport? Why is that not possible? Why is it that we cannot go through a wall and not and like kind of just phase? Why don't we have superpowers, and why don't we have all these things?
So how we justify one explanation over the other is by saying this explanation would predict this to happen in reality. Do we see that to happen in reality? And if we do see it to be happen in reality, it can be credence towards the idea that this particular explanation is correct. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That's what knowledge is relating to.
But do you realize? Okay, but do you realize that science, okay, if you ever do a history on science, the reason why science was created was just to basically explain the things that are already here, that we are observing. So the bottom line is, if we are trying to do science so we can figure out why these things exist, like gravity, why can we just fall to the ground? Because of gravity. We now have a theory of gravity, okay, explaining what exactly it is, how it works, all these things. Okay, and it goes into why 1 + 1 = 2. Some people are trying to say 1 + 1 = 5, but that's obviously not true. But here's the thing. Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. The same questions that I'm asking you about consciousness, why we can't phase through
you said theory of gravity, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and you also said earlier in the conversation that gravity is a fact, right? So gravity is both a theory and a fact.
No, gravity is not a theory and a fact. There's a theory about gravity. You're not listening, Parker. You're not listening, Parker. There is a theory about gravity, but gravity itself is a fact. It's an observable phenomenon. It's a fact. It's happening right now. We're trying to explain why that is happening. That's the theory of gravity.
So gravity.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Stop.
Gravity.
Stop it.
Gravity is both a theory and a fact. That's what you just fucking told me. That's literally what you just told me. Okay?
No, I didn't. I said there's the explanation itself is the theory. But the phenomenon that we are trying to explain is the fact. Do you not understand?
It is a fact that the explanation is true. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. So you think that it's not a fact that the theory of gravity
is true?
Yes.
No, I don't. I think that gravity is real, but the theory of gravity and how it works and all of these, that's what theory is.
What the fuck do you mean then? Because
that's literally, if you go to Google,
No. There's nothing about gravity outside of the context of the explanation. Gravity is inherently an explanation. Okay, you can apply gravity to reality, but in itself, it's inherently an explanation. Okay, so you can't shoot. This is just, I can't do it, bro. And also, dude, like the background noise on this guy's mic is unbelievable, chat. It sounds so quiet right now.
I've been muted. Anyway, all right, cool. I'm sorry. Let me control myself.
What did I just say, Humble?
You said that the theory of gravity is both fact and theory. That's what you said.
And what did I? No, that's not what I said. I said gravity in of itself is inherently an explanation. Bro, it's like this guy never listens.
Parker, you're actually wrong though. Like, if you ever talk to any scientist about gravity or anything like that, they are going to tell you that gravity is
Let's ask a physicist. Blitz.
I'm telling you right now.
You know what Blitz would say? Blitz would say evolution is both a fact and a theory, right? That's what actual physicists are gonna say, right?
Okay, I'm not talking about evolution. I'm talking about
biologists.
I'm talking about gravity.
Yeah,
gravity is an observable phenomenon.
Yeah, he would say it's a fact and a theory. Yeah, he would say that gravity is a fact and a theory.
I'm not talking about what he would say. I'm talking about.
He's a physicist. You said if we look at physicists, right? And I'm giving you a physicist.
Okay, like I said, you're taking what I'm saying out of context. There's a reason why I said that. The reason why I'm saying ask a physicist is because they will tell you that gravity is an observable phenomenon.
And it's a fact, and it's a theory.
By the way, evolution is not. But yeah, go ahead.
Evolution is.
Moving on. So gravity is not. But
it literally
gravity
is. You're literally lying.
Evolution is not an observable phenomenon. You can't observe evolution.
We literally have. We've observed speciation amongst finches, amongst fruit flies. We've observed adaptations. We've observed mutations. I have a mutation. What?
Is a fruit fly a fruit fly?
Yes.
Okay, it don't matter what different species of fruit flies there are. The bottom line is, if a fruit fly goes and mates with another fruit fly, they will produce other variations of fruit flies.
Yeah, different species. That's speciation. That is evolution.
Okay. If you're talking about evolution in that way, that's called adaptation. That's not called evolution.
Adaptation is a part of evolution.
No, they made it a part of evolution, but adaptation is adaptation.
I mean, I picture the script.
That's the only sort of evolution that exists. But any other type of evolution where we go from microbes into fish and then go into like that, there is no such thing as that. We've never observed that.
Mutations. Mutations though. That's just over a long period of time. If you agree with microevolution, you agree with macroevolution.
If humans mate with a fish, can you create a variation of? Can you that is, and by the way, evolution is like I get that there are different trees of different species and stuff like that. What I don't agree with is that there is a microbe of human where it basically evolved over a long time and basically changed into like a swimming creature, and then basically got out and turned into like a monkey type animal, and then changed into like a human being that we are today. I don't believe
thinks evolution
that's not what evolution is.
Dude. Yeah, that's clearly not what evolution is. Sorry, I have to do that because I literally can't think. Right? You think evolution is like fucking Pokemon, bro. You think Chimchar is gonna fucking evolve into Monferno when he hits level 15, and when he hits level 36, bro turns into Infernape. Right? That's what you think is going to happen in reality. That's not how evolution works, bro. You just have a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution. Like, bro, we don't live in Pokemon. You're not Ash Ketchum, bro.
Einstein once said that if you can't explain things so that a kid can explain it or can get the explanation, then you do not understand the subject enough. So you explain to me evolution in the most simplest way that you can. Because clearly I don't get it. Like, tell me. You tell me.
Evolution is going to refer to adaptations, mutations, right, and natural selection, right? Natural selection, right, is guided by the adaptations and the mutations. So different changes over time through adaptations and mutations then cause speciation, changes in species, in which we see so many different changes, in which we have different produced species over time. That's the whole idea of evolution. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. We observe that to be the case. It's clear within the fossil record. There's very clear evidence that evolution is a fact of reality, okay? This is not just something someone whipped out of their ass that just decided to fucking think about one day. This is something that we have evidence that is proven to be the case.
Okay, Parker. Do you know what I'm debating right now? Do you know what I'm talking about? Because if you're talking about adaptation and mutations and all of these things, then you're not understanding what I'm trying to debate. Because I'm not disagreeing with you about adaptation. Okay, you call it evolution. I call it adaptation. Because that's what it's been called. And then some schmuck came along and called it evolution. But the bottom line is, if you're trying to tell me that that is what evolution is, then I totally agree with you. But that's not what I'm arguing right now.
Let's go. W's. All right, you agree. You believe in evolution. W's. W's in the chat, everyone.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is how can we go from microbes to where we are right now?
Macroevolution.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just the micro with time, right? So
okay, there we go.
Adaptations are mutations in response to the environment. Okay, so again, those particular changes over time add up, and that's what causes this. It's just time.
Okay.
It's really microevolution plus time. That's it.
We have never, ever observed macroevolution. Ever.
Macroevolution is simply micro plus time.
Okay. What I'm saying
is... you believe in microevolution and you believe in time, you believe in macroevolution.
No, that's not true.
No, you literally
that's not true. That's not true. I just believe in microevolution because it's just
do you believe in time? Do you believe in time?
Yes, I do.
Then you believe in macro because macro is simply a makeup of microevolution plus time.
Do you realize that's a theory? Do you realize that's a theory?
Do you realize that you believe? Do you realize that
here's the kicker for you? Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I don't. I believe in the observable phenomenon.
You believe in the theory,
Parker. I don't. I believe in microevolution.
Yeah, I'm just hearing coping because that's macroevolution because micro is just macro. Macro is just micro plus time, bro. Like that's what it is, right?
That's what your teacher has told you. But what I'm saying is that
no, that's what the facts are, bro.
That's not what the facts are, my guy. You've never witnessed time converting microevolutions into a macroevolution as you're seeing today. You've never witnessed that. We as a human species as a humankind has never witnessed that.
What do you consider macro? What do you consider speciation macroevolution?
A monkey turning into a human being. That's what I consider macroevolution.
Monkeys didn't turn into human beings. Monkeys are like essentially our common they have the same common ancestor as we do, right? They're essentially our cousins. Okay, so you're like, oh, why do my cousins exist if I exist?
Can I ask you this? What's the point of adaptation?
The responses to environment to increase the likelihood of survival.
There we go. Okay, so therefore there would have to be a outside stimulation that would cause or activate that side of adaptation.
Environment.
Okay.
So it's mutations. Cool. It's mutations in response to environment, right? And it's selected that way, right? Based upon what's likely to survive.
Can you tell me a macroevolution today? An example of a macroevolution today and how they are related.
Yeah, so speciation. I've already given you examples of speciation, whether it be fruit flies, we can relate to finches, we can relate to many different types.
That's macro, sir. That's macro.
That is macro.
Not macro.
Speciation is macro.
No.
Well, then what do you consider macro then?
A monkey turning into, or a microbe turning into a human being.
We haven't observed that.
A swimming being, a whale. Matter of fact, I'll say it like this: a whale type creature turning into a land animal, or a land animal turning into a whale type creature.
Oh, wait, we actually have fossil records of that. So we have fossil records. Yeah, we do. We do.
No,
we do.
It's been proven wrong.
No, humble.
It's been proven wrong.
It has not. It has not. If you look can I please explain?
Okay.
Okay, so we literally do. I can send you a source that we literally have every single one from the land animal all the way to a whale, because a whale was originally a land animal. That's why it has legs. Okay.
Where? Those are not legs, sir. Those are pelvic bones to help with. No, they're not legs. They are pelvic bones to help with pregnancy. To help
I'll really show you, dude. I'll show you.
No, I already seen it. I've already seen it, sir. Those are bones so that the muscles can attach to something, so that it can open itself up more easily and allow for the baby to come out. That's what that is. Those are not legs. It's been proven wrong.
What are you talking about, bro? Like literally,
that has been proven wrong. Those are not legs. Those are not leg bones.
What are you talking about? How do you determine that? Because again, from what I've seen in terms of I can send you the particular source, right? This isn't humble. This isn't me classifying it as that. These are vegetation I don't know how to say the word. They're limbs, right? They absolutely are limbs.
Sir, I'm telling you right now that it's been proven wrong. You can literally look this up. This is research that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, okay, so can you send me that research? Because I have research I can send you, particularly right now, that shows you that these are particular limbs, right? Yeah, like, bro. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Is it vestigial? Like, I'm like so bad at pronouncing things sometimes. Matt, do you have that one link of the whale thing again? I'm pretty sure Matt's in here, and Matt is in here. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you like this type of content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day for 6+ hours, everyone. We've been on for almost 5 hours. I'm going to stay on for a while today, everyone. I'm having a good day today, of course. Matt's sending it to me right now. Yeah, that's just too much work, in the brain. It's too much work. Matt, if you want to come up and you want to explain this, you can do that as well, man. If you want to come up, Matt, you can. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. You already know the deal. I appreciate everyone so much. Let me see if Matt sent the request. He did. We'll let Matt explain. What's up, Matt?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, bro.
Good to hear. Well, if you can hear me, okay, he's looking for it. I already found it. I mean, it's so predictable. I already found it about the leg boat. Okay, humble, mute yourself, bro. You have so much background noise. I cannot hear myself. So you have to mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, I will tell you when I'm done talking, and then I will mute myself. But like, I literally can't help myself, or I can't think. So you are referring to research done at the Natural History Museum in LA, which examined how the vestigial hind legs of whales impacted whether or not it helps improve the muscle function relating to pregnancy. Vestigial does not mean useless. Okay, vestigial means that it had a prior function that has now become mostly useless, but not completely useless. For example, our appendix is a vestigial organ, but it still has a function to it. It's just that the function with which it evolved has now no longer does what it was supposed to do. So now it has a lesser function. That's what a vestigial organ or a vestigial limb is, right? Okay. Whales have vestigial hind legs. Why do they have this? Because they are ancestors of land-dwelling creatures. We have fossil records that trace the lineage. Combine that with the fact that we now know that as with most vestigial type of organs and limbs, they are not completely useless. They are repurposed into helping the organism survive. In this case, the hind legs have been repurposed into helping with pregnancy, but that's not what they were originally functioned to do. The actual function was legs, but they have been repurposed. Now I'm done talking.
Okay. So let me see. What's your... Okay, rocking. So, librarian. That's what I'm calling you. So, librarian. Do you realize that is a faith statement?
No, it is not a faith statement.
I thought you said you were going to put yourself in mute, sir. Okay. I'm trying to talk, and you said you were going to, Okay, thank you. So, here's the thing. You told me that that this is it was a vestigial I don't know what word you use, but basically it evolved into a new purpose. Okay, and that's the theory behind these bones in the hind section of the whale. But what if I was to tell you that basically the whole point of those pelvic bones area it was just for pregnancy? And you cannot say that it was for to help with pregnancy, because there will be no other way for it to have a baby without those bones. How can a leg bone transfer or evolve into a pelvic bone? See, this is the thing that I'm talking about. It's like you guys literally are putting your faith into something that just like Christians do, just like every other religions do, except you're just putting it into the idea or the theories that you guys come up with, this logic, right? But the bottom line is, like, you're telling me that it's evolved into legs, but you cannot prove it. You have never witnessed it. You've never seen it happen.
Okay, I'm gonna respond now. Hold on, I'm gonna respond now because you made about.
Okay, I'm gonna keep. I'm
They genetically sequence them. They determine the relationship between the fossils, and then they compare the anatomy and the changes that happen with that anatomy over time. That's how we can determine why certain animals, for example, gray apes and humans, have similar anatomy, because we compare the anatomy. So what I'm doing here, or not me, this is what biologists and evolutionary biologists do. They compare the anatomy between the fossils with that of modern whales. They see what changes there were across geologic time based on the fossils, add in the genetic evidence showing a clear progression in the genetic chain, and then that's your evidence of the progression from the first land animal, that's the common ancestor of the whale, which is called Indohinus, that's its name. That progressed into another fossil based on genetic and comparative anatomy evidence into a Pakicetus, which then went on to another type of animal called a Ambulocetus. And you get the point, right?
Can I respond? I just want to respond.
Sure.
Okay, sir, I understand what you're saying about the comparative anatomy. I get it. I understand. But do you understand that all that takes is just simple comparison? Literally, you can compare anything to anything. You can compare a worm to human beings, right?
And
like
we do. And we do.
Saying, okay,
and we do.
So,
and we find out that worms are genetically related to human beings because we all share a common ancestor. That's one of the main evidence of macroevolution. It's that all living creatures, every single one, from the tiniest microbe to modern humans to elephants, share the same genetic line. Every single thing that exists on this earth, whether plant, animal, fungi, shares the exact same genetic line. We share it most commonly with the great apes. 99.5% of our DNA is exactly the same with bonobos and chimps. As you go down the evolutionary line, that genetic similarity decreases.
I understand. Library, I'm going to explain this to you, and I want you to mute yourself. I can guarantee you're probably going to go off on this. But I'm going to make this statement. So, here's the thing that I love about God, right? God is he's very wise in his creations and stuff like that, right? So the whole point of creation is just so that we can multiply and inhabit the earth, right? So what I'm saying is, if you look at every species, right? Every species is able to co-create with each other and then create another type of baby, and is able to create the same thing. That's how a Black Panther was created, right? So what I'm saying is that, can you tell me that since we are related with worms, you can put one of our sperms inside of a worm and they will create a baby or something like that? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, that's a straw man. I never said that.
I'm not arguing against it.
No, you are literally claiming something that I never said. I never said anything about sexual reproduction.
I'm asking you a question. I didn't claim anything. I asked you a question.
Yes, you just made a claim that I said that I'm saying that a worm could sexually reproduce with a human. And I
didn't say that. I asked you a question.
No, that is biologically impossible.
Okay, thank you.
Worms have different reproduction than humans do.
Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is that if you're trying to tell me, the whole point that I'm trying to make here is that you can literally compare anything to anything, but the bottom line is, it still is going to take a little bit of faith in there in order for you to even believe that. You have to make that jump to say, oh, is this quite possible? And then in order to say this is possible, you would literally have to make a leap of faith in order to even say that.
No.
You don't have.
What is faith?
Okay, faith is literally the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. It is.
Don't give me the quote from Hebrews.
Sir, I'm going to explain this to you. Can you be quiet?
No, I'm not.
I'm going to explain this to you. Can you be quiet?
No, I'm not going to be quiet because you gave me a biblical quote. That is a Christian interpretation of faith. I want the common English language definition of faith. Don't give me.
I'm going to explain it to you, sir. Can you be quiet? There's a reason why I brought up this scripture. I'm not bringing it up just because, sir. I'm simultaneously proving the Bible to be right, and then also I'm gonna prove you wrong. That's what I'm doing, sir.
You're doing no such thing.
Just to let you know, this is the reason why. Because I already knew you were gonna get all routed up, so that's why I told you to go on mute.
I'm routed up because
this.
you cite. I'm not even talking about the Bible right now. I asked you a very simple question: what is faith? And
what is faith? And I'm trying to answer your question.
You quote Hebrews.
I'm trying to answer your question, but you keep getting routed up, sir. If you let me answer your question, I'll be able to answer it.
Don't give me a paragraph. Just tell me in a sentence what faith is.
I'm telling you what it is. That's what I'm telling you.
Bible quote. Don't give me a Bible quote. Give me the.
I'm giving you a Bible quote, and I'm going to explain what that Bible quote means.
I don't want explanation of Hebrews.
Then that means that you don't want. Did you ask me what it means? Can I give you my answer? Yes or no?
I asked you what is.
Can I give you my answer? Yes or no, library?
No, you're giving me a theological explanation. I want the common English definition.
Library. I'm trying to give you an explanation of what that means because I know you don't know what that means. So it's like that's my definition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the thing.
But you don't know that. But I'm trying to explain to you what it is. Like it's so perfect. It explains
of Hebrews. You're giving me your interpretation of it.
No, I'm going to explain to you from that. Instead of arguing with me about, I don't want to hear the Bible. Why can't you just listen to what I'm saying and just see what I'm saying?
Because you don't know what I'm saying. Multiple paragraphs when all you have to tell me what faith is. Is it trust? Is it belief?
I'm trying to tell you.
Is it belief without evidence? Instead, you're going to give me a theological paragraph based on your interpretation of Hebrews.
No, I was going to give you a simple definition off of that.
Fine. But I swear, if you go down a rabbit hole of like a freaking long paragraph of the book of Hebrews, I'm going to interrupt.
Thank you. All right. So, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. What that means is that it is trust with the work of trust. Meaning, you can't say I trust something or I love. Like it's basically kind of like. Love, if I was to use this. You can't say that you it's not trust. It is the work of trust itself. You can't it's the thing that you do to prove that you trust someone. That's what faith is.
Okay, I have not put any of that kind of faith into science. Zero what you said is so exactly what I knew you were going to say. No, that
and they did the work of faith to prove what evolution was about. So what I'm saying is they had a whole, they invented things like comparative anatomy and evolution for adaptation and macro evolution and all these things. But the bottom line is, it's like there is no proof of these things. You have fossils of these things, but you don't know what these fossils really are. You can tell me what they are.
No, okay,
you don't.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say. So I want you to mute yourself. So I'm going to, and then I'm going to exit. I'm going to let Parker take back his live from me. So here's what I'm going to say. We do know these things. You are claiming that we do not know anything about these fossils. We have hundreds of years.
Okay.
We have hundreds of years of thousands of scientists that have spent their life examining this stuff. Most of these scientists who discovered evolution, most of the scientists who crafted gravity and everything, they were themselves Christians. They were themselves believers in God. Newton believed in God. Einstein had a pantheistic idea of God. Darwin started out as a Christian. They did not go in with a faith to try to disprove anything. They let the evidence guide them, and that's how they crafted their theories. These scientists that I am mentioning that have spent their lives examining the evolution of whales, for example, have let the evidence guide them. If there was any evidence that whales were not descended from a land animal, they would put it in because they have no they have no commitment to it. There's nothing committing them to the belief, right? If evolution was disproved tomorrow, I would cease to believe it. Why? Because I do not have a commitment to evolution. I accept it because all of the evidence points in one direction, and therefore I am compelled by my reason to accept it. But like with most things in my life, I am willing to change my opinion if the evidence changes along with it. And so far, over 200 years or so, we have not seen any change, which is why my opinion has not changed. And so you give me definitive proof that evolution is false, publish it in a peer-reviewed journal, become the next Charles Darwin, then yes, I will cease to accept evolution. Thank you, Parker. I'm going to leave. Bye, everybody.
Appreciate it, Matt. Matt. Appreciate it, man. All right, Humble. Thank you for the hint.
Okay, so yeah, so you said you're going to end?
Oh no, I got time. I'm going to be on for a while.
All right, cool. All right, so just to refute what he was saying, just about the simple fact of like how if evolution was to be disproven, the fact is evolution can't be disproven because it is a theory, or in other words, a faith. It's a belief system. Okay, you would literally have to
disproven.
No, it's just like I said. The definition of a theory is an explanation of the fact. It's an interpretation. Let me say it like this. It's an interpretation of the fact. That's what a theory is. So what I'm saying is, there are facts. There are actual.
Humble, let me explain. So there are facts that happen within reality. There are descriptive things like a ball drops, okay? And then there are explanations as to why these things drop, okay?
That's a theory.
So if you believe that gravity applies to the thing that drops, you're saying the theory applies to it. Okay, the theory is a fact because it is proven to be true, right? Along with the idea that happening in reality is also proven to be true. That does happen in reality.
Okay, so, and by the way, you guys, I'm going to go, every time he speaks, I'm going to go on mute, so, because I know it's kind of loud where I'm at. So, the bottom line of what I'm saying is that gravity itself, the phenomenon, is a fact, rather. It is not a theory. The explanation of the theory or of the phenomenon is a theory. So what I'm saying is, here's the thing about gravity, right? I'm willing to update my knowledge on what gravity really is because I don't believe we have all the variables on what gravity really is. I don't even believe we have the variable of what quantifies actual gravity, right? because it's like what's the just like we know the Higgs Higgs boson, the all of these quarks and all of these things, right? Where does gravity actually come from? Like, where is it? So as of right now, I'm willing to believe in this theory of gravity, but nonetheless, it is still a theory. I don't know if it's a fact. I do know that this phenomenon is a fact. I know that if I was to jump off the building, right, I would crack my head open and I would be or I would be really badly hurt. I know that for a fact. So the bottom line is
because the theory is a fact.
No, no.
You know that particular explanation is going to undergo because you know
that's not a theory, though. That's not a theory. That's a fact.
That is a theory.
No, the reason why that would happen is a theory, but the fact that it would happen is a fact.
No, the reason why it would happen.
I'm sorry you don't understand this. This is
both of them are facts, right?
No,
they're both facts.
No. The interpretation of the phenomenon is a theory. That's what
the explanation is, a theory and a fact, right?
You know why people say show me the facts?
And what also happens in reality is also a fact. Okay?
You want to know why people say show me the facts, right? Because it's like after a while, people get sick and tired, just like with Christianity, right? People are getting sick and tired of these pastors telling them what Christianity is and all this stuff. All these things are theories, right? But the Bible, if you actually go to the Bible, that's an actual fact. Right? So evolution is actually a theory. You can literally look this up. But
I'm not disputing the idea that evolution is a theory. What I'm saying is it's a theory and a fact. You're talking past me. I don't care to talk about this anymore. It's just we're literally not engaging with the point.
A theory can't. I'm telling you, Parker, it can't be a fact. It can't be. It's not possible for a theory to be a fact because it's an explanation of the facts. It's about the facts, but it's not a fact in itself.
Thank you for the jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Just because something is about
just humble, you're restating the claim. I don't care to hear you restate the claim again.
Oh, okay. So you're just basically just saying you just believe that a theory is a fact in a theory. Yes. That's what you just believe.
By
okay, cool.
definition.
All right, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a belief. I thought you were arguing. My bad. I thought you were having an argument or a point.
I am arguing it, right? But you're not.
You're not. You just believe it. You just believe it.
I believe it and I'm arguing it. What?
How are you arguing it if you're telling me not to restate what I'm saying? Like I'm making my argument.
You're not making an argument. All you're doing is restating the original claim.
Are you saying that what I'm saying is wrong?
Yes.
So, okay.
I've already given you a response. You're not responding to me, right? You're just saying the same thing. Okay, I don't know what to say, but yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. I don't know why he just paused, but if you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all.
My bad. A theory. If you literally look this up, it says a well-substantiated explanation, right?
We already went over this. Well-substantiated relates to proven. That's what proven means. That's oh my god, bro. We already went over that literal definition too, already within this conversation. I don't know what bro's talking about. It's like going over the same thing 1 million times. But yeah, everyone, tap that screen. We're gonna accept someone here after this. Yo, Jace, I appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you so much. We still got a while left on the live. I've been on for 5 hours and 20 minutes, but I'm probably gonna go on for until 7 hours.
I'm back. Okay, so I just looked up the definition of substantiated, and that just simply means that the facts are is usually supported by facts. That's what it means. Doesn't mean that it's a fact.
Well substantiated says a good enough or hits a threshold of evidence, which is saying that it's proven. That's what proven means. Proven means it's gonna fit your threshold of evidence. That's what proven is.
To be substantiated means to be supported by facts. That's what it means to be substantiated.
Yeah, to be supported by evidence or facts, yeah.
Okay, so if something's supported by evidence or fact, doesn't mean that it makes it a fact. A fact has to be observed.
Not necessarily. right? Like I don't have to observe a bachelor to know that they're going to be unmarried. That's just by definition.
But we know these things by observation. That's why, as a matter of fact, it's in the definition itself. That's why we call it a bachelor, because we observed this is what a bachelor is. Like that's
yeah. But what I'm arguing is
it was already a fact.
Yeah, I agree that it's a fact, right? Because it relates to the definition of the term. I'm just saying that I don't have to go through the experience to be able to have that knowledge.
Refute what I'm saying, Parker. A fact has to be observed.
In that scenario, I didn't have to observe it.
But it was already observed. That's why it's a definition.
So you're just saying that all facts relate to experience. You're just making an empiricist argument.
No, I'm making an argument.
Empiricism.
You can call it whatever you want. All I'm saying is just a simple facts. A fact has to be observed. This is a definite. Matter of fact, we can even look.
Yeah, because you're just relating to experience or sense experience. So, yeah. You're just saying that knowledge only comes from experiential knowledge. But yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. Do you want to engage in a point that's relevant though?
Definition of fact. Yes, in a minute. Definition of fact is a thing that is known or proven to be true.
Yeah.
Meaning it has to be observed.
Know and prove doesn't mean it has to be observed, because when we're talking about knowledge, there's going to be a distinction within that's going to relate to like an empiricist and a rationalist. Right. Cool. So you're just going to relate to that distinction, right? Because
cool. So
the whole debate.
No, it's cool. We can move on. So here's the thing. The fact is that you don't know where consciousness comes from, even though you have this faith of where consciousness comes from. You explain things. Like if God was to provide a miracle for you right now, right? I can tell you right now that there's a matter of fact, you know what?
Humble, I've already gone over that point. I don't have faith in that, right? Like you're just lying when you say that. Like I've already gone over that point.
That is faith, though, sir.
It's literally not faith. It's not faith because it's not belief without evidence. I clearly have evidence to believe in this.
Well, faith is based off of evidence. Who says faith is not based off of evidence?
That's literally the definition of the term.
That's not the definition
is belief
of faith,
without
sir.
Evidence. That's what faith
That's
is.
That's not the definition of faith, sir.
Yeah, the evidence of what's not seen. I don't even know what that means. The substance of things hoped for. That would entail that I am saved because I hope for there to be a heaven or for there to be a God. That doesn't mean I believe it.
Okay. The substance of things hoped for is the thing that you do in order for you to prove that you believe this thing. That's what faith is.
No, substance of things hoped for is just going to relate to, thank you, I appreciate the hand art, thank you so much, things in which you would hope to be the case. Think of the hand art.
I get it, but it's the substance itself. It's not the thing hoped for. We already know the things that are hoped for, but it's the substance of the thing that's hoped for. What's the substance of the things that's hoped for? There is no other substance other than the work that you do.
I don't know how that could only be a substance. What do you mean? Because couldn't the substance be just like the belief?
No. But the belief is the thing that's hoped for.
The belief that you have. Okay. Well, sure, right. So, I don't understand what that definition would mean then. Right? You're just saying that you have works in accordance with a belief or something, or between a hope.
And let me say it like this:
because you have hope or something like that. That's an extremely vague definition.
Well, that's what faith is. The faith. Let me say it like this: if you believe that if you kill yourself, you will go to heaven, right? The faith is you actually killing yourself.
You have to say self-unalive. Okay.
Okay. So you said.
It's TikTok TOS.
What word can I use?
You have to say self-unalive because of TikTok TOS.
Okay. So self and alive.
Unalive. Yeah.
Oh, self unalive. Okay. So if you were to produce self unalive, because of a belief in that you being unalive would mean that you go to heaven. The faith isn't in the fact that you would do it. That's the faith. The faith is you actually doing it. That's what faith is.
Me actually like doing actions that would lead towards me going to heaven or something.
Yes. That's
okay.
your actions based off of that.
That then begs the question, right? Because that would be in of itself what you were doing. I think I appreciate the hand heart. So that actually doesn't really provide anything, because if you're doing,
go ahead.
Yeah, because if you could be doing something and you have hope that this is the particular case, couldn't that then be something that is leading you towards doing that, going towards heaven? That's substance.
If you are doing the thing based off of that hope, that's the only time it will become faith.
Okay, so by that definition, I'm saved. I think I appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
How?
Well, because I do things in accordance with hopes that I have.
But here's the thing, though, and here's the thing that most Christians miss, okay? Because it's not just about faith; it's also in truth as well. See, in Psalms, it also says that we overcame by the blood of the Lamb, right? And the word of our testimony. The word of your testimony is the faith. That's the testimony.
But the faith is just relating to the hope, so I'm saved.
No, because if you don't
saved, then I don't need to believe.
Sir, if you don't believe in the blood of Jesus, then you are not saved. That's what I'm trying to say.
So the definition is something different than substance of things hoped for.
No, faith is faith, sir. But you can have faith in anything.
Substance of things, yeah, you can hope for anything.
Yeah, you can hope for anything. But what I'm saying is, if you are not believing in the right thing, then how can you be saved? Because the only time you can be saved.
Wait, where does it say I have to believe? You just said it's just relating to the substance of things hoped for. So it's not necessarily relating to the belief, it's relating to the hope.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
I'm sorry, and there's a common misconception about the Bible. Whenever the Bible uses certain words like belief, okay, it's talking about in the full purity. It's not talking about going haphazardly into it or anything like that. If the Bible says believe it, he's talking about having faith, actually doing it. Stop, don't be a punk. Okay, if you're going to say
faith
you
just
believe
relates
in it,
to having the hope.
It's the works of the hope. That's what faith is. It's not about having hope. You can have hope all day, but you don't have works.
I do things in accordance with having this hope. That's the works, right?
Based off of what, though?
Because I have hope.
No, it's about spirit and truth. Faith is the spirit, sir. What about the truth? What's the truth?
Faith relates to the hope. So if I have hope, I'm saved, bro. I don't have to believe. I'm saved.
Parker, right? What are you saying? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Humble, we're going to be in heaven together, bro. How do you feel?
I feel good. The only reason why I'm talking to you is because I want you to go to heaven with me. But I don't want you going to heaven. I don't want you going to heaven thinking, and I don't want you going to the judgment seat, right? Thinking you're going to be going to heaven. Thinking you're going to be doing the right things.
Okay, well then why do you hold this view?
Huh?
Then why do you hold this view?
Because there's a way, Parker. There's a way to do things. You're not doing it right. You used to be a Christian, sir, but you didn't Christian right. If you read Luke 9:23-26, okay, it says if you want to follow me, if you want to believe on me, or if you want to, and this is Jesus talking, okay, and I'm going to get on Jesus in a minute. I'm telling you, it goes really deep, but. The point that I'm trying to make is that Jesus even said, because he's literally the only way that you'll be able to even get into heaven in the first place. Because the whole thing about this is that because Adam ate the tree, we literally are not worthy anymore unless we go the way that we're supposed to be going. And it used to be hard until Jesus came.
Yeah, so I'm really confused, right? Again, it sounds like I'd be Christian under this view because I hope. Because in order to hope, I don't need to believe. I hope Jesus Christ died on the cross and resurrected for my sins to save me and send me to heaven.
Then you would do certain things based off of that hope.
Yeah,
like believe in him.
Yeah, I have conversations, things like that, right? This is it.
How about this? Endure. How about that? Endure all of the shortcomings. All of the pain and suffering that caused you to even believe it. All of the confusion, all of the things. Just have faith anyway. Stop thinking so much.
Faith just relates to the hope. I already do.
How?
Because I have hope.
How do you have hope if you're saying that God doesn't exist?
Well,
how? How is that to work? Explain.
Because I want there to be good life after I die, in which would entail, right, me and my family get to live together, and I'm happy. Like, I would love
Based off of what, though?
What
you see, everything. What do you mean? What I mean? I'm telling you a Bible argument. This argument is literally in the Bible, Parker. I'm telling you something that is in the Bible. The Bible. I'm telling you this. The Bible says, based off of what are you having faith on? Are you just having faith and hope that you go to heaven just off of a whim? Is that what it is?
What do you mean off of whim?
Off of a whim. You're literally saying, I have hope. You think that's enough? That's not faith.
Wait, you said faith that relates to substance.
Substance.
For
the evidence.
Yeah. Evidence.
It's the substance and the evidence of things not seen. It's the evidence itself.
What is it? What does it mean to be evidence of things not seen? Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it.
You know what the evidence of the things that are not seen is?
No. Can you clarify that?
Okay. How do you know that there are? Do you believe that there are demons?
No.
Okay. Do you know the evidence of the fact that there are demons?
Well, I'm asking how you're using the terms like evidence of things not seen. Like, how are you using the term?
Because if you're not able to observe, just because you're not able to observe the evidence, right? Because evidence is just simply observed. We find evidence. We discover evidence.
So
we don't
observe the things that you cannot see.
No, it's you're observing the faith, and you. It's about you believing on something and then showing evidence towards that. That's what faith is.
But it's just showing evidence toward. What? Say that one more time.
Okay, I'm saying, and I don't know. I don't know why you're not getting this, because this is very simply put. Okay. All that faith is the proof of your trust. That's what faith is. Prove that you trust it. That's the faith. Don't just say you trust this thing. Prove it.
So we have to prove that we trust God, but God doesn't have to prove that he exists?
He already has.
How?
Look. I'm sorry. I just got excited.
Where? Literally where? Where's this proof?
Jesus. Being God. That is proof.
It clearly
That is proof.
You know
it is proof.
You know what would have been proof? If again he literally wrote down on a little book, right? That literally floated off the ground. It glows, right? It never degrades. Always stays the same. Can't be erased, right? I would know perfectly that that's God, right? I would be proven that God exists.
Okay. How about this? What if he did write a book and it was the most reputed book ever in the human history, yet at the same time it is the #1 selling book by far?
Then how come it's gone through multiple different translations? How come it literally, we don't have the original text or the manuscripts? How come all of these different factors apply that you literally should have been able to take into account if God just wrote it down himself?
Well, first and foremost, okay, if you're going to be talking about Christians, okay, rather than Christianity itself, this is a conversation that is not edifying. The fact is that Christians do a lot of bad things and then they end up suffering for it, okay? Look at the Roman Catholic Church. They did all the bad things in the world and all this stuff, right? And now they're just on the back seat and they've been overthrown and there's a whole bunch of things that happen into the Roman Catholic Church that is not even, it's crazy. Okay, look at what the slavery, how slavery happened, right? White people were using the Bible to convince the black people to try to serve them and all that stuff, right? But then the Civil War happened, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and we just call these things a coincidence. Oh, Abraham Lincoln. It's like, why did these things happen? What thing do you have faith on? Do you have faith on your logic that is limited? You don't have all the variables. Or do you have faith on the fact that your very proof is the consciousness? It's like, how are you able to even conversate with me and even have your arguments if you were just atoms? Like, what is the whole purpose of even feeling this way? Like, why are we like there's no point. Like, if it's just Jello, you know? like as if it's just a bunch of things. It's weird. You know?
Yeah, so like, purpose is applied by a mind. If there isn't a mind, then you can't apply necessarily there being a purpose. So
okay,
all you're saying with
from?
that statement is that there's not intrinsic purpose or purpose that is determined independent of our stances, which is also true under your belief, right? You don't think that if God didn't exist, that there would be truth about morality, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you think that God determines the truth of morality.
Yes.
It's stance dependent, right? That's subjective.
How? It's not.
It's subjective.
Faith.
What? No, subjective.
Based off of evidence.
Subjective is relating to a stance-dependent truth about morality. That's moral subjectivism, right? Thank you. I appreciate the hand hearts in most senses. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Okay, so that's what subjective morality is relating to. You believe that morality is stance-dependent, right? Therefore, clearly speaking, you believe in subjective morality. Think I appreciate
no, it's simply faith, because the bottom line is just like how you're able to take a leap of faith into how well pelvic bone and the vestigial organ, it was also a leg as well. I can also take the jump into saying the only reason why a asteroid hasn't destroyed the Earth.
You saying that it's faith? That doesn't tell me whether or not you believe in subjective morality, right? So do you believe in subjective morality, stance-dependent truth about morality?
You mean objective morality? Is that what you're talking about?
What do you mean
I don't believe in subjective morality. I believe in objective morality.
Yeah, what do you mean by objective?
What I mean is it is literally stance independent. It doesn't. As a matter of fact, I'll even say it like this: it doesn't require God being real. Doesn't require us to believe in Him.
No. Okay, no. So no, you were talking about morality. Okay, so if morality is stance independently true, whether or not God exists, that has no effect on whether or not morality is true, because God's stances would be there or being there or not being there doesn't affect the stance independent truth about morality. Thank you for the hand up. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you to all of them. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So you believe it's stance dependent.
It is stance independent. No, it's stance independent.
So
it's literally stance independent.
If God doesn't exist, there's still a fact about morality.
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, that is an oxymoron. You can't say that, because the bottom line is morality only exists because there's a mind. Okay, what mind is it based off of?
Dude, you said you're saying it's mind dependent and mind independent simultaneously. Bro just contradicted himself so hard. Come on, bro. You literally can't do that. You can't say it's mind dependent and then mind independent in the next sentence. Okay. Come on, bro.
What I'm saying is that the mind is independent and the stance is independent. They're one and the same. They're both
so
the same thing.
Why do you say mind dependent and mind independent in two following sentences, like a series of sentences?
I didn't say mind dependent. I didn't use those words. Once again, you keep trying to take what I'm saying out of context. I didn't say those.
You said, how would there be truth about morality without a mind?
Exactly.
It would be mind dependent.
No, I'm saying that's an oxymoron statement.
Oh, so you're saying it's what? That doesn't even make any sense.
They are one and the same. There can't be morality without mind, and there can't be mind without morality.
What? No. Wait, what do you? I don't know if that goes both ways, right? I don't think that just because. No, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Okay.
Thank you for the sunglasses. If there is a mind, right? No, if there's a mind, right? Mm-hmm. They have statements about morality, right? They think things are wrong or right. All right, mm-hmm. that determines the truth of that stance. Okay.
And the mind is automatically going to do that.
That is subjective. Okay.
It can't be subjective, because if it was subjective, then that means that it will be subjective to all.
Yes. Yeah. So there's
but it's not.
For one position, there's a truth for another position. There's a truth for another position.
But that's not true. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's only one. There's only one type of way to be. That it's not subjective. It just is, and it's always been.
Oh, and it's independent of God's stance or God's desire, right? God's
yes.
Will. Okay.
Yes.
So what determines the truth of it if it's independent of God?
God. This is what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying. the word
I'm not
of what he's
understanding.
saying.
I said what
You're not
determines.
understanding what
No,
I'm saying.
no, stop. I said what determines it if it's independent of God. Okay, and you said God. What? That's a contradiction in basic terms, dude.
It's not.
What
though.
do you mean?
It's not. You're just not understanding what I'm saying. Just like how people don't believe how Jesus can be a human being and God at the same time. This what I'm saying is that you're like, morality cannot be separate from mind. It's one and the same. A mind is going to have a certain type of morality. That's how it is. This is what it is. This is one of the attributes of a morale or of a mind. So what I'm saying is that God set these things on a course. Matter of fact, if you even just look at the Bible, God's already set these things on a course, and it is independent of Him. But the bottom line is He is that. Like He is that, and that is Him. It's the same. It's one and the same. You can't separate the two. You can't look at them differently because it's just one thing. It's all in the same thing. Just like morality and mental or mind are one and the same. A person is going to have a certain mental or a certain morality, rather. Sorry.
We're not just talking about an individual having morality right now. We're talking about where the morality or where the truth of morality is from, okay? And how it's
It comes from God.
And you're saying it comes from God, okay?
Yes.
So if it comes from God, it's not stands independently true. It's from God.
In comparison to us, it is.
That doesn't make any sense.
It is
It's
because
still,
only
it still stands dependent. It's just dependent upon God.
Well, I even prove this to you, even just based off of what I forgot what it was called, but basically it describes how the strongest survive, and the weak basically perish.
Natural selection.
And then basically natural, I'll use natural selection. All right, cool. Natural selection. So with natural selection, even if it was subjective, right? The weaker one's morality or what they would be thinking wouldn't matter, because the strongest one would be the one that sets the boundaries for those things in the first place.
That's just your preference to take God's preference, though. So, like, you can say that God has the biggest stick. I don't care, right? But it's still subjective by definition.
Okay. You can't say it's I don't know because
all you're saying is that God has a bigger stick.
Because the bottom line is, if something's has always been since, and there's no beginning, no end, no nothing. This is just how it was. How can that be subjective? How? Because and it's not changing.
Because it's dependent upon God for its truth.
As a matter of fact, if you're trying to tell me, if you telling me that God's way of doing things or God's morality of doing things is subjective, it's like saying 1 + 1 = 2 is subjective.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not at all. Because 1 + 1 = 2, right, is going to be something that is independent of the stance, right? Something that we observe within reality. We don't have something in which we could state that when it relates to our stances about morality, right? I don't think that we would have some type of perceptual quality for that, right? That would be assuming that, like, the fact of that is true independent of our stance, which we can't observe.
Okay, but the bottom line is that the only reason why it exists is because of a mind, right? Like if we're going according to the Bible, or if we're going into, because you're a Christian, I'm a Christian, okay? Like, I'm trying to prove to you that God exists. Well, you were a Christian. The issue is that, okay, you was a Christian. So the issue here is that I'm trying to prove to you that it's not about God existing or anything. It's about the Christian God being here and being alive, okay? That's what I'm trying to prove. So the bottom line here is that you saying that God's morality is subjective, okay? He created. This literally came out of nothing. Only reason why 1 + 1 = 2 is because God said. Or using your there was no 1 + 1 = 2 until the Big Bang happened. There was nothing. There was no existence. The existence didn't even happen. So what I'm saying is the only reason why 1
Thank you for
+
chasing the dream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't think that the Big Bang was the beginning of all existence.
So you're saying existence has always existed?
I'm saying that there could have been something that have always existed. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much.
Okay. So there could have been something that have always existed. Then you're not saying that it's God. That's a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so therefore, I rest my case. This is the point I was trying to get you to, is you're choosing whether or not. That's why I'm saying, even if I was to prove you wrong, like everything I'm saying, let's just go over.
No, humble. Let me explain.
What happened?
We're comparing different models here. Yeah,
You said existence. You said existence is always existing.
Hey, can I finish?
Go ahead.
Can I finish?
You didn't let me finish, but go ahead.
Well, I can let myself finish. The fuck? Yeah. So, yes, I do think that there can be something that could have always existed. I've never have disputed that that there could have been something that has always existed. Right? That's the same assumption under both models in terms of the comparison. So if we're comparing one model to the other and they both have the same assumption, neither one necessarily would be better than the other there, right? So we have the same base operating assumptions, and then I'm just shaving off some of them and saying that this is more likely to be true than yours, right? I can also relate to the perfect arguments. I can relate to the problem of evil. I can give you many different arguments as to why you don't accept your particular belief.
Okay, but the bottom line of what I'm saying is that you're making a choice on, like, you're saying there could have been something that existed, but I'm not going to say that it was God. It's two different. I understand what you're saying. You're literally just repeating what you're saying. But you're not understanding what I'm saying. No, I literally
did. I responded to it.
I did get it. We have two different models of how existence work. I get it. I understand. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and we're doing a comparison between the two. So
okay,
there
we go.
The same operating assumptions, and then I'm shaving off some of the assumptions that are unnecessary under your view, and still explaining the question, which means it's more likely to be true.
This is your line, brother. You don't have to prove nothing to me. The only thing I'm saying is this, okay? The point that I'm trying to make is that you have one model of the way you want to believe, you choose to believe about the world. I have another model that I choose to believe about how the world works, okay? Now, that is what faith is.
No, why do you choose, right? Because I can
look up the definition of faith. Jesus Christ.
It's belief without evidence. I can choose to believe in things in which there's lots of evidence for. I don't know what you're laughing at, bro. Do you want me to do the same thing to you? I can do it 10 times worse, I promise.
I bet you could, and you want to.
Yeah,
you have been.
Clearly, no, I haven't. I clearly want to.
Yes, you have.
Because you're being
You've been cutting me off this whole time. Well, you were being annoying, but you don't have me saying nothing.
Only literally because you have not answered the question, and we have to go over the same thing like 40 times, right?
I've answered all of your questions.
I'm being extraordinarily patient with you, right? You have not answered my questions. I have given you literally the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? Clearly, like, bro, that's the reason why I'm going to stop you, because I just explained it 6 times, right?
Okay, Parker. The whole point that you are trying to make to me is that we have two models of existence that we want to and choose to believe in, okay? Right?
No. Right? There's so much more to that you just didn't even listen to. You didn't listen to a single point extra than that. That's all you took from everything I've said?
Because I refuted everything that you said. I literally just disproved everything you said. You don't know where consciousness comes from. Evolution is a theory.
I gave you knowledge for that. I said it's theory and a fact.
It's not a fact. You can't say that. Okay, this is what you're choosing to believe, but the definition in itself actually incriminates you. So I'm not going to argue that point.
No,
but
the definition literally justifies my position.
All right, cool. You got it. Okay, cool. But what I'm saying
That's literally what the facts say. That's literally what happened.
All right,
That's
cool,
literally,
great.
literally what the definition says.
But you still can't tell me where consciousness comes from. You choose to believe these things.
I told you.
My
I gave you
point that
evidence. I can send you multiple academic papers. You're lying.
Parker.
Humble,
the point that I'm trying to make.
You're literally lying.
I'm not though.
Yeah, you just did. You just did.
You can send me a bunch of theories, but you don't observe. You have never observed where consciousness comes from.
Yes, dude, what are you talking about? We have evidence that indicates that these particular processes within the mind is what produces a conscious experience.
So, and I just asked you, if you cut off these parts of the brain, are you trying to tell me that a person's not going to be able to operate?
Yes. If you stop this part of the brain, it is true. We see this with brain dead individuals. Thank you for the handout. Appreciate it. They don't have these particular parts of the brain operating in tandem to produce this particular subjective experience. That's why we think it's okay to unplug brain dead people, because they are dead. They have no consciousness. They're physiologically speaking still alive, right? But they are dead, right? In terms of their consciousness.
Okay, if there's no activity in the brain, most likely it's because they are dead.
They do have activity in the brain. They have neurons that are firing in the brain, EEG readings. They just don't indicate that they have multiple different parts of the brain working in tandem to produce this type of experience.
Okay, and that is a proof of consciousness. I get it. I understand.
Oh,
and that's
so now
you're saying the same thing.
You just contradicted yourself. You just said that you failed to prove consciousness. I gave the exact same argument I gave earlier, right? And now you said it's proven. Oh my gosh, wild.
I'm saying that's not where you can't prove me where consciousness comes from. It proves consciousness exists.
No,
but
so
you don't know where it comes from.
No, you're just talking about where existence comes from. It's not about consciousness. It's where existence comes from.
That's what I'm talking. Thank you.
That's
thank you.
It's a different question.
Thank you.
Humble.
You.
That is.
Thank you. No. Listen. That's the only thing I was trying to get at. This whole time.
I don't know.
You've been missing it this whole time, sir.
Humble. That's not what you were saying, right?
That's literally.
Stop talking. That's a fundamentally different claim. All right, you saying I don't know where consciousness comes from is a fundamentally different claim from saying I don't know where existence comes from, right? Because if it was consciousness, it would be derivative of the brain's properties. So I don't know why you're even arguing that if you knew that you were referencing existence. You could have easily specified that.
Here's the issue, because if I was to argue with you about consciousness, okay, or existence rather, okay, you would come and try to argue with me about all of the science and irrefutable things that you think is irrefutable in theory. I don't feel like doing that, okay, because all of these things are not edifying. I don't want to argue with you about the origins of the Bible and where it comes from, or the science and all this. I'm literally just going to ask you straight questions that you have no idea what it is, okay? Like I just proved to you that you don't know where existence comes from. You believe in certain about existence, but that's a choice.
I don't. Humble, I don't. I don't have a belief about where we came from, right? Because I don't know. That's my claim.
Okay, if you don't know, then how are you saying that God doesn't exist?
There's a contradiction.
Where?
Given a perfect creator, we expect there to be a perfect creation. We don't exist in a perfect creation, therefore there's not a perfect creator. You didn't disprove it, we went through it, and again, there was no reason to accept what you're saying. You literally completely deflected away from that topic after, again, we established it very, very clear within the conversation.
Can a perfect creator create an imperfect creation?
No.
Imperfect. That means that it's not all powerful.
No, that means it can't do. Okay, so thank you for the crown. I appreciate it.
Because it's not
powerful. Stop talking. Thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it. All powerful means you can do the set of all things in which are logically possible. That wouldn't be logically possible as they are a perfect creator. A perfect creator entails a perfect creation, therefore could not do something that is different from that.
No, all power is able. It's being able to do things. That's what power is.
You don't think God can do logical
all power. If you're saying you are all power, that means you are all able.
All powers in which are possible. You can't have powers in which are impossible.
Sir, imperfection can come out of perfection.
No.
This is yes, it is true.
Flaws can come out of something that's flawless. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it can.
What?
As a matter of fact, it's not about it coming out. Flawless can create flaws if it wanted to.
Well, no, because then it would be flawed. It wouldn't be flawless.
Not true.
What?
It's not true.
You're just
what you create
reality.
doesn't. No, I'm not. What you create does not define who you are.
What are you talking about?
Or what you are.
If you're a flawless creator and you create something in which is flawed, that's a contradiction, because a flawless creator would be creating things in which are flawless.
No, the simple fact that an idea can take off with or without you, right?
What?
Like you, if you have an idea, okay? If you have an idea, and you were perfect and all these things. The idea can take off or do things outside of you. It can have different effects outside of you.
So no, if I create it perfect, then it can never deviate from being perfect, because it would be flawless. Okay? It can never gain a flaw if it is flawless. What property would allow it to gain a flaw if it's flawless?
He didn't create perfect. That's what I'm saying. The only flawed being that we created was us. He can do that because he's all powerful. He can do that because it's
so a perfect being intentfully created a flawless being and a flawless creator intentfully created a flawless entity. That's a contradiction.
Because here's the thing also, because you're just boxing him into this one thing. He is all powerful. He's everything. He is the standard for existence. He's not just a flawless creator. It's not about him he's not just perfect. He's also perfectly powerful. He's also perfectly wise. He's also he's all these things. He's outside of time, outside of material, outside of creation, outside of everything. He just is. Okay, that's the first and foremost. Second, him being able, like, and this is what I'm saying. It's like you can't apply your, like, you don't have all the variables, sir. like he can create a flawless being because he just can. He's God. Like he is. He's the creator. He's not the perfect creator. He's the creator, and he's perfect.
Yeah. So I'm saying that it's a flaw to create something that's flawed, right? If you're a flawless creator, like that's just very clear. Right, the fact that you're disputing that is actually so ridiculous, and I can't even believe I'm having this conversation. And realistically speaking, it's such a waste of time for me to go through this, because that is so obvious right in front of you, and it's like going over the same thing over and over again when it's so blatantly obvious right in front of you is not productive, not only for the audience but for us in general, because it's not going to move anywhere. It really isn't.
Okay. You're welcome to drop me off anytime you want, but bottom line to what I'm saying is. It's not about him being a perfect creator. You keep trying to box him into this thing. He's God. Okay, I can't stress that enough. Like you can't relate to him on the perfect like you can't do that because he's better. Like he's more smarter. He knows these things more than you. Like the bottom line is, first and foremost, because choice exists. The only reason why flaws exist is because of choice, okay? He created choice, but choice itself is not flawed. We are. That's like it was a divine, matter of fact, I'll even say it like this. Choice was something that he's given us to make change to his plans. So we talk about being all-knowing, and omnipresent and all this stuff. I think we look at this very differently. Like when choice comes into the matter, there are an infinite amount of choices that you can make within a circumstance. Okay, and they will all produce different results. What it's saying when he says he's all-knowing, he's saying he knows every single every single point that you would make if you were to make any choice in the spectrum that you can make. He knows all of it. He knows everything. That is what God
any
is.
possible
Like
choice.
that's what I'm saying.
God knows any possible choice. The same way that
He knows any possible choice.
So God wouldn't know an impossible choice. The same way that when God is all powerful, he can't do an impossible thing. God can do the set of all things in which is possible. Okay. So now that you understand, when you relate to what's possible, you now understand what I was referencing. Oh my God, that was literally what I was going over the entire time. And you were like disputing that. Like, dude, I swear like you just don't recognize what you say at all. And then you like go back on it because you concede to things like right after, bro. And then you go back on it and then we have a conversation about the same thing over and over again.
No, you are refuting with me because I'm saying what I'm saying, and I've been saying this from the beginning, sir. I've been saying that God Himself can create imperfect. He can.
That's incoherent, right? But I don't think we can go over the same thing for another 2 hours or something. But because you have been on for like multiple hours, bro.
That's cool. Yeah, no, that's cool. Bottom line is, I just want to go over conclusion. Just say one last thing, and then you can.
You're just gonna restate the same claim we've already heard 50 times, dude. I don't want to hear it again, honestly.
All right, cool. Like I said, it's your choice on whether you want to believe. But only thing I wanted to do was
again, I've already established that I do want to, right? But again, we don't have good reason, and we're gonna like you literally. Are you
gonna let me say my last point, or are you gonna drop me? Like what? What? You tell me.
You give me like I can drop you. Thank you for the like, how much I appreciate it. Thank you. Like, do you want that?
I want to say something else. I want to continue this conversation, but it looks like you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone, dude. I don't think you're understanding what we're doing, right? For the past literally almost 2-3 hours, bro, I've gone over the exact same point over and over and over and over again, right? And you've just simply given me the exact same response without actually engaging with what I'm saying. All it is it's a circle. No, what are you're saying not true. That's literally what happened, dude. This is literally recorded, bro.
I know, and you can even look at it yourself. In the
yeah, I will, and I'm gonna think
the
exact same thing I think now.
I know, because you're going to take what I say out of context, and you're not going to really hear what I'm saying.
What do you mean out of context? The entire thing is literally clipped. I have a 5.5 hour live stream recorded right now.
You can have a 5 hour live stream, and I hope you look over it again, and I hope you're able to get what I'm saying. But the bottom line is, it's not going to stop your choice whether or not you take me out of context, because you've been doing it this whole time.
I have not been taking you out of context, man. I'm not on here disingenuously. I've not taken you out of context. If I wanted to take you out of context and I wanted to be disingenuous, I wouldn't have let you be on for the past literally like 2-3 hours, bro, and go over the exact same point over and over again. I've given you an extraordinary level of patience, an extraordinary level of genuineness, like when it relates to this conversation. For you to literally prescribe that it's disingenuous after this long of me going over the same thing over and over and over again, just because I want to make sure that you understand the point.
You just did it again. I've never said that you were disingenuous. I said you took me out of context. That's what I said.
That is being disingenuous.
Okay, you can call it whatever you want. I'm saying you took me out of context. I'm not talking about your intentions.
That's being disingenuous.
As a matter of fact, I'll even say it like this. Being disingenuous, an intent would have to be behind it, right? Would you agree?
So you're saying I'm misintentfully taking you out of context?
Yes, I'm saying
what
that
am
you
I
are
misunderstanding? I've heard you say the same thing a million times. I am not misunderstanding anything.
What am I saying,
I'm really
Parker?
not.
What am I saying, Parker?
You're literally saying the same. You're saying that a perfect creator does not entail a perfect creation, when it is literally entailed, given the definition of a perfect creator, that they create perfect things. You're disputing that. That's the main dispute.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is literally what you've been fucking saying this entire time.
That's not what I've been saying. Like I said, you missed it. You want to know? Can I tell you what I'm saying? This is the reason why I keep on having to repeat what I say, because I already knew you're not going to get it. I know you're going to take me out of context, not meaning to, just because you're so used to, questioning things and you're not realizing that logic is just simply a tool, but it can't get you everywhere because you don't have all the variables. You don't know where consciousness comes from. You don't know why people believe in demons.
No,
you
you're
don't know why
literally
evil
gaslighting.
exists. You don't know why God. You don't know why good exists. You say that a lot, but that's not true, sir.
You're literally gaslighting.
It's not true, sir.
You're literally gaslighting. I have this on video. Everyone in the call literally just saw you do that. You want me to poll right now? Poll the chat. See if you said that. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. You just said that. You literally did just say it. Now you're gaslighting.
How am I gaslighting, sir?
Because you're literally lying about what you said to manipulate people to act like what you said didn't happen.
No, I've been saying the same thing this whole time and trying to prove what I was trying to say this whole time.
Here, do you want me to poll right now?
You literally didn't get what I'm saying. I don't want to poll because I already know this in the chat. They're going to say, there's been saying the same thing. There's been only a few people, and this is how it is. When people don't talk about the same things, because you want me to go into like the science, you want me to go into like me logically proving to you that God exists, and what I'm trying to logically prove to you is that you don't have all the variables to even ask this question. To even say, prove to me God exists. Matter of fact, he gave you a way to prove to your own self, and you want someone else to prove to you? There is no way for me to prove to you other than to say, go do the thing that I'm telling you to do, and I bet you something would happen. You say you prayed and you did all these things, and it's like, I don't know how you ended up here. Only way that I can see it is, it's evident. Even today, you didn't go deep. You didn't even know what faith was. Sir, you don't even know about the what you have to do.
I do.
You don't know, sir.
No, what I just don't understand.
You're saying is belief without evidence. That's what you just said.
Yeah, that is literally what it is, right? That is what most people will say. That's not what it is, sir.
Because you used to be a Christian.
Hold up, let me finish. That is what most people will say it is. The definition that you gave is extraordinarily vague and extraordinarily unclear. That's why I question that definition of faith, right?
Sir,
so it's not that I don't understand. I've known about the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. I've heard that a million times, right?
But you don't know what it means.
Right? You're doing an true Scotsman fallacy and you're gaslighting me. The entire chat, not the entire chat, but what is it? 82% of the chat literally agrees that you literally fucking said that. Right?
Okay,
and the video is going to prove it too.
Of the chat are the same minds as you.
That's
and
literally
they come on here. They come on here to see you.
Do you want me to ask? Do you want me to ask the chat what percent of them believe in God? Thank you. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much.
I said most of them. Anyway, but bottom line is,
believe in God.
Okay.
And God. Yes and no.
So, here's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. You're not understanding that faith is literally the doing of trust. It's not just trust. It's not just hope. And it has to be based off of truth. Okay? You are putting your trust in evolution. You're putting your trust in science. That's
wait. I asked, do you believe in God? 43% of the chat believes in God. And 83% of the chat said that you said it. Okay? So a huge percentage of the people that agree with you agreed that you literally said it.
Okay, cool. But what I'm saying is, I'm not refuting about me. What I'm refuting about is God. Okay?
Because you want to deflect away from the fact that you gaslit you gaslit me, you gaslit the audience, you want to deflect away from
asked you, how did I gaslight you? You keep asking the chat about what it is, but you tell me, how did I gaslight you?
Yeah, you literally said that you didn't say that, and you did say it. Literally.
What did I say? What did I say? Because I did not say that theory wasn't that theory was what I don't even know what you said. That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know what you're saying that I gaslighted you about. Like what did I say that I didn't say?
Yeah, you want to know why you don't know? Because you go on this whole elaborate scheme of literally denying the fact that you said that, insofar as that people literally forget what the original claim is about in the first place. That is literally what your whole point is of doing this. Is to literally get people.
You take what I say out of context and try to get me to focus on something else when I'm saying one thing. Yes, you did, sir.
I literally didn't.
You took me out of context a lot, and it's like I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you, but it doesn't look like you want to. It looks like you kind of just want to prove your point.
That's another gaslight. I clearly have come on here that you just said I'm disingenuous again. Right? You literally just said I'm disingenuous again. Okay, I
didn't say you were disingenuous.
You just said
see
that.
what I'm saying? I didn't say. Did I say you were disingenuous? I said it looks.
Yes, I'm done. Right, I'm done. It looks like I'm not trying to come here to express the truth, and I just want to prove what I am saying. Right? That is literally saying that I'm disingenuous. Like, chat, come on. If you disagree, you literally clearly see that he's gaslighting. Like, that's so obvious, bro. Like, I don't know how he can sit there and he can act like he's not gaslighting. Like, that is unfucking believable. I'm going to go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. I'm going to go on to the next person, though, everyone. We're about to turn on sub-only chat. Let me go on to sub-only chat. It's about the last hour of the live. We've been on for 6 hours and it's been open. So I got to do the last hour of the live for sub-only, everyone. Thank you for the jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolute W's. Absolute W's. Thank you so much, Steele. All right, let's go to the next person, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, 26.
For sure. Do you believe in God?
I do. Yeah, I do. From the journey of, I'd say about 19 to 23, I did a whole research on what religions I found to be most accurate. And I found Christianity to be that. And since then, I've been trying to continue my education and finding backings towards why I believe God exists.
Yeah, so why do you think that the evidence of Christianity is better than other types of religions or other types of claims about why we exist?
Well, I believe that if you look at it historically with the proof that exists today, it makes most sense to believe in Christianity just based on the evidence that there is in written documentation and the time periods that those documentations were written. And as far as the religion itself, I believe that it can entirely be deconstructed through the disprovision of Jesus himself, whether or not his claim that he is God and he died and rose again was found to be accurate. And through my research and other researchers as well, like 2 books that I do suggest anybody read if they want to go dive further into it because they know a lot more than I do, would to be More Than a Carpenter is one of them that I would highly suggest reading. And then another one by Lee Strobel is called Case for Christ, which if those people don't know, they were atheists. Lee Strobel specifically was a reporter who his whole purpose was to claim that everything that Jesus did and everything that the Bible claims it was untrue. But he did find it to be more accurate and more plausible that Jesus Christ did actually exist and that through other documentation, not just the 66 books in the Bible, that it was found that it was harder to not believe that Jesus did what he said and that God does exist than to disbelieve it. And through that's kind of why I got to where I'm at.
Sure, right. So like have you seen that like in relation to like the tomb and stuff like that, that actually most individuals that were crucified during that time period, they were actually left on the crosses to decompose.
Yeah, I did. I have seen that.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be most likely that Jesus was never put in a tomb in the first place?
Most likely, I mean, as far as statistically, yes. But through, I just believe accurate documentation, and through the people that followed him throughout those days, they did have the ability during that time to put them in a tomb if it was something that they desired. And typically it took multiple families in order to do that. But due to his following, He was most likely one of those few people that actually were placed in the tomb.
I don't see the most likely there, but secondly, like many historians are either agnostic on or don't believe that that Joseph Arimathea, right, the person who supposedly bought the tomb, exists, right? And again, the only claims for him being in the tomb are coming from the Bible. They're not coming from extra biblical sources.
Okay, yeah, again, I'm not an expert at this, and I'm still on my journey to figure out as much proof as I can. But where I'm at now, and if there is other proof out there, who knows? There might be. Then I'm going on that journey. Now, why do you not believe, or where are you at? And we can start there.
Yeah, sure. So I think that we can find contradictions with the belief. I can give multiple arguments in which could entail that, like whether it be the problem of evil, whether it be arguments about perfection, things like that. I can give probability-based arguments in terms of like theoretical virtues like simplicity, to say that it would be more likely for a naturalistic explanation to be true comparative to a theistic explanation. Things like that. And then also I would have a dispute when it relates to the claims about resurrection and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, so do you think that as far as the disciples, like the 12 disciples, and 10 of those died pretty horrific deaths, I feel like at that time there was no reason for them to do what they would have had to do in order to get to where they had, just a horrible death. There was nothing that drew them to dying in those type of ways, because there was no real reward gained from doing, the purpose of spreading God's word, other than
wait, Connor, wasn't it only Peter, Paul, and James
that died? No, 10 of the 12. So Judas hung himself, and John was the only one that was not killed.
Yeah, can I add someone up that would know way more about the Bible than me to dispute that?
I mean, yeah, by all means.
Yeah,
again,
sure.
I'm not like a philosopher by any means, but
yeah, 1 second. Just for that claim, nothing much. Oh, is it going to add Matt?
Oh, hey.
Haunter,
hey,
I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Go for it, Matt.
Hey, I'll make it quick. Hey, Connor, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, so the claim that 10 of the 12 died by martyrdom, that is tradition. So and what I mean by that is this. There is no documented evidence, aside from the early church fathers who are writing about the disciples, that the original 12, minus Judas and minus John, died by martyrdom. The only ones that historians are somewhat confident of are Peter, Paul, and James. Peter died in Rome, Paul died in Rome, and then James was also martyred. James and Paul we have very good evidence for, because we have extra biblical sources telling us that they were martyred. Peter is a little bit more iffy, but I would lean towards the fact that he probably was martyred. And in fact, so that I'm more comfortable with. All the other ones we are not confident of. In fact, there's a great book by a Christian apologist called The Martyrdom of the Apostles, where he goes over the history of it and tries to assign probability of it. And even he says that you can only historically assign a reliable probability to 3 out of the 12, meaning or 3 out of the 10, those that were actual apostles, because we only have good evidence for 3 of them. So when I hear this claim, and I hear it all the time, that all the apostles minus John did not die or died by martyrdom, that is a tradition claim made by the church, not a claim of history or a fact. It's a claim of history. Oh, sorry, it's a claim of tradition only. And you'll find only apologists making this claim, but no scholar who actually studies martyrdom or studies persecution believes it.
Okay. So, as far as outside sources outside of the Bible. is what you're
Yes. Well,
referring to.
no. Even within the Bible, the only evidence we have of martyrdom in the Bible is James. James James is mentioned in the book of Acts, and so is Stephen. Stephen was the first martyr. He's mentioned within the book of Acts. James has extra biblical sources. Josephus talks about James in book 20 of his Antiquities, and so we have actual biblical source for James. Peter, we also have some sources for, and then Paul, we definitely know was also martyred because of the because we can trace his letters and what happened after them. So, but we have no sources, like literally none, to suggest what happened with the other apostles other than tradition, which comes from later church fathers writing about, well, what happened to these specific disciples, and they just assign them roles, saying that Matthew went to Ethiopia, saying that Barnabas went over to India, all these other types of things, right? But they don't have proof of that. They just said that.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's definitely more things that I can.
But the claim of martyrdom doesn't rely on your faith or anything, which I think is people bring it up though as if the martyrdom of the followers means anything, and it doesn't. Many religions have had martyrs, have had people who follow the faith die for them, and that does not imply the truthful claims of the faith itself, right? And so simply saying that, well, they believed it and they died for it, yes, that is true, probably, but so is the case for many religions, even up to the modern day, right? Mormons, the Joseph Smith was killed for his belief, right? The founder of Mormon.
Oh, Matt, your mic muted. He probably got a call or something.
Well, yeah, this brings up some good points.
Yeah, I got a call. I'm gonna go.
Okay, for sure, man. Yeah, I can finish his claim. So it's just like in terms of Joseph Smith. Also, plus, if we were to bring up claims like, do you think other people of other religions would die for their faiths?
Yes, I do. But now the difference between what I view as a reason to die for, say, let's say, like, if I was Muslim, I know that there is a benefit to die for your religion, in that religion. To become a martyr is almost like being put on the highest pedestal for Allah, which is the God that they serve. But for Christianity, that's not really anything that you get a benefit from, other than the fact that you so strongly believe that everybody should know this love and this forgiveness that is offered to you, that no matter how they come at you, you think that they deserve to hear it, regardless of what it gives you. And if you view it in that way, it's a little bit different. And there's a lot of other things too, but as far as, we could talk to this for hours upon just this alone, but that's just kind of what I believe.
Sure. Are you familiar with the problem of evil?
Problem of evil? Can you let me know what that is?
Yeah, sure. Right, we can just go through it. So do you believe that God has free will?
I believe God is love, and in order for love to exist, it has to have the freedom of will.
So God has free will?
No, God does not have free will.
So what
here's why.
God action?
God has it. God can only do things that are good. Now, before we go into this whole, there's a whole backstory behind this. Like the book of Job, as you probably know, is actually the first written book of the Bible, not Genesis, like what most people think. Historically, it is. A lot of people think that Job was actually written first. And the good thing about reading Job first before anything else, it gives you a whole backstory of why evil is in the world, and why God allows bad things to happen. And for instance, in the book of Job, it starts out with Satan coming to God in heaven saying, look at these human beings that have been created. Why do you love them so much? Like, and keep in mind all that's already happened. If you read Genesis first, like Satan gets cast out of heaven for trying to take a third of the angels to rebel against God because he believed that he could become God. But with all that being said, after time has gone by, the book of Job talks about how Satan brings his angels back to heaven and confronts God. Why do you love these humans so much? They would all turn on you no matter what. Pick your best one, and I will make him turn on you. And so what God then does, and it kind of shows and foreshadow for everyone's individual life of why he allows bad things to happen, he actually tells Satan to go after Job. And he actually says, my servant Job will not turn on you or turn on me. So do as you will to him, his family, his loved ones, just do not kill him. That's the only thing you can't do. So immediately Satan goes and sends a tornado to his house, because Satan also has the power to do evil things and control nature and stuff like that. So he sends a tornado to his house, kills all of his sons. He sends an evil army, or who, I don't know the exact militia that came by and killed all of his servants and flock, but wiped them out. Sent diseases to him and his wife, who were the only people still alive of all of his servants and all of his sons. And I don't know if he had daughters, but I believe maybe he did. But basically turns the whole town on him because they think that he's going bad. And Satan's just allowed to do everything bad that he wants to do in order to turn Job from God. And throughout the whole book of Job, it's basically just him, not turning from God. But
by the way, I have read the book of Job, just letting you know. I'm kind of letting you do that because I think you want to do that for the audience, but I know the book of Job. I read it.
Good.
I know the story.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, yeah, I was just, in case you haven't. But with that being said, that's why I say that God does not have free will. However, he allows free will for the things that he's created. And the reason why God does not have free will is because God cannot sin, because he's perfect, which is why he sent Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden as soon as they did sin, because he cannot be in the presence of imperfection in order to be perfect. And with that being said, he does allow evil to happen through the things that he's created, but he himself cannot do evil.
Okay, so you said that God does not have free will, right? But you also said that free will is necessary for love. So if free will is necessary for love and God doesn't have free will, then God doesn't love us.
I would say God loves us. I would say he also loves himself. And he loves himself so much that...
But he has to have free will in order to love, right?
In a different form, because he lives in... It's almost like a different dimension of love, if that makes sense, because he's the creator versus what's created, and what his purpose is to be loved by his creation, not for his creation, and him to be equal. So what he does is he creates something and he puts evil in the world, or he allows evil to be there through the choices of right and wrong, no matter what he's created. And what happens within that creation. But those who choose to love him are the ones that he truly wants. And by love, he's defined it as multiple things, but basically turning from evil and loving those around. And through that, in the end, he gets rid of what does not choose him and keeps in his presence and in his perfect heaven what has chosen him in the end.
Okay,
but I'm
confused. So is free will necessary for love?
Freedom of choice, yes.
Okay, so God has free will then.
I think his creation has free will, but I don't think God himself has free will.
So then God can't love. Again, you say that that free will is necessary for love. God doesn't have free will, therefore God doesn't love.
Well, it's love in a different regard. It's not love as we define love. As we define love is two people choosing to do, right and wrong, or choosing to do the right thing even though the wrong thing is available. Whereas God is only the right thing, and the wrong thing is not even available. Like, it's not the freedom of choice to be there. He just cannot be in the presence of wrong. Does that make sense?
Who determines God's action?
I think God's action, honestly, is as far as what he's allowed to do in order to be perfect. Is that what you're asking?
No, how does he determine what he does?
How
is it determined what he does?
How is it determined? That's a great question. That's one that I possibly can't determine because I don't know the future. Nor do I know why everything has happened that has happened. It's kind of just as soon as you get to the end destination, then you can look back and say, oh, that's why this has happened. But as far as what the Bible says in the book of Revelation, it kind of tells you why exactly things happen the way that they do in order for the people that choose to be with him and love him to be finally back in heaven with him forever. Because at the end, that's what he wants too. Like, he wants to be loved just as much as we need to be loved. But in order for him to be loved, he has to allow creation to either choose him or to not. And each one of us have our own individual journey to do that. And it's your choice.
Yeah, so hold up one second. I'm not getting who's determining God's action. Maybe I'm not tracking or something, but I don't know when you answered that.
Well, I don't think anybody determines God's action. I think that God had a purpose to create everything, which was his action, and his meaning for his action, which
so God, what determines God's action is unexplained.
Well, maybe it is explained. I just don't know how to explain that. I'm not God. I'm sure God knows, but I don't
want to say that it's determined by God.
I would like to believe that God determines his own actions. Yes.
Yeah, God can determine his own actions. He just can't do things that are logically impossible. And doing something that's evil is logically impossible. Therefore, God couldn't do it, even though God has free will.
Right. I guess that's kind of what I was saying was God does not
I have free will, but I
will.
can't grow wings out of my back and fly because that's logically impossible given my nature.
Right. That would make sense. And I would argue that God, for God to be God, it is logically impossible for him to do evil.
Yeah, sure. So again, he can still have free will though. So if God determines his action, he has free will, right?
But is that free will if he doesn't have the choice to do evil? Is that free will?
Well,
I would argue no.
If you argue that that's not free will, then I don't think you have the ability to say that God determines his own action.
Well, then maybe that's right.
Do you think I have free will? I can't grow wings out of my back and fly.
I think to a physical limitation, yes. You can choose to lie to me right now. You could choose to kick me off of your life. That's the freedom of your choice.
Yeah, and God is all good. Therefore, given him being all good, right, he couldn't contradict to that.
Right. So I think the way that, evil does exist in the world is because what he creates, which are angelic beings, angels, Satan being one of them, have the freedom of choice and the freedom to do good or evil. And the angels that stayed with him in heaven, which were 2/3 of them, chose to be good and do good. And then 1/3 of them, which were, I don't know the exact number, but it says tens of thousands, which was the highest number that they could count at that point, were chose to do evil. And then what God did before creation was before human beings were made, was he gave them dominion over earth. And that's how, what was once a perfect earth, not, with natural disasters and stuff like that, came about.
Connor, what was my question? I actually can't remember. I'm not gonna lie.
What does God have freedom of choice or free will?
No. But I was relating to something else other than that. I think I was saying, like, I can't even remember. It was more than that. It wasn't just the free to choice. I forgot, bro. It was what determines
I remember you
God
talking
action.
about growing
I think you just said it's unexplained. So, I mean, if God doesn't have free will, right, then I just don't see a reason as to why God would be able to determine whether or not to create the universe.
Well, think about it the way I should say I think about it is like, say you're a being that has a lot of power in a space. Let's just say that, like, you, Parker, have a 1 mile by 1 mile, box that you get to do whatever you want, and you can do anything that your brain imagines, almost like Minecraft back in the day on creation mode. But anything your mind desires. Are you just going to sit in that space and do nothing with nothing but time? It sounds very boring. And it sounds
God can make himself not boring. Right? Like, God can just not be bored.
Do you think you could?
If I was all powerful, yeah. I can make myself not bored, yeah.
Yeah. Well, but how would you do that?
Just by, like, causing my neurobiology to do that.
I mean, does that sound enjoyable to you, to just make yourself never bored, and then you just sit there in that space and do nothing?
Yeah, I'm just never bored. Yeah, that doesn't sound boring to me. If I'm never bored, how could I be bored?
I mean, as far as how I view it, is I think it would be more enjoyable and more fulfilling to create something and watch my creation come to fold. And
no, it could always be enjoyed without having to create.
Possibly. But maybe that's not the highest level of fulfillment.
Okay, well, what determines what gives God fulfillment?
I mean, I would argue everything that he's created. It would sound pretty enjoyable to me if I was able to create all this and watch it all come to fold, and then have an end goal in mind, which is to create these beings that choose to love me. And then I get to basically have an awesome family for all of eternity that chose me, even though they could have chose evil. That sounds pretty fulfilling to me. I know in my life, the most fulfilling things in my life are my family. And if we are made in God's image, which is meaning that we have the emotional capacity that God has, and we feel the things that God feels, then I would argue that his ultimate fulfillment as well would be his family. And family are the people that choose you.
But God determines what gives him fulfillment. So why doesn't God determine a manner in which produces less suffering to cause him the most fulfillment?
Well, again, we weren't what were created first. What were created first was the angelic beings that they call angels. And there's not a said period of time that he existed with them in a perfect environment where nothing ever went wrong, and where sin was not, and the choice of evil was not something that was available. So you don't know how long, and I don't know how long that existed, where these angels lived in heaven with God and all they did was praise him because they didn't have any choice. Then God brought in the ability to choose between right and wrong. And a third of those angels chose wrong. Now, there was a reason why he brought that into existence. I don't know that reason. If I had to guess, it's because it brought forth a new level of love, which was, and more fulfillment, which was oh, now these beings choose to love me and choose to do the right thing. They genuinely do love me, and I'm not making them love me, if that makes more sense to you.
I understand that you're saying I'm not making them love you, but like they can have free will and never do evil, right? That's logically possible. Do you agree?
Well, I guess then you're limiting their choice.
No, you're not.
At that
right?
point.
Just wait. So is it possible? Is it logically possible for them to freely do the good thing always?
I mean, I guess if it's a perfect being.
Yeah, so why couldn't God just create perfect beings?
Because then they would be God.
Not in terms of this, right? Because they don't have all the characteristics of God. They can be perfect in relation to morality.
Possibly.
What's the issue with God doing that?
Well, I don't think that I don't think that is it almost feels like it's limiting them. If they have the ability to do good but also have the ability to do wrong, but still at the same time you make sure none of them do wrong, like that's almost still too controlling.
I don't see how that's necessarily controlling because they're freely doing so.
But are they freely doing it if you make sure that no matter what, even though they quote unquote have the freedom to do wrong, they still only will do right because you made them that way?
Say that one more time.
Are they still having the ultimate ability to do right and wrong, even though, yes, in your world, they are quote unquote always going to do right, even though they have the choice to do wrong? It's still a little bit limiting and restricting their freedom of choice if you make sure that they always do right and they don't do wrong.
But if it's said that they have freely are able to do this, how is it restricting?
Are they freely able to do it if nothing ever goes wrong? I mean, I could say that when I drop a baseball in my hand right now, it has the ability to go up to space, but it doesn't.
Not given its properties.
If gravity, right? If those properties exist, so if those properties did not exist, which is they actually can choose to do wrong, and some of them will, then, and for instance, like sometimes in different spots of, Earth, gravity doesn't exist. Let's just imagine that. If I did drop a baseball in those spots, it would actually go to space. But the same thing applies.
Yeah, if it was physically possible, yeah.
Right. So if it was actually physically possible, then there would be instances to prove that it is physically possible. Same thing with choice and why these beings could choose to do evil.
Yeah, but God can actualize any logically possible world. So if there's a logically possible world in which every single being on Earth always chooses to do the good thing freely, well, then God can create that logically possible world.
Maybe. And honestly, maybe he does. I'm not against thinking that there's other life in the universe. And let's say God created 10,000 different planets where life does exist. Maybe our planet just so happens to be one of the planets where sin does exist.
No, but we're not saying that God created all of those. We're saying God selects one particular reality, right? In this reality, everyone freely engages in action, right? But when everyone does freely engage in action, they choose to never sin. That is a logically possible world from the set of infinite logically possible worlds. I'm saying God selects that one, right? Yeah. And it produces a reality in which there is no sin over a reality in which there is sin. Okay, so if we're comparing these realities, we're saying that God has a choice between a reality where there's free will and sin and a reality where there's free will and no sin. given that we exist in the reality in which there's sin, that would tell us that God prefers the reality with free will with sin over the reality of free will with no sin, implying that God prefers sin, which is a contradiction, because sin is something that God has a preference against. So this statement would be that God prefers something that he has a preference against.
I still, in my belief, I would believe that it's a little bit restricting. As far as like the capacity of what true love is, if evil doesn't exist.
The capacity of true love if evil does not exist. I'm confused. Right? Yeah, if
Right.
evil doesn't exist, why can't love exist?
Well, I think that the freedom of choosing love doesn't exist as to that highest capacity. So for instance, if I had the ability to cheat somebody out of millions of dollars and do it in a wrong way, in order for me to earn that money, in the right way, it would take a whole lot more work. But fulfillment wise and why it would mean more to me to do it that way would because I actually worked for it and I didn't cheat somebody out of money and doing it in a wrong way. And for the same way, love can be seen as the same thing as far as the fulfillment of what joy it brings to God himself when his creation chooses to love him, even though evil does exist in the world.
Wait. So are you saying that God randomly chose the reality to pick instead of just choosing a particular reality?
I think he created the earth specifically designed the way that he's created it today.
That doesn't answer my question though. Like, did God decide to create this particular logically possible world out of all the other ones, or did God randomly choose?
I think he specifically chose this one.
Okay, so if God specifically chose one, what's different from that and God choosing a reality, specifically choosing a reality in which we have always done the good thing? Because that is a logically possible world in which we always do the good thing, and God didn't determine that. Because again, remember, God's choosing from the set of all logically possible worlds.
There is a set of millions of logically possible scenarios in which things could exist. However, we exist how we exist today. And based off of the historical evidence that is found to back the claim that Jesus did do what he said, and that Jesus is God himself in human form, coming down in the form of human, then that is what best proves that God exists. Now, yeah, you're right. You can 100% claim that what if sin never existed, and what if angels never existed and brought sin into the world? Let's think about it that way. If angels never existed, sin wouldn't exist. Us humans were just brought into a world where sin already existed. Sin had already existed in creation before we were even created.
Yeah, wait.
Because
that would be an issue then. Or you could also ask. Yeah, I agree. You could ask that same question because we're talking about God having responsibility for this because God intentfully created one reality out of all of the other realities that could have been created. Right? And if we're saying that God is all good, God is going to pick the most preferred world, right? So it would seem like God would pick the world in which we always do the good thing over the world in which we do sin. Else that would just be telling the statement that God prefers sin, which is a contradiction.
Do you believe God himself sinned? Like, do you think he created sin? Or do you think that he did?
Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here he did, because he decided to pick a reality in which there is sin over a reality in which there is not sin, indicating that he caused sin because he intentfully engaged in action, knowing that it would have caused this particular state of affairs when it was not necessary.
I do think this is where my belief differs a little bit compared to a lot of people as far as what he knows. God, I believe, yes, is an all-knowing God, omnipotent and all-knowing, where he knows beginning and end. Now, I do believe it's a little bit different on how we view what he knows than say God knows what you're going to do exactly how you're going to do it tomorrow. I think do you know like a decision tree? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you have one choice to make, right or left, and then each one of those two choices have another right or left, and that continues to go down for millions and millions of choices. And it branches off to millions and millions and millions of different outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I believe how God sees everything is he sees everything as the whole. He sees the millions and millions and millions and millions of outcomes of how this could happen. However, as time goes on, he sees what route this is going to go. So yes, he's still omnipotent, all-knowing. He knows every single outcome that could happen. However, you, Parker, have the choice between turning right or turning left on this individual decision, which could, create your path towards the ultimate outcome.
Okay. I'm not necessarily understanding what your response is to that. But I can provide a different sort of argument here. This is kind of like a moral one. Do you think that God did the flood?
Yes, and here's why I believe he did. So back in those times, it was mostly actually not just because Noah was, the most pure man of them all, but the reason why they believe, or most biblical scholars believe, God chose Noah and his family was because he was the only human generation, or I should say human bloodline that was still pure. And so do you know like the term Nephilim? Like Goliath? Do you know the term Nephilim?
Yeah, I've heard of this. I've heard of it.
Okay. So a Nephilim is a human that was actually bred with like angelic beings, which is why, they had 10-foot, 11-foot, people. And why they believe Noah's family was actually chosen was because he was the only family left on earth that hadn't been bred and had their bloodline tainted with like different demonic or angelic bloodlines. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm really confused how that responds to my point, though.
So why do I believe the flood happened? Was because
no, I'm not asking why the flood happened. I never asked that point.
Why I believe in the flood?
No, none of those questions.
Okay, repeat your question.
Yeah, I was just asking if you did believe in the flood.
Right,
yeah,
I would believe, yeah.
Yeah. So like, okay, in this sense, do you think that God killing those individuals takes their free will away?
I would say it ends their life in order to make or other actions in the future. Just like if you got.
Thank you so much. Does it get away? Does it destroy their free will though? Like, does it get rid of that?
I think they had free will up until they died.
Okay, so if a P3DO is raping a child and God just kills the P3DO, did he take away their free will?
I'll be honest, I don't know what a P3DO is, but is raping a child? Is that what you think?
Yeah, you have to say R word or essay. It's TikTok TOS. I'm literally using the particular terminology that's accepted by TikTok. But P3DO, PEDO.
Okay.
Do you know what that means?
I think I'm grasping it. Sure.
What do you mean you're grasping it? An adult that's wanting to be with a minor.
Okay. Yeah, I got that.
You got it?
Yep, got it.
Yeah. God sees a P3DO raping a child, right? If God kills the P3DO, is that taking away their free will?
I don't think it's taking away their free will. I think their free will was to choose to do that action.
So God's not taking away their free will by killing them. Okay, so can God just kill Hitler then? Because that's not going to take away his free will, and that's going to save millions of people's lives.
I think the only way to take away free will is to take away the ability to do evil.
Okay, so God can just unalive all of the bad people.
He could raise them
Thank you for the
from the
confetti, I
dead.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, God can just unalive all the bad people. So if someone's going to commit a sin, God can just unalive them. That doesn't get rid of their free will. So clearly speaking, we should God should have stopped all of those genocides from happening.
Right, but then if he
And
did
God
that,
didn't,
he'd
so
also
God doesn't
he
exist.
would also be breaking his promise, which is something that he can't do.
Well, no, God could have done it prior to the flood.
Well, prior to the flood, he had still already made a promise to Satan, and his promise to Satan, which he can't break a promise. That's one of his things. His promise to Satan was that you have dominion over earth.
But I mean, when he did the flood, that's not dominion then.
Why is it not?
Wait, what's up?
Why is it not? Why is that revoking his dominion? He still has dominion over earth.
Yeah,
He's
because it killed people, right? So you said that if God killed people in general, that would be breaking the dominion. Okay, but then him doing the Noah's Ark that does break it.
God restricted the ability to do evil, because in order for Satan to have dominion over things, he has to have the ability to create and cause evil in the beings and tempt the beings to do evil in ways that, again, are despicable, like what you've been saying. So the flood is a way for one to clean the bloodline, to make it so all humans were not, with tainted bloodlines, but still not break his promise at the same time, which was to still allow evil to exist in the world and the freedom of choice to do evil, but his human creation is no longer tainted with Nephilim bloodlines.
I understand that you're saying that, but again, that doesn't respond to the idea of whether or not that takes away free will. Because at the end of the day, right? If it doesn't take away, what's up?
It doesn't take away free will. That's my point.
If it doesn't take away free will and it doesn't get rid of the devil's dominion over the earth, then why doesn't God stop all of those bad things from happening?
Well, he will, and it says that he will.
No, not will. Why hasn't?
Why hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I guess that's like his timing. It's not something that I have the answer to.
So God can get rid of bad actions, but decides not to.
I think when he comes back, what he's going to do, like what he says in the Bible, is right now is the period that he's giving everybody the chance to choose. And he's trying to allow for as much time to go by before things get too bad, that the people that are going to choose him and that are going to choose him, they have the time in order to do so that he can gather as many people as he can in order to bring with him in heaven. But, as Revelation states, it shows that, there is a rapture that's going to come, and then there's going to be the 7 years of tribulation. And eventually the people that don't choose to love him are going to go to hell, whether that's they die of natural causes or, all of the 7 years of tribulation and horrible things start happening around the world, earthquakes, diseases, and different, people killing all kinds of people.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to go over or talk about? Or actually, one more thing I could ask before I do. So were there infant babies that died during the flood?
Probably, yes.
Had they reached the age of accountability yet?
I think there is a certain age and I don't know what that age is. For everybody, it's different, but it's where you can actually comprehend the information that you have been given in order to be held accountable.
So there is an age of accountability. Okay, so they were not at the age of accountability yet. So is it best? So if we're talking about a loving parent, right, and their kid had to die, right, would it be best for them to drown them or to poof them out of existence?
I guess you could poof them out of existence, but that has never happened. So I don't know. Like, that's never even said in the Bible.
So it would be better to poof them out of existence. Okay, so if it's better to poof them out of existence, then why did God drown them rather than poofing them out of existence?
I mean, it doesn't say that God's a super, like, the Bible states that God is kind of ruthless at the same time. He was angry. He's angry that his creation got destroyed, and
so he takes it out on innocent babies.
Well, he takes it out on the entire, human creation in itself,
including
that had
innocent babies.
I mean, there was babies, there was other people, yeah.
So what he did to those babies, drowning them rather than what's it called, poofing them out of existence, that's not a bad thing for God to do.
I think God takes his anger out on things that have chosen to not live the way he desired. I mean, for instance,
those babies didn't do that. Those babies can't be held accountable yet, remember?
Well, they can't, but they probably go to heaven, as far as judgment wise. You're right.
So, but they could go to heaven by being poofed there instead of this.
Theoretically, I guess, yeah. You could be poofed if that's what he desires, but he sent a flood to kill everybody.
Yes, so God desires to drown them over to poof them into heaven. So, like, yeah, okay. All right, so God prefers suffering over non-suffering?
I mean, there is suffering that God has caused to those who have not, chosen him. Like, for instance, sending...
But it's unnecessary suffering. It's not just suffering, it's unnecessary.
I mean, I don't know how many other ways, other than poofing, how many other ways would you like to die?
No, poofing I'd love to be poofed instead of drowning.
Well, I mean, yeah, me too. But at the same time, okay, that's just not what was chosen. And I'm not the one to differ that. Now, what makes you believe that the historical evidence does not back the claim that Jesus lived and that Jesus died and that Jesus rose again and that Jesus is God?
So I believe Jesus existed. I believe that Jesus was crucified on the cross. I don't believe in resurrection. As one, I dispute the idea that he was even in a tomb in the first place, as it was most likely for him to be decomposed on the cross. Second of all, many historians either are agnostic or deny the claim that Joseph Arimathea exists, the person in the Bible that claimed or supposedly was supposed to have bought the particular tomb, right? So there's very good reason to reject the idea he was even a tomb in the first place, which would then put us in a position to not even accept the resurrection.
Okay. Have you read either Case for Christ or have you read More Than a Carpenter?
I haven't read those yet, but I'll make sure to look into them. I have friends, like I'm pretty sure you talked to Matt, right? Matt has read that. And Matt has gone.
Yeah, I would definitely look into it. It's got some good knowledge in there as far as just historical proof outside of the Bible, which is something that I do think for as well. Because I'm one of the believers that I don't believe that because of faith. Like, no, faith, honestly, like that's not enough. Like you have to have historical evidence in order to back something, which is it's why we believe other beings before our time existed. Like, for instance, Alexander the Great, which has one of the most amounts of historical evidence to back his claim during that time period. What not a lot of people know was I think it's called is it bibliography? Is that what it's called? Like a documentation about his life? Right, basically.
Like not a bibliography is like a works cited, a biography?
Okay. Sure, biography. Basically, the first biography, not about his life, but like, it's not a biography. It's the documents that talked about his life during that time, like to coincide that was written about his life. The most accurate form, sure. Yeah. Like the most accurate forms of documentation that we can find as far as like chronologically to Alexander the Great's life, as everybody in the chat here, myself included, could agree that he existed, was actually written 400 years after he was alive, which is the most it is the most accurate piece of documentation that we have of his life, and yet we all believe that he existed, even though it was written 400 years after his life.
I don't think that's true, but
if I was you, I would just I mean, I'm not again an
yeah, like
expert,
the manuscripts exist, so like I don't know, but
yeah, I would look into it.
yeah, I'll make sure to look into
yeah.
that. Is there like anything specific you want to get like say before I get off? I've been on for like 7 hours.
Oh, dude, I understand. You're probably tired. I get it. But no, the reason why I did come to the conclusion that I believe the Bible gives me the best reason to believe that God exists was because it was a year after Jesus died that everything was starting to be written, and we have proof of that. And then there's also 500 different people that wrote about Christ being seen after his resurrection period, which is the most amount of evidence that we have outside of the Bible for anybody during that time. And because of that, it just, to me, it's almost harder for me to not believe that Jesus was at least seen or believed to be seen after his resurrection. And therefore, because of all of that, I believe that he is God and therefore God exists. But in order for me to disprove that God exists, I would have to disprove that Jesus himself did not exist and did not resurrect from the dead.
Completely false. Well, in terms of resurrection, we cannot accept that. I can give my responses. I think I already did, but I think you're just going to reinstate that. So I'll let you have ended it there. But man, Connor, I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Parker. Hey, I appreciate what you do, brother. I really do. You're really good at what you do. I love it.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you coming on. Have a good day, bro. All right, y'all. I'm going to get off right now. I love everyone so much. I'm going to send everyone over to someone that Danny's friend that he wanted me to send everyone to the live for. I appreciate everyone coming on today. Tomorrow I should be on around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Everyone go over to the God Talk, spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, or you can go look up Danny Phil Talk. Spam Parker Raids, spam love from Parker. Let's try to boost up their live. They've got like 40 people in there, so let's boost it up right now.
These ways of being.
The God Talk. Again, the _God_talk. All right, love y'all so much. See y'all later. Bye. Bye, y'all.